Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. These are our top stories today. Trump heads to Scotland for golf, politics and a high-stakes meeting with the UK's Keir Starmer amid growing scrutiny over his Epstein ties. Plus, France plans to recognise a Palestinian state, sparks fierce backlash from Israel and the US amid Gaza's worsening humanitarian crisis. And Microsoft scrambles to fix a major SharePoint flaw after hackers breached US agencies and hundreds of global networks. Donald Trump has landed in Scotland for a weekend of golf and diplomacy, but it won't be all tea times and trade talks. The President is set to meet UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and Scotland's First Minister. But locals are bracing for mass protests and police are mounting for one of the country's biggest security operations since Queen Elizabeth II's funeral. While some Scottish officials welcome Trump, the investment that he brings, polls show that most Scots view him unfavourably and many are preparing to make their voices heard.
I don't think many Scottish people would feel he's welcome. I think it's an embarrassment that he is coming here at all, personally.
People have their own opinions and I like to not offend people, so I would say he's welcome to come. Talking is always good. To divide and keep people separate from one another without discussing tends to create more problems than conversation.
I don't care. Doesn't interest me at all.
I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure we've all heard about him, and no, definitely not. Obama, yes, yeah.
He's investing in Scotland, so yeah, why not? We don't. What he does over in his island, fine. When it comes to our island, it's fine with me.
I'm joined by political journalist Katrina Stewart, who's in Glasgow. Katrina, thanks for joining us on W News. So how is President Trump's visit really being received on the ground there in Scotland? Is it all golf fanfare or a bit of a political circus?
It's been really hard to find much fanfare around this visit. We are expecting mass protests over the weekend, not only at his golf course in Aberdeen, but also his golf course in Turnberry. And in our major cities as well, the police are preparing for protests in Edinburgh and in Glasgow. Trump has always faced protests when he's visited Scotland. In 2016 and 2014, there were some quite creative protests against him. But of course, the political backdrop has really changed over the past few years. And while there was some quite good humour to the Trump protests previously, police are concerned that the tone, the tenor of the protesting might be a little bit different this time around.
Katrina, he is meeting with Keir Starmer and John Swinney as well. Do you expect any real policy talks, or is it mostly optics around trade and diplomacy that we're likely to see?
It's an interesting visit because ostensibly the president is on holiday. He's coming over to visit his business interests. He's coming to play a few rounds of golf. He wants to see Turnberry and he wants to see his new Aberdeenshire course. But there is politics involved, of course. He's meeting First Minister John Swinney. That will be quite an interesting meeting because during the presidential race, the First Minister came out very firmly in support of Kamala Harris. He's meeting Keir Starmer as well. He said that he and Keir Starmer have a good relationship and he's looking forward to hosting Keir Starmer. John Swinney has said that he's going to raise the situation in the Middle East. He's going to try and speak to the president about Gaza. Whether that has any diplomatic effect seems unlikely. I think most of this is optics. It's very much about sweet-talking Donald Trump, about keeping him on side, particularly with his business interests in Scotland and the value of those. I don't think there will be very much substance to this visit. It is very much about appearances.
Katrina, while he is there, he's opening a new course that's going to be named after his Scottish mother. Is that clever PR, or is it kind of awkward timing, given the protests, given what we've heard about the broader unpopularity with the Scottish public at the moment?
I think this is largely a project that is for Donald Trump himself rather than for anybody else. I'm not sure that the timing of it would make a great deal of difference. He is supposed to be opening a memorial garden to his mother, but that's actually not ready. So perhaps in a few months' time or next year, we will have to have the circus again as Donald Trump returns to open up that garden. Certainly,
70% of Scots are holding an unfavourable view, and many figures as well. We've heard Ian Murray and John Swinney, as you said, and rightly so, shifting tone. Now they're welcoming him to Scotland. Is this political pragmatism or hypocrisy that you see at play here?
I think politicians and hypocrisy quite often go hand in hand. In this case, Donald Trump is an extremely powerful figure. He has business interests here. His tariffs can have a huge effect on Scottish interests, specifically around whisky, on UK interests. Keir Starmer has worked very hard on diplomacy to try and build relationships between the UK and the US. Donald Trump is very capricious. You never know from one day to the next what his opinions are going to be. And so I think it is important for the First Minister and for Ian Murray, who is the Scottish Secretary, to try and build those relationships and keep Donald Trump on side. But certainly they have both faced allegations of hypocrisy, and this is diplomatically very difficult for John Swinney because he has been critical of Trump previously, and there are many opposition politicians in Scotland who believe that he should be giving Donald Trump the cold shoulder.
Now, Swinney says he's going to raise issues like the suffering in Gaza when he does meet Donald Trump. Do you expect them to have any real impact, or is that more of a symbolic mention?
I think it is certainly a symbolic mention, but for the SNP it does have substance. The Scottish Government, the SNP government, has taken a very firm position on Gaza. It has been supportive of ending the conflict in the Middle East, and particularly of having humanitarian aid introduced into Gaza in a meaningful way. So there isn't a hypocrisy here from John Swinney in raising this issue with Donald Trump. It is an issue that has been consistently important to the Scottish Government, and this is the ideal opportunity for John Swinney to bring that up directly with President Trump.
And lastly, before we let you go, could the Epstein controversy overshadow this trip in any way? How are Scottish leaders navigating that political minefield at the moment?
Again, John Swinney is facing criticism from opposition politicians because of the controversy around Donald Trump. The Epstein story isn't new, of course, but it has generated additional headlines in the past few weeks. The Epstein story has formed part of the protest already in Scotland. There have been signs going up near to Donald Trump's golf courses suggesting that they are twinned with Epstein Island. So that is something that is on the mind of the Scottish public. It will be something that is on the mind of John Swinney and will have to be skirted around very diplomatically.
Katrina Stewart in Glasgow, thank you so much for joining us. Now let's take a look at some of the other stories that are making the headlines today. At least 4 children have been killed and 17 injured in West India after the roof of a school building collapsed on Friday. A police officer says the school building was old and the roof may have fallen in as a result of heavy rainfall in the region. Local media reported that 32 students had been pulled out safely, but rescue operations are still ongoing. Hong Kong has issued bounties for information leading to the arrest of 19 overseas activists, accusing them of national security offences. Police have accused the group of attempting to overthrow the government. As of July the 1st, Hong Kong authorities had arrested over 300 people for alleged national security crimes, with 165 convicted. The Kremlin said that a meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky could only happen as a final step to seal a peace deal. This comes after Zelensky said negotiators from Moscow and Kiev had discussed the pair's meeting in Istanbul last week. US President Donald Trump has threatened new sanctions on Russia and buyers of its exports unless an agreement is reached by early September at the latest. Thousands of doctors in England's state-funded health system, the NHS, are on a 5-day strike over pay. The Doctors' Union, the British Medical Association, is calling for a pay rise of just over 29%. However, the government has offered 5.4%. Strikes by resident doctors last June led to over 61,000 inpatient and outpatient appointments being rescheduled. Military clashes between Thailand and Cambodia have entered a second day, leaving at least 20 people dead. Reports say that 130,000 people have now been evacuated in Thailand, and over 300,000 shelters are being readied to ensure the safety of civilians. Thailand's acting Prime Minister is warning that the confrontation could potentially develop into a full-blown war. Patrick Falk has this report.
Well, the words of Thailand's acting Prime Minister Phumtham Wechayachai says it all, really, about the severity of the situation. Speaking to reporters today, he said the situation is escalating and that civilian lives are being endangered. I think it's important also to emphasize that he made the point that this is still considered an armed clash with heavy weaponry, but it could turn into something much bigger, in his own words, potentially a war, and that Thailand is committed to defending its territory and sovereignty. Now, following Thursday's violence, the Thai army said today Cambodian forces conducted sustained bombardments and that it responded appropriately. There was also shelling overnight, and Cambodian media is reporting that it has claimed control of 2 disputed temples. Thailand has rejected mediation efforts from third countries to end the crisis. It's insisting that Phnom Penh cease attacks and resolve matters bilaterally. Here's Thailand's Foreign Minister Nikorndej Balankura.
It's premature for me to say how long the conflict would end. You know, Thailand wants the conflict to end as soon as possible. That's, you know, the wish of the Thai government, the Thai people. I wouldn't be able to foresee the timing. It's very much up to the Cambodian side, I would say, at this point.
Meanwhile, the fighting has drawn condemnation from leaders around the world. The United States is urging an immediate ceasefire and for civilians to be protected and for a peaceful resolution to the situation as well. The dispute, if you remember, was triggered by the killing of a Cambodian soldier at an undemarcated area in May, but it spiraled into a political crisis and led to the suspension of Thailand's Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra. That was following a leaked phone call in which she was accused of undermining Thailand's military. A prolonged conflict could further complicate matters for Thailand's leader.
It was supposed to be the tour of the Federal Reserve building to view the renovations after recent scrutiny by President Trump on the cost of construction. But what started as a tour of bricks and mortar quickly turned into a correction on facts and figures and led to quite a remarkable and some might say awkward moment. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell calmly correcting the President's claim that the price tag that the Feds had on the makeover had ballooned to $3.1 billion, a figure that was, as our correspondent Sarah Firth now reports, very publicly disputed. Have a listen.
So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
It was the head shake that spoke 1,000 words before Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell publicly fact-checked the president of his overestimation of construction costs.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added
our entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
But it's not new.
The president was touring the renovations of the Fed's headquarters when the rare public rebuke came. The cost of construction overruns, a recent source of controversy in Washington, D.C. And the awkward moments kept on coming.
As a real estate developer, what would you do with a project manager who would be over budget?
Generally speaking, what would I do? I'd fire him.
It comes on the back of more serious threats and criticism of the Federal Reserve Chair, with President Trump recently calling Powell a numbskull for not slashing interest rates, which he sees as a block to bringing down inflation. But under the Federal Reserve Act, the chair has legal protections and can't be dismissed for policy disagreement. It places Powell potentially beyond removal unless clear misconduct is proven, which is why questions over the budget overrun for this construction has suddenly carried so much weight. Back in his element, though, touring the prime Fed real estate, President Trump seemed in better spirits after the meeting. When asked directly why he didn't just fire Powell, he had this to say.
To do that is a big move, and I just don't think it's necessary. And I believe that he's going to do the right thing. I believe that the chairman is going to do the right thing. I mean, it may be a little too late, as the expression goes, but I believe he's going to do the right thing. The fact is, it's so big what's taking place in America.
The Fed is set to hold a rate-setting meeting next week and is expected to leave the interest rate in the same range, despite the intense pressure from the president to lower it.
Are there things the chairman can say to you today that would make you back off some of the earlier criticism?
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. Other than that, what can I tell you? So I met with the contract.
Despite the earlier moment of awkwardness, the heat, it seems, is off, at least for now. But that reprieve may be temporary. If the rate-setting meeting next week doesn't go the president's way, Jerome Powell may once again have cause to frown. Sarah Firth, Al Arabiya News, Washington, D.C.
France says it will officially recognise a Palestinian state at the United Nations in September, a move that is drawing sharp criticism from Israel and the United States. The French Foreign Minister defended the decision, saying it supports peace, not terror. That's even as Hamas welcomed the announcement. Britain, meanwhile, says recognition should come eventually, but that the focus right now must be on ending the suffering in Gaza. For more on this, we are going to be joined by our correspondent who is in Paris, that is Ross Cullen. Ross, France is the most powerful European country to announce plans to recognise a Palestinian state. What's driving the move? Why is this happening now?
Yeah, that's right. Earlier in the year, Emmanuel Macron hinted that that might be something he'd be minded to do, recognise Palestinian statehood, and that was set to take place at a conference jointly hosted by Saudi Arabia and France earlier in the year. The conference got postponed, and so did the idea of recognising Palestinian statehood until now. Emmanuel Macron has decided that it is time. There is no alternative, he said. We have to pursue peace. We have to recognise a Palestinian state, and he'll do so at the United Nations General Assembly. That's the forum where he will make that solemn announcement, in his words, in September. It's a long-standing policy of the French presidency to maintain that they support a two-state solution, so a state of Israel and a state of Palestine coexisting side by side. And now we are seeing Emmanuel Macron taking that next step, that symbolic move to recognise Palestinian statehood.
Ross, swift backlash from Israel and the United States, accusations that this is actually rewarding terror. How is the French government actually defending its position here?
Yeah, that's right. Israel and the United States have been furious on Friday. Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, saying it was reckless, saying it was imprudent. The Israeli ambassador here in France saying that Emmanuel Macron had committed an historic error in announcing that he would be supporting the formal recognition of the state of Palestine by France later in the year. The French government has been speaking this afternoon to the British and the German governments. The E3, UK, France and Germany, the leaders all coming together on a telephone call this afternoon. The statement has just come out. They have said that the time has come to end the war in Gaza. We urge all parties to bring an end to the conflict by reaching an immediate ceasefire. We are committed to working together with our international partners. We need a specific and credible plan for the next phase in Gaza.
Ross, Hamas have welcomed the move. France's foreign ministry have said, well, this recognition is going directly against Hamas. Actually, what it does is backs peace. How has it been interpreted in Paris, especially given the timing of this announcement?
Yes, so Jean-Noël Barrot, the French foreign minister, said that Hamas is a terrorist organisation that has never been interested in a two-state solution. In France, we have chosen the path of peace. We've not chosen the path of war. Emmanuel Macron's decision was welcomed by those on the left in the French parliament. The hard left France Unbowed party said that they welcomed the move, although they said it had come about as a result of their popular mobilisation. On the right in the French parliament, the National Rally, the hard right party, of whom Marine Le Pen is perhaps the most well-known figurehead. She said that this was a decision taken by Emmanuel Macron for personal political motives, and her party leader Jordan Bardella said that the move by Emmanuel Macron lent Hamas institutional legitimacy.
Ross, given the dire situation in Gaza right now, mass starvation, medical collapse, does the French government believe that this recognition is going to have a real impact on the ground, or is it being viewed mostly as symbolic?
Well, they know it is symbolic. They know that they can add their name into the list of more than 140 countries that have recognised Palestinian statehood. It's also symbolic because it is the first country from the G7 to do so. It is also symbolic because it's one of the two key motors in the European Union, along with Germany, that's decided to do so. A member of the Security Council and nuclear power as well. But all of that means that it is actually symbolic that France can do this. It does. We do see a lot of Labour MPs in the United Kingdom now calling for their Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, to join Emmanuel Macron in recognising Palestinian statehood. So we are seeing it's more of a symbolic move. They do not believe, the French government, that announcing that they're going to recognise Palestinian statehood would have an immediate impact on the ground. And in fact, the US President says that it is of no importance at all that France has announced this.
Ross Cullen in Paris, thank you so much. Let's continue this conversation. Dr. Ad Yaghi is the director of Palestinian Medical Society, who is joining us live from the Gaza Strip. First of all, Ad, thank you so much for joining us. Given the ongoing bombardment that we're seeing, the blockade, how would you describe the current state of Gaza's health system? Are there still any actual functioning hospitals in any meaningful way on the ground there?
Good evening. First of all, actually, I haven't enough words to describe the situation, especially the health situation in Gaza. Catastrophic, it is not enough. This word, it does not reflect the real situation in Gaza. The health sector in Gaza is collapsed now, unable to meet with the high number of the casualties and fatalities in Gaza. You can imagine how the weak and fragile health system in Gaza, which has been suffering for a long time, for a blockade for more than 17 years, was able to recover and to receive more than, now we are speaking about more than 60,000 martyrs and more than 143,000 wounded since October 2023. The Israeli war on Gaza caused serious loss and damage to health personnel and health facilities, where 120 health facilities, including all the hospitals, all 36 hospitals in Gaza Strip were damaged, and 180 ambulances were partially or completed damaged. Less than 30% of Gaza hospitals is still functioning, but they are functioning partially. And the remaining of the hospitals and the primary healthcare centers, they are of the surface due to direct damage or indirect Israeli attack, or due to the shortage of medicine and supplies. Now, Gaza hospitals suffering 48% of the medicine, essentially drugs, out of stock, and more than 64% of the medical supplies, especially which used in the surgical, during the operation and surgical theater, they are in zero stock. Shortage also of fuel. Also, it is one of the challenges. All of you that you are known now, the Gaza hospitals depend on the electric generators due to the continuous cut of the electricity in Gaza Strip. And the fuel, it is Israeli army don't allow the international organization to enter the fuel to Gaza Strip. Also, the security and the safety for the health staff and the health personnel, it is still one of the challenges for us. According to the international law, the health teams should be protected. But of course, the Israeli army, they don't respect any of the laws in international laws. The Israeli occupation targeted and they killed more than 1,586 health personnel, and they arrested more than 360 from the health personnel. Hospitals now have lost their ability and capacity to receive more patients, and the medical teams, they are exhausted. They are now treating the wounded people with very limited resources. Can you imagine?
Ed,
now we are in the 21st century, and our doctors, our surgeons, they amputated the injured people, the injured limb, without anesthesia or even without any painkiller. It is happening now in Gaza Strip in the hospitals, and the international community is still they don't take any step to stop this genocide, what's happening in Gaza.
Ed, I want to get your thoughts on one thing, because we will run out of time otherwise. We are hearing, you've mentioned a lot about the surgical supplies, 30% of the hospitals are what's currently functioning. But we've heard that therapeutic food, which is for malnourished children who may be in the care of medical services in Gaza, that too is running out. You're witnessing this starvation firsthand. What does it mean for these infants and young children in particular who are on the brink of starvation?
It is one of the stories which we should to inform you and inform all the international community. Now, not only the children, now the people, they are dying. They are dying due to the starvation, due to the malnutrition. The majority of the people in Gaza now, they don't take food for a few days. A few days ago, World Food Program stated that 1/3 of the Gaza population, they have been forced to go without food for several days. You can imagine when you are taking only one time your food only for 2 or 3 days. You can imagine when you are a father of a big family with 6 children, you haven't only one piece of bread for your children for 2 days. It is the real story, the real life of Gaza, because the Israeli army, they prevent to allow everything to enter to Gaza. From the beginning of March this year, they totally closed all the crossing, and at the end of May, they are allowing only a few trucks with some foods to enter to Gaza. You can imagine, before October 2023, Gaza depends on at least between 500 to 600 trucks full with everything, food, medical supplies, and others. Now, for the last only 2 months, Israeli army allowed between 30 to 40 trucks daily to enter to Gaza. And of course, it will be not enough. It will be not enough for the people.
Yeah, as we're hearing as well from the WHO are saying that 600 is what's needed, 50 is the average that's getting through per day, which we know from the official figures. Ed, before I leave you go, if no ceasefire is reached soon, in your estimation, how long can Gaza's remaining medical infrastructure actually hold before there's a full collapse of the medical system and care there?
It's too difficult to speak about that. Of course, without stop this genocide, without reaching the ceasefire in Gaza, and without even opening all the crossing to Gaza and allowing all the humanitarian aid, food, medical supplies, and everything to enter to Gaza without any limitation in number of trucks or the quantity and the quality, what it is allowing to enter. Without these steps, of course, the people in Gaza will be dying. Now the people in Gaza, or Israeli army, they are now following the system that they are slowly killing the Palestinians in Gaza.
Dr. Ed Yagi, thank you so much for joining us from Gaza. Thank you. Hackers have exploited a serious flaw in Microsoft's SharePoint software to launch a wave of cyber attacks. US federal agencies and hundreds of organizations worldwide were reportedly affected. The breach may have exposed connected services like the OneDrive and Teams. Microsoft is still assessing the full impact while racing to secure older systems. For more on this story, I'm joined from Kuwait by cybersecurity expert Roland Abi-Najam. Roland, this looks serious, but how serious is it actually, this latest zero-day vulnerability in Microsoft SharePoint? Is it a major breach?
Well, hello, John. How are you? First, yes, it is very serious. It is one of the most critical cyber attacks that happened lately after what happened in 2020. Let's describe why it is very, very critical. First, this type of zero-day attack where the hackers, they found a bug, a security hole in Microsoft SharePoint, and they were able to hack all the systems. So because of this, let's say, bug, and by the way, here we are talking about SharePoint, what we call on-premise, which means the servers are locally hosted in the entities where they are hosting the Microsoft SharePoint on their servers. It's not over cloud. So because of this bug, they were able to install files and shells where they keep, for them, backdoors. So even if you fix this problem and fix this security bug, the hackers might still have access to all the servers or the system or the infrastructure, where this will be very critical, because even when Microsoft, let's say, publish the update and patching for this security hole, but still at the same time, hackers might still have access to the servers and to the infrastructures.
Roland, Microsoft say that dozens of systems have been compromised here. Now, from your experience and expertise, how quickly could a vulnerability like this spread across the entire global network?
Actually, this is the key issue. When you find a problem, because here we are talking about what we call supply chain attack, which means the hackers, they are not attacking one entity or let's say one server. They are attacking a security bug in Microsoft. So when they will find this bug, all systems and infrastructure and network that they are hosting this SharePoint, they will be affected. So you can easily scan over the network. And here it's very problem to address one key point. Lots of people, they will say, if I'm hosting everything on premise, on my own data centers, I'm more secure than over cloud, which is totally wrong, because if you are hosting everything on premise, but still you are connected to the internet, you have the same risk. And when we talk about, let's say, Microsoft Cloud, so Microsoft, they are responsible for all the headache of cybersecurity and so on. But when you are hosting everything locally, so all the hack and all the headache of having all the security, it's on your responsibility. So this is a big issue. So because lots of people, they are hosting old versions, even from SharePoint 2016 and 2019. So this will make them more vulnerable and they are exposed. So once you will find this bug, any person or company or industry that are using those SharePoints, they will be exposed.
And let's speak about some of the companies who suffered from this potential exploitation. The US National Nuclear Security Administration is reportedly affected by this. What kind of a risk does such a breach actually pose? So even if no classified information was stolen, what's at risk here?
Okay, when we are talking about US nuclear, we are talking about entities, of course, they are not putting any critical data or any critical infrastructure or any data that are valuable on servers that are connected to the internet. This is for sure. Here we are talking about data that should be stored, and of course they are storing all data in a certain servers that they are not connected to the internet, and they have certain, let's say, servers that they use the internet, they use share files for certain connectivity and for certain use. But in all cases, when we are talking about any entity, whether governmental entity or non-governmental entity, because basically we are talking about more than 400 companies or governmental entities, they were affected by this attack. So at the end of the day, any company, whether nuclear, whether Ministry of Defense or Ministry of Interior or whatever entity, governmental or non-governmental, they will have to use any system from the market. They need companies like Microsoft, they need companies like CrowdStrike, FireEye, Oracle, and so on. So they are using public and very well-known companies to be used. And whenever we are talking about Microsoft and any company, any system that is developed by people, they will always have bugs and errors and problems. And hackers nowadays, especially with all new AI tools, they are ahead of this. So no matter what you will do, if you are a nuclear entity or not, you will be affected sooner or later by a cyber attack. There is nothing called 100% secure. So in this case, I guess the damage there is very limited, but it means that we have to ring the bell that there is a big alert for a nuclear entity in USA.
Roland, talk us through the difference between cyber espionage and ransomware, especially in a case like this. Hackers shifting from spying to locking systems and why they would do that in the first place.
Actually, this is a very important question because yesterday I had an interview on Arabiya Arabic, and we were discussing what they are doing in England now because they are forcing all entities whenever they are under ransomware attack not to pay the ransomware, and at the same time they have to announce and declare to the governmental entities that we were under attack. Why everybody is going now for ransomware? I'm talking about hackers, because if I will hack you now and I will encrypt all your systems, all your servers, all your data, so all the system will not be functional anymore in your company or governmental entity or maybe hospitals, for example. So this is a very big issue. So that's why entities like this, and one time it happened to the US pipelines. They asked for a ransom of $5 million and they had to pay it because all the US pipelines were down and there was a big problem in the USA. Sometimes hospitals, they are forced to pay this ransomware. So hackers, they count on the fact that lots of companies and the governmental entities and hospitals, they cannot afford to be down. They cannot afford to have all their data encrypted. So that's why they go for ransomware attack to make more money. But what they are doing now in England, when they are saying that you are not allowed to pay the ransom and you are forced to tell the governmental entities, in this way, yes, they are putting kind of restrictions on not to give all the hackers the fancy of getting paid for everything. But at the same time, let's talk about hospital. What if in a hospital, all their servers and equipment and computers are down? And people might die in this hospital, so they must pay. So this is a very critical issue, and ransomware attacks now are one of the worst attacks worldwide.
And concerning attacks as well. But Roland Abi Najim in Kuwait, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Let's take a look at the top business story of the day. Shares of United Health Group have slipped after the healthcare giant said it's under a Department of Justice investigation. United Health's stock has fallen more than 40% so far this year. Earlier in the year, the Wall Street Journal said federal officials had launched an investigation into fraud into how the company records diagnoses, which led to extra payments. Turning to sport now. Tour de France organisers have shortened the stage of the competition to avoid diseased cows. Cattle near the Col de Sassis have experienced a contagious outbreak, restricting access to the area. The route is now nearly 35 kilometres shorter than the original course was. A final reminder of our top stories tonight. Trump heads to Scotland for golf, politics and a high-stakes meeting with the UK's Keir Starmer amid growing scrutiny over his Epstein ties. France plans to recognise a Palestinian state sparks fierce backlash from both Israel and the United States amid Gaza's worsening humanitarian crisis. And finally, Microsoft scrambles to fix a major SharePoint flaw after hackers breach US agencies along with hundreds of global networks. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and as always, you can follow us on X. GNT is on the way next, and we'll be back in a couple of hours with the best of this week's W News Extra. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Is President Trump's patience with Putin running out? The US president has upped his support for Ukraine, announcing a weapons package for Kyiv and threatening sanctions on Moscow. But is it enough to force Russia to make a deal? Stay with us. That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe. Make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
I'm delighted to say I'm joined by world pool champion Fedor Gorst, who joins us live from Saudi Arabia, where he's defending his world pool championship. You're about to defend your world title in Saudi Arabia. How is your mindset going into this compared to when you first won it in Saudi last year?
I feel like my mindset is in a better place this year than last year or 2 years ago, even like 5 years ago when I won it the first time. You know, as a unexperienced, unmatured player, I would say. Now, I feel like my game, my mindset is in a different place. I feel like I've matured a lot throughout the years, and I feel like I'm more prepared than last year.
You've played in Saudi Arabia before. What was that experience like on and off the table?
You know, I've played there last year, was my first time, and really the arena is sick. You know, it's a big arena. You're playing under bright lights. The atmosphere starting from the last 16 was amazing. The fans were super supportive, and I expect nothing but the same this year. You know, I'm ready.
Do you see Saudi Arabia becoming a global hub for Q Sports over the next decade, especially with Saudi hosting the World Cup in 2034?
Yes, I think there's definitely a possibility of seeing champions in the next decade or so, like you said, coming from Saudi. You know, we're going to be playing world championships and maybe possibly more tournaments now in Saudi for many, many years now. And obviously, that's creating that buzz around the game here and around our sport. And hopefully it's going to encourage more and more locals to start practicing and maybe one day become a world champion.
In 2024, you made history by winning the World Pool Masters, the WPA World 9-Ball Championship, as well as the US Open. What keeps pushing you after such a dominant year?
You know, finding motivation is always probably the toughest thing for athletes. And for me to be staying hungry, it's not really about, you know, the money. It's not really about the titles. It's really about the game. And as long as I'm passionate about the game and I just enjoy myself playing, I can only enjoy myself playing when I play good. And when I feel that I have a bad day or a bad week, bad month, it only pushes me to practice and practice more. So I guess my mistakes is my motivation.
Do you ever let yourself imagine being considered the greatest pool player of all time? Is that a goal that you're chasing? Is it something that helps to keep you motivated?
No, this is not a goal that I would like to chase. Really, it's I don't know. It doesn't really match my personality, I would say. It's not the goal that I will be going after.
Now that you're representing Team USA in the Moscone Cup, after becoming US citizen, how does it feel going against Team Europe, especially once having played for them?
No, it's just more fun for me, I would say. It's a different experience. Instead of being a favorite in the match before the match starts, you're being an underdog, and the teams are completely different. It's a different vibe, playing in different teams. Also, the way their approach and stuff. I wouldn't say I feel like different pressure or anything. I would just say it's a different experience. And I like this one, playing for the Americans, a lot better than playing for the Europeans.
Pool is seeing a major growth online. How has that impacted your career and the way fans engage with you?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of hype around the game. It's been on social media the last 2 years. And I'm trying to grow my social media as well. And I can see that there is a lot of interest from the younger generation people online. So I think it affected me in a good way. There's a lot of attention coming from, even from the outside of the industry now, coming to pool. So I think it's going to help our sport to grow overall.
And how many hours are you practicing a day when you're in your full prep mode?
Yeah, just like anything, they say you have to practice 10,000 hours. You got to spend 10,000 hours to do anything, to become a professional at anything in life. And really, I didn't count how many hours I've practiced in my life, but I would guess it's more than that. Now, how much I practice now, it really depends on my schedule. Like you said, off season. We don't really have the off season. The majors are almost happening every 2 months, and then you have the smaller tournaments, so you're basically staying on the road all the time. And when I do that, I try to practice less just to stay in shape physically. You don't want to burn out just because you want to get better and practice 8 hours a day. But I can say that when I was younger, when I was in my 16, 18s, I was practicing a lot, even living back in Russia. I used to practice 8-10 hours a day, skipping school at times. I was just very, very eager to learn and hungry to become the champion, I would say.
And are you following a fitness or recovery routine to stay sharp, both physically and mentally?
Yeah. I work with a few different physiotherapists, I would say. I don't know what's the right word for it. I have a team. I have a pre-match routine that I do. Usually, we stretch a lot because pool players are dealing with back pain all the time. It's a one-sided sport. I would say, just same as golf or archery. Nothing too crazy. We don't work a lot with weights. It's a lot of, I would say, yoga type, light weights, a lot of work with resistant bands, yoga blocks, myofascial release balls and stuff like this.
And what's the best match that you've ever played, and what made it special?
Probably the finals of the World Championships last year. It was the biggest prize that I won of my career, and also the way I won the tournament was so special for me because I came from behind in so many matches, including the finals. So I think it was just the biggest match that I've played in my career so far.
So obviously there's a lot of pressure involved in these finals. Is there any way that you can prepare for that?
I mean, there's no really preparation. You can't really say that you got to do A and B and then you'll get X and Y. I would say what helps me the most is breathing, conscious breathing, just learning how to breathe, to calm myself down in those situations when the pressure is super high. Also trying to recreate somewhat pressure during practice sessions, just to, rely on fundamentals when it's needed. And, just trying my best and learning from my mistakes, learning from my losses, and analyzing what went wrong, helping me go further and further.
What's the worst match that you've ever had? And what did it teach you?
The worst match probably was the European Open, I would say, in 2023. I was playing against Josh Filler, and I was first on the hill. We were playing a race to 10, and I was up 9-8. And I missed the 9 ball to win. I missed the final ball to win the match. And I ended up losing the match. I remember just walking back, through the back door of the building because I was trying to avoid all the fans, just to go straight back to my room, just head down, hood on my head. It was raining outside, just like in movies. So that loss I remember probably the most.
And if you weren't a professional pool player, what do you think you'd be doing for a living?
Good question. Probably be a graphic designer.
You were on Joe Rogan's podcast. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of that. What was the experience like behind the scenes?
He's a pool maniac. He's a big fan of pool. He's got 2 pool tables in his studio. He's got about, hundreds of different cues. We chat always about pool. He's always very supportive. He's watching all of my matches. So he's just a really cool guy overall.
Did you get to play Joe, and did he win any racks himself?
Yeah, we've played for like 3 hours.
And how did he do?
Yeah, he was winning in the beginning. It's a high pressure for me to play against a guy like that. I don't know if you follow what Fargo rating is. If I had to rate him, I would give him 650 Fargo.
He's talked about that he's wanted to stream pool matches himself from his studio in Texas. He wanted to get you involved, as well as many others. Obviously, he has an enormous following. Has there been any follow-up on that idea?
Well, I reminded him a couple of times, but I just think that Joe is just a super busy guy. He's career in the UFC, plus he's super busy with his own podcast now. I just don't see where he can find time for anything pool related, but I think when he does, he will definitely do that because it's his passion.
You've been spotted playing chess as well. Do you see any similarities between playing chess in terms of strategy and how you read on the pool table?
Who spotted me? Well, I do that rarely, and I wouldn't say that I'm a good chess player myself, but I grew up in Russia, and it was super popular, just the game itself. You could walk around on the street and you could see chessboards everywhere, and everybody it was just a fashion thing, or it was the thing. Everybody was playing chess. So I was learning the game when I was a kid. And now I just, in pool, there is a correlation with chess because you got to think ahead, 2 balls ahead, 3 balls ahead, 5 balls ahead, sometimes more. And in chess, it's the same thing. You got to predict what your opponent is going to do. And, I just like the tactics.
And who's on your personal all-time Mount Rushmore of pool?
Efren Reyes, Earl Strickland, Shane Van Boning, and probably Francisco Bustamante.
And who were your idols growing up?
It was actually Niels Fine, the player from Netherlands. I was following him in pool, and in tennis it was always Rafa Nadal. Just they're similar personalities, both super hardworking guys, and both never give up. Maybe that's why I like both of them.
As a pool fan, as a kid, of course I remember at Ronnie O'Sullivan, he was playing with Steve Davis in the Moscone Cup. Or would you like to face off against snooker players, and have you ever played against Ronnie O'Sullivan?
No, I've never played against Ronnie, and I really don't play any snooker. Actually, the last time I've played probably was 5 years ago or so. So, no.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. The very best of luck in the tournament, Fedor, the World Pool Champion. Thanks so much for your time here on Arabiya English.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Now, it's been more than a week since President Trump brokered a ceasefire, drawing a line under the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Well, Washington has suggested that nuclear negotiations with Tehran could resume as early as this week. But the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi seems to be suggesting that talks are unlikely to restart quite so soon. So, what's next for diplomacy? What might Iran's next moves be? And just how much damage has been inflicted on Iran's nuclear program? Well, we're joined now by General David Petraeus, who is the former director of the CIA, a position he held during a pivotal period. During his 37-year-long military career, he led key missions, including the Iraq surge, US Central Command and coalition forces in Afghanistan. He's also the co-author of the best-selling book, Conflict, The Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you for joining us, General Petraeus.
Good to be with you, Tom.
You have described the damage inflicted by the United States and Israel on Iran's nuclear program as being very, very substantial. Would you go as far as to say it's been obliterated?
Well, I think there are some unknowns still that would lead me to stick with what I originally assessed as very, very substantial. That's a lot, obviously. We don't know, though, how much was done inside the mountain of Fordo. I think, again, very significant, but that'll require some time to determine. And we're not sure also whether there might be some of the highly enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium that may have been stored elsewhere outside of Natanz, Fordo, and possibly Esfahan, as well as some centrifuges that could enrich it further, of course, to weapons grade being over 90%. So I think that's the reason for hedging a bit on this. The bomb damage assessment process takes time. It takes all sources of intelligence, everything that you can bring together and synthesize, integrate, to reach a conclusion about how significant the damage actually has been and whether there still is some enrichment capacity and some highly enriched uranium to enrich.
Okay, so we still don't have all the evidence. We haven't got the full damage reports. Doesn't sound to me like you think we've seen the last of Iran's nuclear ambitions. What are your thoughts?
I think that's probably correct. In fact, what I would love to see now, the best case of all would be that Iran would agree to a nuclear accord that would essentially ban any enrichment of uranium in Iran. It would also allow the International Atomic Energy Agency to verify that, to oversee the process of the dismantling of all of their nuclear enrichment architecture, and allow them to go anywhere they want at any time in the process of so doing. I'm not sure that Iran will do that. I would suspect that that's probably not the case. But then I think Iran needs to do a little bit of reflection and recognize that it is in an exceedingly weak position, given that all of its air and ballistic missile defenses those have been obliterated, I think it's fair to say, given that not a single Israeli aircraft nor American aircraft was even hit, much less shot down during the 12 days of this campaign.
Do you think there's an element of risk here that perhaps these events might have accelerated Iran towards trying to create a nuclear deterrent? I mean, they could argue they need one more than ever, given what's happened in Iran in the last 2 weeks.
One can make that argument. Sure, there's risk in everything, but there's also enormous risk to them if they were to be revealed as doing that. And once again, you'd see another devastating air campaign unleashed on them. And keep in mind that when you put together Mossad, CIA, NSA, other intelligence organizations, there are quite good, as they say, insights into what's going on in Iran. After all, look at what Israel did to reportedly 14 nuclear scientists, all pinpointed and identified and taken out. The same with a number of the leaders of the military and then the Revolutionary Guards Corps and so forth. So that should give them considerable pause, I think, and probably they should conclude that it would be a very bad idea were they to try to enrich to weapons-grade uranium.
Yeah, I mean, just picking up on that, I mean, I'd like to ask you, I mean, clearly very close coordination between Israel and the United States on intel, on military matters. How would you describe the overall mission and this joint force when it comes to collective intelligence?
Well, the intelligence and military relationships have always been very strong between the U.S. and Israel, and they were made even stronger when Israel was included as part of the U.S. Central Command as opposed to the European Command, which was really sort of a hangover from the past. In a sense, I guess that they thought that the individual who's commanding Central Command should be focused, if you will, on the Arabs and others in the Middle East, and that European Command could look after the Israelis. That was changed a number of years ago. That relationship has improved ever since dramatically, literally operating hand in glove when it comes to this kind of endeavor. And that's been very, very good, as it turns out, in operational terms, as we have seen with this very, very impressive 12-day campaign by Israel and also the very impressive strikes by the United States.
And there was talk of a rift between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump in the weeks preceding the first Israel strikes. Do you think that rift was somehow manufactured to add a little bit more sort of a surprise element?
Not necessarily. There have been rifts between presidents of the U.S. and prime ministers of Israel as long as I can remember. There were rifts when I was the commander of Central Command, and we still had a relationship at that time, although they were not formally part of our area of responsibility. There was a rift when I was the director of the CIA, and it didn't affect the relationship with Mossad at all, nor did the rift previous to that affect the military relationship. Those have always been very, very strong, and they have clearly stayed very strong. One other point I might make about Iran sprinting to a bomb if they have some HEU left and some centrifuges that can enrich it. I don't believe that they have the capability anymore to metallize it. Esfahan, that facility which was hit, was one of the three sites the U.S. hit. In this case, it was hit with cruise missiles launched from a submarine after Israel had already hit it very hard. That's the site where some critical parts of the enrichment process take place. They turn the uranium into something that can be actually enriched in the beginning, and then at the end of the process, if it's at weapons grade, they turn it into the kind of metal that can actually be shaped into a nuclear device. I don't think that they have that capability anymore as a result of the strikes on Esfahan, but again, that's another of the unknowns that is out there.
Sure. I mean, events move very quickly during the course of the last couple of weeks. I mean, within hours of an Iranian attack on a U.S. military base here in the Middle East, President Trump was brokering a ceasefire with Iran. I mean, were you surprised by the pace of events? And did you think perhaps things were perhaps a little on the hasty side as far as President Trump's handling of all this?
I was a bit, to be candid, although there are, as always, elements of the decision-making process and factors that led to that aren't always clearly apparent to all the rest of us. One of those undoubtedly had to do with the opportunity for Israel to refurbish, to replenish its interceptor stocks for intercepting the Iranian missiles. Iran's missiles are dramatically reduced as a result of both their use and then a number of those that have been struck in warehouses and on launch pads, as have been their numbers of launchers. Nonetheless, that gets a bit concerning over time. You know, how many missiles and launchers does Iran have relative to how many interceptors does Israel have? And I'm sure that Israel is making the very most of this opportunity to manufacture more and more and more of those interceptors to be sure, absolutely certain, that they never run out before Iran does.
Do you ever offer any advice to the Trump administration? I mean, have you ever been asked for it? And is it at all common for a former CIA director to be asked for advice by an administration?
Well, yeah, in fact, the director of the CIA called me in a month or two ago. Supposed to be 30 minutes, and I left after an hour and 20 minutes. So, sure, those who served in positions before you did often will reach out. That's customary, and it takes place. Depends, obviously, on the relationship between the incumbent and the alumnus of that position.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I mean, just sort of before we move on from the 12-day war, as it's been dubbed, some people, and we spoke to John Bolton yesterday, former US National Security Advisor, seem to suggest perhaps they could have gone further. The Israelis and the Americans could have gone further and perhaps, quote, finished the job. Do you tend to agree with John Bolton?
I was just with him yesterday, as a matter of fact. In fact, we were on stage together at Aspen Ideas. I have generally been a bit more cautious about that than he has, the possibilities for that. Certainly, there are elements within Iran that might want to break off. That's something different than regime change, but that's something we should keep an eye on. There are obviously Kurds, there are Turkmen, there are Azeris, there are Arabs, there are Baluchis, and at least 4 of those 5 are contiguous to countries or regions, in the case of Kurdish regional government, that with which they might feel more affinity than the government in Tehran. When it comes to overall regime change, however, I think that's pretty tough to envision other than from within the regime. Typically, when these situations occur, when a regime is weakened to the point that it might be overthrown, the individual or group that's on top at the end of it, when the dust settles, is the one that has the most effective and charismatic leader and the most guys with the most guns. And in this case, there's no real opposition leader who has emerged. If he had, he'd be in prison or dead. Although we should note that Israel did bomb the entrance of the prison that holds most of the political prisoners of Iran. But again, there's not that figure out there. There's not the kind of robust organization, weapons, and so forth that could materialize. So I'm a bit cautious about the prospects for outside overthrow of this regime. But you could always envision someone inside the regime at a reasonably high position who could say, you know, this 86 or 87-year-old guy is about to die anyway. Why don't we influence the succession process a bit here, or something along those lines. But I think we should be cautious about hopes that this might usher in an opportunity for a Jeffersonian Democrat to ride in on a white horse and take over, and recognize that all of this support for proxies and nuclear enrichment and so forth has been incredibly damaging to their country.
Sure, and President Trump himself seemed hesitant and possibly anti-regime change, a bit like what you're saying. I mean, do you think, though, at the end of the 12-day war, Iran poses less of a threat to the region and to U.S. interests than it did before the war started?
Oh, absolutely, sure. And you have to remember that over the course since 7 October, you've seen Hezbollah dramatically degraded. Its leadership not just decapitated at the very top, but decimated. Thousands of leaders had those pagers that blew up in their faces when they tried to decrypt that message that caused the explosion. And the next day, of course, their only remaining means of communication, the walkie-talkies, blew up as well. It is much, much reduced from what it was before. And because of the overthrow of the Bashar al-Assad regime, the murderous Iran ally, because he has gone to Moscow, presumably, now you have leadership in Syria, still very much an incomplete task to consolidate the control. But Syria is not an Iranian ally at this point in time and will not allow Iran, as Iran used to be able to do, to transit Syrian soil with weapons, ammunition, missiles, rockets, and the implements for making more in manufacturing facilities and bases that Iran controlled in Syria. So that's a very significant change also.
Sure.
Beyond that, Hamas obviously is dramatically degraded. That is by no means over. There's still a lot of work to do, and the three objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu set out to achieve still have not been achieved, nor has a fourth one that I believe should be achieved, and that is to provide a better life for the Palestinian people in Gaza without Hamas in their lives. And the strategy they're employing will not achieve the first three, much less the final fourth one. And then the Shia militia in Iraq seem to be taking a knee to a degree, perhaps trying to avoid some kind of upset in the months leading up to the election there. And the Houthis seem to be a bit degraded as well. And I doubt that Iran has much to share with any of them at this point, having been so substantially degraded itself. And keep in mind, again, that Iran's air and ballistic missile defense, for all intents and purposes, has been obliterated. And that means that Israel, if it needs to, can fly at will once again above Iran, as long as it stays out of the range of the heavy machine gun air defense weapons, and inflict further damage on Iran as is necessary.
And just mentioning Syria there, as you did, I just wonder what you thought of reports that Israel could normalize ties with Syria and Lebanon. I mean, is that something you would expect to see perhaps during the months ahead?
It would be a wonderful development, I think. Lebanon clearly is still a relatively new government. The degradation of Hezbollah and reduction of its influence allowed the selection of a president after a year of wrangling, allowed the parliament to move forward, allowed the Lebanese armed forces to move into that area between the northern border of Israel and the Litani River, the area from which Hezbollah was raining down rockets on Israeli citizens, some 70 or 80,000 of whom were not able to stay in their homes for well over a year. But let's see how the political situation develops there. Likewise in Syria, I've been impressed that the leader who overthrew Bashar al-Assad, who I should acknowledge was in our detention facility in Iraq during the surge, then to be sure was with ISIS, then broke off from them, Al-Qaeda, and then broke off from them. He is saying the right things, and I think we should give him every opportunity to actually implement what it is that he has been saying, which in essence is to say that this should be a government that represents all the peoples of Syria, a country through which, as you know, many of the ethnic and sectarian and tribal fault lines of the Middle East run, and that there should indeed be majority rule, but also minority rights very clearly guarded. And I'd love to see that come about in Syria after many decades of the al-Assads running it as their own little fiefdom in a very, very brutal and murderous fashion.
One of the things that emerged in the run-up to the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites was a lot of debate about whether or not the United States should get involved in what was perceived as being potentially another forever war in a faraway land. I mean, this aversion in the United States amongst the public and amongst people in President Trump's own party seems to be a legacy, doesn't it, of what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Sure it does. Yeah. No, those are long wars. They were tough. We, by the way, didn't need to leave Afghanistan when we did. That was very sustainable. That was a big mistake. And I said so publicly at the time that we would come to regret it. And I hope that we have. We've plunged the country back into the kind of 7th or 8th century interpretation of ultra-conservative Islam, to the regret, I am sure, of at least 50% of the population, if not much more than that. But be that as it may, those are tough, long, hard wars. We did have Iraq in a very good position when our final combat forces left in late 2011. And tragically, the government of Iraq then pursued highly sectarian actions that undid a good bit of what it is that we all had fought together and sacrificed together to achieve. Regardless, those were tough. And I think you have lessons of the most visceral experiences that one has seen during one's lifetime. And this is a case where that is true. In fact, I wrote my PhD dissertation at Princeton on the American military and the lessons of Vietnam, another very tough war, which actually overshadowed some of what we did early on in Iraq, to its detriment, I would add as well.
Yeah, but do you think the fact that the US public is a bit war-weary and they're fed up with these forever wars is the right driver to shape US foreign policy? Isn't it the wrong way round?
Well, it depends on what it is you're contemplating. I mean, Syria is not a long war for the United States. We have no boots on the ground. There's no intent to overthrow the regime, as was the explicit case in both Afghanistan, because the Taliban refused to turn over al-Qaeda. They were sheltering, and because, of course, the murderous regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. This is a totally different war. People should recognize that. I think President Trump has gone to some lengths to explain that. Because there is a part of each party in the United States that is, again, absolutely averse to anything that would look like in Iraq or in Afghanistan again. But this is all part of understanding the domestic sources, the domestic factors that play into the determination of foreign policy, not just in the United States, but in any country.
And do you think President Trump should try to engage with Iran? Do you think the Trump administration will engage with Iran? I mean, there's talk about perhaps an Iranian delegation visiting the White House. Do you see that as likely?
Well, I think there should be some preliminaries before that happens, to be sure. But no, I think there should be engagement with Iran. It would be wonderful, again, if the Iranian leadership could recognize how ruinous their policies have been for the people of Iran, 80% of whom presumably oppose what the regime has done and how it has gone about it. This is a country with extraordinary potential that has repeatedly failed to live up to that potential because they're too busy trying to cause mischief and problems and mayhem in other parts of the region. We should recognize, by the way, as well, that Israel is truly changed because of 10/7 in its strategic outlook. It will never again allow a threat to materialize, not just in neighboring countries, but also in the region if it has the capabilities that Iran has demonstrated. So I think absolutely they should sit down. They should absolutely give up their nuclear effort. If they want to do civilian nuclear power, we or others can provide the uranium to fuel that. But otherwise, they should have no nuclear enrichment, and the IAEA should have full rights to go anywhere at any time to verify that that establishment has been completely dismantled.
Aren't you concerned, though, that Israel has slightly overreached when you consider all of the campaigns that Israel's been involved in across the region, Yemen, Iran, Lebanon, Syria, the Palestinian territories? I mean, does that sound to you like overreach?
It sounds to me like the response of a country that has experienced the most horrible day in its entire history, the worst day for Jews since the Holocaust, the worst intelligence mistake in their entire history, and there were others, of course, the Yom Kippur War among them, the worst military readiness failure, the response was wholly inadequate, and the worst political miscalculation. And that's why I mentioned they have changed their strategic outlook, and I think that that is appropriate. Think about what took place on that day, what they experienced, the losses. Keep in mind that we lost not quite 3,000 on 9/11. The equivalent losses for us of what they sustained for their population would be over 40,000 killed and 7,000 taken hostage. So no, I don't think that that is necessarily overreach. Iran has long been at the root of all of these problems as well, with its murderous proxies. I should note that hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers were killed in Iraq by the explosively formed penetrators that the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guards Corps provided to Iraqi Shia militia who were funded, trained, and guided by those in Tehran.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, just to wrap up this conversation, overall, how would you rate the Trump administration on foreign policy? Does the world feel like a safer place with President Trump in the White House?
Well, I think it's still very much a work in progress. We saw an astonishing gathering of NATO leaders, for example, just last week. I don't think anyone ever could have imagined that a U.S. president could get NATO leaders to do what they did, which was to commit to not just 2% of GDP on defense, but to 3.5%. Yes, it's over a period of time, to be sure, but that is very, very encouraging. And for me in particular, having been a NATO guy, if you will, having a NATO hat position as a 1-star, 3-star, 4-star, while also having a U.S. hat, and having watched repeatedly presidents of either party in the U.S. rail at the insufficient spending on defense by Europeans, and all of a sudden you see them make that commitment. And it'll be 5% if you add in other ancillary actions and tasks that help support the movement of combat power to the Eastern Front, if you will, in Europe and so on. So I think that's very, very significant. The tariffs very much still out there waiting to be resolved. The sooner, of course, that they can be resolved, the better. The smaller that they are in general, also very much the better. That's still quite disruptive, and it creates enormous uncertainty among consumers in the United States as well as countries overseas that are dependent on trade with the United States. In the Middle East, I think, again, still very much a work in progress, but a very encouraging set of results from that particular work.
Okay, well, we've covered a number of topics. We could have covered a number more, but thank you very much in the meantime to General David Petraeus, former director of the CIA. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Till then, bye-bye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to the Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, inflation in Saudi Arabia edges up slightly to 2.3%. Increased housing costs are singled out as being the main factor for this. We're going to be speaking to the CEO of the National Housing Company, which aims to deliver 600,000 housing units by the year 2030 and achieve a 70% home ownership rate right across the kingdom. Plus, we look ahead to the annual Falcon auction in Malham, which runs through the month of August. It's a big business generating millions of US dollars in sales, with prized Falcons fetching upwards of 50,000 US dollars. Hello and welcome to the programme. Fresh data published by the General Authority for Statistics shows that inflation in Saudi Arabia has edged up slightly to 2.3%, while an increased cost in housing, notably rents and utilities, was the main reason for this, with prices in this category up 6.5%. Well, last month, the Saudi government announced measures aimed at balancing out demand and supply in Riyadh's real estate market, and several massive new developments are being built around the capital. Well, the International Monetary Fund says it expects Saudi inflation to remain steady at about 2%. Well, let's bring into the conversation Ali Reza, who is the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham and Company. Ali, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just digesting those new figures with regards to inflation, what stands out as far as you're concerned?
Well, Tom, as it's become clear, I mean, a lot of the contributing factors to the rise in inflation this year can be attributed to the housing price increases. Now, it's important to know, I mean, this increase in inflation is not necessarily because of, a credit bubble or excessive speculative activities. It is resulting from changes in industry, changes in foreign investment. I mean, as we've spoken about recently, in Riyadh last year, we saw 600 new regional headquarters announced from the likes of Oracle, Amazon, Google. I mean, all the major enterprises you can think, not just in the traditional US tech sector, but across the globe. I mean, advanced industries, manufacturing, and this is having a direct impact on the population growth, on housing prices. Now, in the last couple of years, so from 2016 onwards, I mean, the average salaries for Saudis in the private sector have increased over 50%. So whilst there is inflation, yes, property prices are increasing. There is some greater room for additional supply. Demand is quite high for properties, not just in Riyadh, but across Saudi Arabia. This is also coupled with economic growth, an increase in average disposable income, an increase in the number of people in employment, significantly low unemployment rates compared to a few years ago. So all in all, I mean, any rises in inflation first, it can send a bit of a signal, depending on how it's framed to the community. But the current rise in inflation is from positive changes in the economy and society. It is something that we should be conscious of, particularly in the context of housing. Affordability is a major topic, and the NHC, amongst other enterprises, are tackling this with the support of the public leadership and through private sector ambitions. There's significant efforts being made. I mean, for example, the required deposit amount for first-home buyers was reduced from around nearly 30% to 5%. So there are a significant number of initiatives underway to tackle that in a positive sense.
Yeah, and we're going to be talking a bit about demand and supply in the housing sector with our next guest, Mohammed Al-Bouti from the National Housing Council. But it does seem, housing costs are heading upwards. I mean, anecdotally, what sort of evidence is there for that? I mean, how expensive are we talking here?
Look, they're heading upwards, a few percent every year. But once again, demand is at a peak at the moment and supply is catching up. Now, enterprises like the NHC and, Erosion Front, the various programs that are underway for mortgage affordability, all of these are coming together to ensure that people can continue to maintain affordability. While at the moment, I think there's been a significant increase in the economic growth rate, we anticipate that the supply will catch up with that. And of course, this is a demand and supply game, the basic principle of economic theory. So as the time progresses in the coming years, I think we'll see that stabilize to an extent which keeps it affordable and accessible for the population.
And are we talking about a market in which people have tended to favour renting as opposed to buying? Any sort of particular trends in the Saudi market when it comes to housing?
Of course, ownership is preferred if possible, and it does come down to a question of affordability and the public leadership. I mean, Vision 2030, some of the objectives and some of the programs are tackling this specifically. The culture is towards ownership, if possible, and the public strategy and regulations and investment initiatives are all being geared towards maximizing ownership wherever possible.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer at Hytham & Company. We're going to be back with you again in just a moment. Well, all this ties in very neatly to our next story, which addresses, as we promised, the issue of supply in the housing market. Well, the National Housing Company, which comes under the Ministry of Municipal and Rural Affairs and Housing, is playing a leading role in the transformation of Saudi Arabia's housing sector. With a target of delivering 600,000 units by 2030 and achieving a 70% home ownership rate, the NHC is driving a comprehensive urban renaissance right across the kingdom. Well, Mohammed Al-Bouti is the CEO of the National Housing Company and joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, sir. Can I just start by asking you, what is the role of the NHC and how does your strategy match up with Vision 2030?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to join you today on Realities. NHC, or National Housing Company, we see ourselves more than just a real estate developer. We work as a master developer, where we build and design modern, livable communities that improve the quality of life of our residents and drive economic growth on a long-term vision. NHC has a direct contribution to one of the major achievements of Saudi Vision 2030, which is the home ownership percentage. The home ownership target for the Saudi Vision or housing program is to reach 70% by 2030, 65% by 25. Actually, we, as a housing program, we achieved that a year ahead. In 24, we achieved 65% as a home ownership. NHC played a major role, has a direct contribution to that achievement, and we are continuing as a company for delivering and targeting the 70% by 2030. We are actively working 17 cities across the kingdom, 39 mega projects across the kingdom. We are managing 284 million square meter of lands. We have a pipeline to supply 600,000 units, valued as a value of just the residential part around $500 billion Saudi riyals. We have sold till today around more than 100,000 homes across the kingdom. We expect our communities to host more than 2 million residents across the communities that we are developing. We led just in 24 alone, we led almost 62% of all off-plan sales across the kingdom. We facilitated almost 30% of all subsidized home finance. We are actively supporting the Saudi Vision 2030, NHC, one of the major players supporting the Saudi Vision, even through housing program or quality of life programs or even other programs.
Okay, so clearly lots of new homes are being built across the kingdom, and as you say, this is all very much a part of Vision 2030. Just tell us, how would you assess the economic impact of the NHC?
Yes, if you just look to the number that we just mentioned, you see how is the impact through our activities. I'll take just a glance of 25. We expect NHC that will add close to 30 billion contribution to the GDP, which is equivalent to 1.1% of the non-oil GDP in 25. We will support more than 180,000 jobs in just the year of 25. This is equivalent to almost one job for every 84 jobs supported during the 25. This is just a clear sign of the impact of NHC and its operation to the economy and to different industries, constructions and other real estate related industries.
Okay, so I mean, these are big numbers, aren't they? 1.1% of non-oil GDP, 180,000 jobs supported. Just tell us a bit about the sorts of partnerships, in particular international partnerships, that the NHC has right now.
Yes. As a strategy of NHC, we believe in partnership. We believe in collaboration with local and international developers. We believe in the partnership with international developers for building better communities. That is globally inspired, but locally rooted. We have a partnership and collaboration from Far East to the Far West, including Middle East, GCC, and Europe. Example, we have from Far East, we have a partner. We signed a partnership with the City Group, one of the leading groups in China. Very soon, we will announce a partnership with one of the leading Korean companies. From GCC, we have a partnership with Al-Khawhaji. From Bahrain, from Egypt, from the Middle East, we have signed a 2 partnership with Talat Mustafa Group and Mountain View. From Turkey, we had signed agreement with Amlak Konut. We signed a partnership with a company from Spain called the Orbis. And from the Far West, we started our partnership 4 years ago with the Hovnanian, which is one of the listed companies in the US that started with us 4 years ago. Those agreements with international developers worth about 40 billion of investments in our projects, which is a clear sign and of the potential trust of the Saudi market in general, the real estate development industry in Saudi, and the trust of the national real estate developer in the kingdom, which is National Housing Company, NHC.
Okay, now we've already talked about Vision 2030, and I'm sure you're aware the clock is ticking. We're just 4 years, 5 months, and a couple of weeks away from Vision 2030, and before that year becomes a reality. What are your priorities at the NHC in the meantime?
We have, several priorities. Our main and the most important priority is to supply 600,000 homes by 2030. This is a major mandate, supplying to the market, contribution to home ownership, supplying even for beneficiaries, balancing the prices, meeting the demand of the housing in general in the next 5 to 6 years. Such a huge mandate and priority give us second priority, which is securing the supply chain for building those communities. So one major priority for us, how to secure the supply chain. This is now a priority for us, big initiative to secure the materials on time and on budget. And to secure the supply chain, we started to localize those materials to ensure availability of the materials and construction materials and even contractors to deliver such a big mandate of supplying those homes. In addition, we have one of our priorities, how to have our relation with our customer with a very user-friendly journey with our customers. Where we have a digital arm for digital arm, we spin that digital arm for a separate company. We called it NHC Innovation to work in the services, real estate services, and city operation services for our communities and even for the whole kingdom.
Okay, so lots happening on the supply side, 600,000 new houses by the year 2030. Presumably, lots happening as well on the demand side of things as well. Just talk us through the sort of main trends, if you will.
We work and had planned based on the demand and with the central government as well, how to get the land bank that can support us to meet that demand. In our ecosystem and model, we sell units for beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries. So based on our studies, we know there is a huge demand from locals, even from now non-Saudis. There is some circumstances around that, let's say, industry, which is including how to get the right finance for those homes to be sold. So we study that, we study the trends, we study the any circumstances, especially for construction cost, financing or interest rate, and best we deal with it month by month, how to have different option of home financing, even cash customer through banks, changing the design of the unit to track the ticket price of the units based on any changes in the market dynamics and the trend of the markets to make us able to sell those units, get sales proceed, and then deliver the communities within the time.
Okay, now you touched on this at the beginning of the interview, Sarah, but we've been talking a lot about Vision 2030 on this programme and how quality of life is really central to that vision. What's the exact role you see housing playing in that vision?
For NHC, always we speak that we are not home builder. Our mandate is not to build homes or boxes. It's more beyond that. It's how to improve quality of life, how people can live their best life within those communities. So, yes, it is right, one major mandate for us to supply the 600,000 units, but within a quality of life communities. So from master planning, we are thinking of how people will live in those communities. We consider all criteria. The street, how we ensure that the street you drive on is accessible, sidewalk that you walk in, how it is peaceful and safe, the landscape, how it is green and peaceful, the community center, how it is within reach in less than 5 minutes, the schools that the kids will attend, how it's close to their homes in a safe environment, and all other aspects that post handover how the resident will best or live in those communities of their best life. They can enjoy, can play, can work within those communities. So all these we consider it in early planning, in our master planning, and how we will have those. This concept is active. People live it post handover of those communities.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, I mean, I'm sure there are quite a lot of challenges as well that face the housing sector and face, many aspects of such an enormous transformation. Just tell us a bit more about how you're addressing those challenges.
If you mean the challenges, in construction, real estate development, there is usually there's two kind of challenges. One related to supply, one related to demand or the finance. So usually one of the major challenges is the ensuring the supply chain and the materials within the target prices that we planned for. Our model is off-plan sales, so we sell, then we build. So one of the challenges, how to ensure that we get the prices that once we set the sales price, we get the prices that ensure that we can deliver within budget. To overcome such a challenge, we started one, as I just mentioned, one major initiative, how to secure the supply chain locally and how to localize it, and how to sign a frame agreement to hedge the prices for materials during the construction time to ensure that we can overcome such a challenge of let's say, construction spikes, so we can overcome it. On the other hand, usually with changing in the interest rate, this is affect immediately the affordability and the product. So sometimes we have to deal always with the interest rate. When it comes high, we have to deal with it. When the interest rate decreased, then we deal with it with different products. So it is a challenge, but it is always a challenge, and we have to deal with it. Example now, once the interest rate become higher than 24 and 22 or 23, we change our product. We had even introduced a different financing option, different payment method. We increased the cash customers, and just to let you know, in 24 was the interest rate was the highest. At that year, 24, it was the highest for us as a sales. We sold in 24 more than 23 and 22 together. Even is the interest rate was higher because we introduced different products, different payment method, different financing option for our customer. Demand always there, but we have to make our product accessible, sellable to our clients.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. A real pleasure speaking to you. Mohammed Al-Bouti, the CEO of the National Housing Company. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. It's my pleasure.
Okay, well, I'm here with Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company, who's been listening in there with us. Ali, just in terms of what Mr. Al-Bouti said, what stood out for you?
Well, first of all, Tom, the sheer scale. I mean, 600,000 homes, it's no joke. You know, it's quite a sizable operation that is underway here. One of the key pillars of Vision 2030, I mean, there's a major emphasis on ensuring, obviously, the economic resilience and prosperity, but it's livability and social structure for the Saudi population. Now, it's an interesting market because not only do you have the Saudi population to think about, but there is an influx of international workers, expats, investors coming into the region. So the NHC has a very important task. I mean, 600,000 homes is a large volume, even if everything is in place. But not only is it 600,000 homes they have to plan for, they have to ensure that the entire supply chain is in place, that they have the approach and technology to tackle the changes in the market conditions. So as you mentioned, in 2024, the interest rates grew, but actually their volume grew larger. Now, what's interesting in addition to that is actually, Tom, 600,000 homes, but, they're priced in Riyadh, especially around 20% less than the market prices. So not only are they tackling the need to build supply chain resilience to deliver projects to that scale, but also do it at a price that is affordable for the population. So I think all of that, all combined, I mean, it's quite a sizable undertaking, and the numbers that they're delivering and the success that they're demonstrating is quite incredible.
So what you're saying is basically this is going to go a long way towards boosting supply, those 600,000 houses that you mentioned. And that's going to go a long way, isn't it? I mean, that's an awful lot of houses to meeting the demand that we were talking about earlier on, when we were talking about how, in fact, the scarcity of housing had been driving up the cost of housing.
Absolutely. I mean, the 600,000 homes by NHC in itself is a sizable number, but actually there's a number of initiatives underway. I mean, the Russian group, which was recently rebranded and it took a broader view than their original mandate, is making a significantly similar-sized impact across Saudi Arabia. And, when you look at the work of these different groups, the NHC, Russian group, I mean, there's the Sakani program, which is in place to maximize financing affordability and accessibility. All of this is actually coupled also with incredible master planning. So as Mr. Al-Bouti was saying, these are not just homes being sprung up in any shape, size, or format. There's an incredible degree of planning that goes into the master plan development, ensuring that the cities are livable, that the individual developments are livable. I mean, one of the most interesting projects in Riyadh at the moment is the development of the Sports Boulevard. Riyadh, which traditionally has not really been a walkable city. I don't know if you've been out for a jog or a walk recently, Tom, but it's not traditionally been the most walkable city, but there's an incredible project underway, nearly 3 million square meters of developments that will encompass anything from horse riding to just, walkable pathways that people can go for a jog on and ride their bikes and really, live amongst the greenery, which even rather in the middle of Saudi Arabia, a place that we commonly think of as a desert, it will demonstrate that an oasis is possible here as well. So the work by NHC, Russian, I mean, the many developers that are currently underway with these efforts, balancing this with the financing requirements, with the changing market conditions, the fluctuations in interest rates and inflation, and ensuring that you are turning, what is traditionally a desert nation into rich oasis, I think it's quite incredible. So this is what's showing through at multiple levels of Vision 2030.
Yeah, and of course, Vision 2030 got mentioned more than once during that conversation with Mr. Al-Bouti. I mean, it sounds like what NHC is doing is right at the core of Vision 2030.
Of course. I mean, you have a very young population, as we've spoken about on a number of occasions, around 50% under the age of 25. And, this is a young nation that is growing, working, thriving, participating in society as they move into the next stages of their life. Of course, they're all thinking about home ownership. Recently, the age for accessing some of these financing programs was reduced to 21, so people earlier in life could participate in it. And yeah, of course, Vision 2030, the premise is, a thriving nation, an economy that's prospering, and an ambitious nation. And if people have their bare necessities met, at the very least, let alone social prosperity, then it goes a long way towards the overall ambitions of the nation, economic or social.
Just to wrap up this conversation, Ali, affordable housing and cities like Riyadh, they're not sort of things you hear sort of said in the same sentence very often. It's expensive, isn't it? What provisions are there to make sure that people can afford their homes? Just do a little recap for us, if you will.
Sure. So the NHC, as I mentioned earlier, they are pricing a lot of their homes 20% less than the market price, right? That's one aspect. Now, there's also a range of different housing unit types that are being developed, multi-unit dwellings, villas. There's incredible amount of effort going into ensuring the master plans are livable and yet making use of as much space as possible. As Mr. Al-Bouti said, one of the things they have to work through is access to land banks. So it takes a lot of, management of a lot of different characteristics and variables to ensure that's the case. Now, Riyadh, yes, is increasing. The prices are increasing. We are seeing inflation, but as I mentioned earlier, we're also seeing average wages increase. There is an increased participation in the workforce. Unemployment rates are at record low numbers. We have some of the world's largest enterprises setting up their regional headquarters and creating new opportunities in addition to the ones already in place. So there's a lot of factors working in favor towards increasing not just disposable income, but ensuring accessibility and affordability as much as possible at the price level. And perhaps finally, one of the comments that Mr. Al-Bouti made on a number of occasions there was the work around ensuring the securitization of supply chain. So Saudi Arabia, as a general thematic across all of the industries and the work that's taking place, has taken an approach of regionalizing and localizing as much of the supply chain as possible to ensure that it's secured and that costs are managed as effectively as possible. So, you combine all these factors, they go hand in hand, one feeds the next, and that ultimately is what will continue to bring stability into that market.
OK, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Hytham & Company. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a quick look at some of the other stories from the week. The Ministry of Commerce reveals fresh data which points to the increasingly important role played by younger businessmen and businesswomen. The number of youth-owned businesses is fast approaching the 500,000 mark, representing 38% of all active commercial registrations in Saudi Arabia. App development, AI and gaming are the fastest growing sectors for these new startups. According to a new UN report, Saudi Arabia led the world in terms of international tourism spending growth during Q1. Compared to the same period in 2019, the kingdom saw a 102% increase in international visitor numbers and spending, significantly outpacing the global average of 3%. Well, tourist spending in the kingdom stood at more than $40 billion last year. That's up nearly 14%. Uber is teaming up with the Saudi-backed electric vehicle maker Lucid and the self-driving tech startup Nuro. This to launch a robo-taxi fleet. Well, Uber says it plans to use at least 20,000 Lucid Gravity SUVs over a period of 6 years. Well, the ride-sharing service says it will launch the first vehicle in 2026. And finally, falconry is one of Saudi Arabia's great traditions and is a hobby that is deeply rooted in the local culture. Well, preparations are now well underway for one of the big events in the falconry calendar. It is a major auction in Malham, which is just north of Riyadh. and it kicks off in early August, well, cementing Saudi Arabia's emergence as a global falconry hub. The auction attracts people from right across the globe who buy and sell these highly prized falcons, which can fetch upwards of $50,000. Well, last year's edition of the Saudi Falcons Club auction generated around $3 million in sale. Some 866 falcons were sold. Well, Ali Reza is still here with us now. Ali, I don't know if you take a keen interest in falconry, but those are quite big numbers, aren't they, for these prized birds?
Depending on how you value the prize of a bird, Tom, that could be a subjective question. But His Royal Highness King Abdulaziz bin Saud, the founder of Saudi Arabia, was a very well-known falconry enthusiast, and the falcon has a lot of significance to the Arab culture, the Saudi origin, the history. There is a lot of significance to the tribal culture of Saudi Arabia. I'm not sure if you've ever seen a falcon dive, Tom, but the peregrine falcon, which is actually one of the two breeds that you'll find in Saudi Arabia, will do a nosedive at over 300 kilometers an hour. That's 300 kilometers an hour. That's quite something, right? So if you get an opportunity to see one make that move, and there is a festival later this year, we saw the King Abdulaziz Falcon Festival last year in 25, I believe, between the months of October and November. There's another festival coming up. If you get the opportunity, would certainly encourage anyone to go and take a look if you appreciate that kind of phenomena of nature. It is the fastest animal in the world, and it's quite a majestic one.
Yeah, that's a great statistic there. They're on the speed of a falcon. I've only ever held one, and I can tell you they're pretty heavy, and I can't tell you exactly how heavy, but my arm was aching. I mean, just to wrap up, I don't know if you've ever sort of come up close and personal with a falcon, but I mean, what do you think's being done in Saudi Arabia to keep this tradition alive? And do you think events like this auction are a part of that?
Absolutely. There's a number of festivals. I mean, as I just mentioned, there was a festival last year, and there will be another one held this year. There is a foundation dedicated to ensuring that falconry thrives and prospers as an industry. And I mean, Saudi Arabia in general takes a very keen interest in preserving its heritage. Outside of this subject, I mean, if you take a drive through Riyadh, you'll see new buildings and architecture pop up anywhere. And I, often will share with people how fascinating it is to see the architect of these dwellings, throughout Riyadh, really closely matching the heritage of Riyadh and blending in with the desert. And, throughout the many different aspects of society or industry, I think there's a huge emphasis on preserving the Saudi roots and culture whilst building for the future. And this is a cornerstone of that culture.
Yep, and something that UNESCO recognises as well. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you sharing that with us. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Tom.
And thank you for joining us for this edition of The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed. We'll see you again very soon.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Is Trump's patience with Putin running out? The US president has upped his support for Ukraine. He's announced a weapons package for Kyiv and, for the first time, threatened sanctions on Moscow. But perhaps the most significant shift is less strategic and more semantic. Is it enough, though, to force Russia to make a deal? Stay with us for the debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Another President Trump bromance bites the dust. In the space of 5 months, his opinion of the Russian leader Vladimir Putin has gone from this...
I believe he wants peace. I believe that President Putin, when I spoke to him yesterday, I mean, I know him very well. Yeah, I think he wants peace. I think he would tell me if he didn't. I'd like to see peace.
Do you trust President Putin?
I believe that, I believe that he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject.
To this assessment on BBC Radio.
Well, I'm disappointed in him. So we had a deal done 4 times, and then you go home and you see he just attacked a nursing home or something in Kiev. I said, what the hell was that all about?
And if there's one thing the world has learnt about President Trump's leadership style, it's that he acts on his gut feeling more than calculated strategy. So this seemingly simple change of tone says a lot. It will certainly give Ukraine a morale boost, but will his threats make any difference to the war's outcome? Russia doesn't seem to think so. Officials and pro-war commentators say the US weapons deal for Ukraine is less significant than anticipated and have shrugged off the threat of tariffs and sanctions as hot air. Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll debate, has President Trump changed his mind on Ukraine and Russia's President Putin? Will the threat of tariffs and sanctions against Russia achieve anything? And can Ukraine really win this war, or are there going to be some bitter pills to swallow? And joining us to discuss the latest developments regarding the conflict in Ukraine is Dmitry Polyansky, the current Russian Deputy United Nations Ambassador. Brendan Weikert, a geopolitical consultant who has advised the Department of Defence and is also the author of How the West Lost Ukraine. And rounding out our panel, Sir Michael Fallon, a former British Defence Secretary from 2014 to 2017. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints. The US president has made no secret of his desire to extricate the US from overseas conflicts, including the war in Ukraine. He had said he'd end the war on day 1 of his second term. But since 6 months on, and the US is still embroiled in seemingly endless and uneventful rounds of negotiations. The latest round will be in Istanbul on Wednesday. This will be the first time the sides have met since President Trump started talking tough against Russia, threatening tariffs and sanctions if a deal isn't struck. So, Ambassador Polyansky, let's start with you. Has President Trump changed his position and his opinion on Russia and President Putin with regards to the conflict in Ukraine?
Well, I think this question would be logically better directed to President Trump himself, because I can't bet on what in President Trump's mind. We know that U.S. foreign policy has been mercurious, to put it mildly, for quite a long time, and it's sometimes very difficult to guess what is the next step. In any case, I know that our two presidents have certain chemistry among them. They have regular contacts almost every 1 month. They have a telephone conversation. And I think that the person who would be best placed to comment what has changed or hasn't changed would be my president, President Putin. So I would leave it to him.
What do you make of that, Brandon?
Well, I think that the president of Trump is very mercurial, and I think that he as somebody who has dealt with the Mar-a-Lago crew for the last 8 years, he is very unpredictable. That is both a benefit and a negative. I believe here, though, the president has made a strategic calculation that in order for negotiations to be had, he needs to gain leverage. And I think he thinks, and I think this is a mistake with all due respect to President Trump, I think he thinks that by flooding in what little weapons we have remaining in our arsenals here to the Ukrainians, that will somehow allow him to gain leverage. But I'm looking at 160,000 Russian troops being readied for an offensive this summer. They're massing along Donetsk, Kharkov, and Zaporizhia. To me, this is not boding well for the Ukrainians. My hope had been that we would already be well into negotiated settlement by now, but the President Trump has decided to, not make good on his campaign promise. This could very well come back to bite him and NATO because Russia is poised to win this thing, in my opinion.
Okay, talking NATO then, Michael, what do you make of both of those comments?
Well, clearly, Ukraine is in a very difficult position at the moment. Civilians are being shelled nightly. What the Russians are doing there is outrageous. It's contrary to all international law. It's contrary to the laws of war itself. And what we ought to be thinking about as friends and allies of Ukraine is how we can help. Now, clearly, President Trump is running out of patience. He wanted this war to end. We all want it to end. He wanted to end relatively quickly. We would all like that. We've all been encouraging the negotiations, but so far, of course, Russia has not been seriously negotiating. It's been repeating demands it's been making since the beginning of the invasion over 3 years ago. So unless we get some serious response from Russia, it's very hard to see what else we can do other than simply help Ukraine restock its military, defend its civilians as best it can, and repeat its claim to the territory that it owns and the territory that it was guaranteed by the United States, by the United Kingdom, and indeed by Russia under the Budapest treaties.
Deputy Ambassador Polyansky, what do you make of that? Is Russia not seriously negotiating here? Is that perhaps why we're seeing the US president changing his tone towards the Russian president?
On the contrary, Russia has been seriously negotiating from day one. By the way, the last comment, I think it's quite a common one for a person who starts history from February 2022, as if nothing previously has happened in Ukraine and elsewhere. So this is a very shallow view, and there are less and less such views in the United Nations, thankfully. But nevertheless, we still face some of these commentaries. And from day one, I think even long before the beginning of our special military operation, Russia was ready to solve Ukrainian issue, Ukrainian crisis through negotiations. We proposed very serious security arrangements to the West at the end of 2021, which were rejected. From day one, we said that we would prefer a diplomatic solution to this, and diplomatic solution would entail addressing the root causes of this conflict, and that is the thing that we, from day one, again, told President Trump that in order to solve this issue, in order to have sustainable, long-lasting peace, we need to address root causes of this conflict. And we are still on this position. Nothing has changed there. So Russia has been very consistent, whereas the others, those who were creating Ukrainian crisis, those who were responsible for the project anti-Russia, which was implemented in Ukraine, has been implemented since at least 2014. Of course, these people are not interested in any kind of settlement. You know that Ukraine was very close to have a peaceful deal and settlement in Russia in 2022, in April, when Russian troops were not far from Kiev, and as a gesture of goodwill, we withdrew our troops then from Kiev. But then certain Mr. Johnson came there and kind of undermined all the efforts that were leading to peace. I think that's very consistent for British diplomacy to undermine every peace efforts, and that's what they are doing right now in connection to the talks that are continuing in Istanbul.
Deputy Ambassador,
some rewriting of history going on here. It was Russia, of course, that invaded Crimea back in 2014 when I was Defense Secretary. It was Russia who began the incursions into the Donbass. These things happened.
If you call a referendum of people when more than 90% wished to join Russia, if you call it invasion, then of course, and who was there who implemented this coup in Kiev in February 2014? Do you absolutely deny it? Do you think that it never happened? And do you think that there was no involvement from the West? Maybe you are at this position. It's not clear from what you're saying.
I think you're rewriting history again and again and again. Look, the position is if we want to end this war, then two sides have to be serious about negotiating an end to its war. And that means Russia, too, has to come to the table with some more positive proposals and not simply say that its troops must stay illegally in a country that they've invaded.
Brandon, I know you were about to jump in there. What's your take? Bring us in. And also, I want to ask you to comment as well. We heard the Deputy Ambassador there saying that Russia is consistent with its negotiating policy. Whether you think President Trump has been consistent with regards to this progress as well.
Well, I'll just start out at the back end there. The one thing I do know from talking to my contacts in Russia over many years, they've said the same thing to me during the Biden administration that they say during the Trump administration, which is, the prerequisite is NATO's got to at least temporarily stop flowing weapons into Ukraine. Every time the Trump administration has gotten near to this decision to temporarily halt weapons, not stop them entirely, but temporarily halt them as a prerequisite for getting a negotiation going, something happens where the Ukrainians try to take out Putin's helicopter like they did in May, or they launch a surprise attack on Russian long-range nuclear bombers deep inside Russia. So, of course, peace at that point is no longer on the table. We're back to square one, where Trump is being forced to basically flood weapons into Ukraine's coffers. We don't have the weapons that we used to have. A week and a half ago, the Pentagon reported that we had gone below war reserves with our arsenals between dealing with the Ukraine war plus the Israel-Iran conflict. I'm not going to get into the emotional side. I'm an American. I don't have a dog in this race in reality. My position is a purely logistical one. It doesn't make sense for us to be pressing this war when our stockpiles on critical weapons are so low. And let's face it, without the United States, NATO is nothing. They can't do this on their own. They shouldn't be trying to do this on their own. And I'll just put a final point here on this and say, not only should we be getting a negotiated settlement on Ukraine with Russia, but Putin should sit down with the Russians. Trump should sit down with the Russians and the Chinese and work out an entirely new deal, a tripolar deal that recognizes that the old world is gone and we are now in a tripolar system of the U.S., Russia, and China, and that should be the starting point for whatever new system is being birthed here.
I find that extraordinary. I mean, you want a new world in which countries are allowed to invade their neighbors and to use.
It's just history. I don't get emotional about these things. This is what it is. This is how it is. Unfortunately,
I understand. I quite understand why the Americans are fed up with this fight. I quite understand that. I've heard that from Biden. I've heard that from many Americans for some time now. I quite understand that argument that America has to look after itself and can't keep reducing its stockpile. Let's agree on that. But it is not the case that Ukraine should not be allowed to defend itself. Any country under international law is allowed to defend itself and to ask its friends for material help. That is perfectly
let me just
legal
clarify
and
one thing.
And it is on that basis.
Themselves, that's fine. But they have to have the capacity, and they don't have the capacity. And what happens is they keep looking to Big Brother in Washington to protect them, and then they make really bad maneuvers that forces us to double down, and then we find ourselves locked into a borderline direct conflict with Russia, which is not in America's interest.
I can accept
or Britain's interest, to be honest with you.
I can accept quite a bit of that. But, you're characterizing it as NATO. Individual countries now in Europe, Britain, been taking the lead, have got to step up now and give Ukraine the weapons it needs to defend itself. Kyiv and other cities are being shelled.
But the Europeans
Civilian
don't have
areas
that
are being
capacity.
bombarded. are being hit by missiles. And, you know, it is our obligation on our continent to do far more to help protect Ukraine from this kind of shelling and missile attacks.
But as long as Article 5 exists, you know.
Okay, I want to bring
the
Deputy Ambassador in to get his take on what both of you gentlemen are saying. Deputy Ambassador Polyansky, what's your take?
What's my take on what? On this very interesting discussion?
Well, I mean,
whether they should help Ukraine or not, I think that's absolutely outdated discussion because, well, it's absolutely clear for everybody that Ukraine will lose. It's a matter of time whether you provide weapons or whether you do not provide weapons. I think this is settled. What is more tragic, I think, it's the position of Europe, including Britain. I mean, not only the EU, but Europe. When Europe has made a clear choice of preparing for a war with Russia, which Russia never proclaimed, and it's not Russian aim. We're very worried by the statements that we hear right now. I think that we have made enough of gestures of goodwill during the recent years, which were not appreciated. And now the choice is absolutely towards militarization of Europe, towards kind of presenting Russia as an enemy, which Russia isn't. We have been very consistent in explaining why this whole thing started, what is the origin of Ukrainian crisis, why we should tackle the origins of Ukrainian crisis to solve it and to prevent Europe from another war. But if Europe doesn't want it, if Europe prefers warmongering and kind of disregarding obvious things, when it's Europeans' choice. They can shoot themselves in both feet. This is absolutely their choice. But for us, this is very consistent what we are doing. We're defending our country. We're defending our compatriots. You said that there was an opinion said that Ukraine has the right to defend itself, but Ukraine doesn't have the right to oppress its own citizens. Ukraine didn't have the right to wage a war against Russian-speaking population in the East, which was happening since 2014. And the West tried to turn a blind eye to this situation. Now they pretend, like one of our guests, that nothing has happened before February 2022 and that Russia allegedly launched an aggression against Ukraine. People were saying unprovoked. Now they kind of missing the word unprovoked because this is ridiculous, of course. To see like this,
so very much
you are in this kind of illusions. If you are trying to twist history and to present it in a very simplified way, go ahead. We are doing what we can do on the battlefield, and that's what we will be doing. Unless there is a sustainable diplomatic solution, unless people would listen to us and would be ready to come to a negotiating table in good faith.
It'll be interesting because we are going to see on Wednesday, there will be a lot of assessment, I suppose, on whether Russia is there in good faith. And, you know, perhaps we'll pick up this conversation next week as well and see where we're at. But let's move on to our second segment because I know, Deputy Ambassador, we're going to lose you shortly. I want to make sure we're covering all of our bases. President Trump has given Russia 50 days to reach a ceasefire deal, or else he's threatening to impose tough sanctions on the country and secondary sanctions on its energy customers. That would include China and India. But it certainly hasn't scared Moscow back to the negotiating table just yet. In the weeks since he made the announcement, Moscow has continued its nightly bombing campaign and is refusing to back down from its hardline ceasefire demands. So, Brandon, let me go to you first. Will the threat of tariffs and sanctions from the US against Russia force them to make a deal? We're going back to the table on Wednesday. Are we going to get a different outcome?
My colleagues at the Pentagon are quite convinced that this is the way forward. I am, again, on the outlier. I think this is a waste of time. We're going to sanction India, a country we're trying to play nice with to help us contain China. This, to me, just this is not good grand strategy. We should be dropping this canard of tariffs all the time and going after these countries like Russia. We need to get a deal. Part of getting a deal is recognizing the Russians have made real gains on the ground in Ukraine. They will not be rolled back no matter how much weapons we give them. We need a deal. No more extending this thing. Trump's trying to get leverage. I get it, but this is not how he's going to get leverage. It's just going to ensure that Russia is hardened and they go in harder.
What do you think about it, Michael? I mean, had multiple rounds of negotiations. We haven't gotten anywhere. The EU has done sanctions. We haven't gotten anywhere. The UK is talking about, you know, revoking trade talks. We haven't gotten anywhere. Now, the US is talking sanctions and tariffs. Is it going to get us anywhere?
Well, I hope it will eventually. The problem with the Europeans, and Britain included, is we've never been tough enough on the sanctions. We should have imposed tough sanctions when Russia invaded Crimea, right at the start, back in 2014. We didn't. We even excluded oil and gas entirely. We've got the Europeans, I think, working on an 18th package. You know, that tells you something about the previous 17 packages of sanctions. They weren't adequate enough. If we're serious about forcing Russia to the table, then we should be serious about sanctions. We should stop purchasing oil and gas in Western Europe. We should be using frozen Russian assets in turn to help Ukraine recover. And we should be encouraging the United States to use the Graham legislation, the sanctions bill that is there and waiting, to make sure that no more money flows into Russia to finance this evil military operation that is still every night killing more and more people in Ukraine.
Okay, Dimitri, now you've heard both of those sides. What's Russia looking? Is Russia worried about these proposed threats from the US?
Do I look worried about these threats? I don't think we should be, because we have got used to sanctions. There were indeed harsh sanctions, harshest sanctions, whatever. I don't know what do you call them. We have accustomed to live under sanctions. Moreover, we have benefited a lot from the situation when there is no European companies in the market and American companies in the market. Now we have launched domestic productions of a lot of issues. We are self-sustainable. The percentage of oil and gas in our revenues has diminished very significantly. I think these are obvious facts. So if you want to go ahead with the sanctions, do it, no problem. We've got used to it. But this is not a serious conversation. We thought that there was, from the start, there was a conversation of adults in the room. Of course, Europeans and British are no longer adults in the room. They have proven their childish behavior and their complexes, but we thought that Americans at least were adults in the room. So we'll see how it is going right now. And I can reiterate again one thing, that in order to solve this issue, and we want very much to have sustainable, long-lasting, peaceful settlement for the Ukrainian crisis, you need to address the root causes of this crisis. Otherwise, this can spill over. Otherwise, this can really poison situation in the world, because we need to get rid of these circumstances of the moves that preceded our special military operation, that created Ukrainian crisis, that created this kind of hornet's nest on our borders, which is called Ukraine, but in de facto it's anti-Russia. De facto it's a Western military, private military company which is being armed by Western arms and aimed at Russia. By the way, one little comment before I leave. Someone here mentioned about Russia's nightly deadly attacks against population. I think this is the biggest lie that is being promoted elsewhere. And you know that we're attacking only military infrastructure, only infrastructure linked to the military potential of the Kiev regime. And that's what we're doing right now. Even if you look at the last wave
take a look at the photos
of the attack. Oh, yes, the photos would be proving you absolutely wrong, with all due respect. So if it were
apartment blocks, children's nurseries.
Look at Gaza, then you will see what will mean deliberate targeted attacks against children's nurseries and whatever. And look at Kiev, look at other Ukrainian cities, you will understand that we're not targeting civilians. And saying the contrary would be lying deliberately about this. So this is very important about this. We're not fighting Ukrainians, we're fighting Kiev regimes, and we are fighting its sponsors. This is very important, and we will continue.
Okay, before you leave us, let's give Sir Fallon the right of reply there.
Well, this is nonsense. You're killing Ukrainians every night. You've been doing that more intensively this year than in previous years. And it's clear now from the way you've set out your position that Russia actually isn't serious about negotiating. You're simply repeating the same demands that you've been making since 2014 or 2022. So you don't want this
is called consistency.
You want people to go on being killed in Ukraine, and you hope, of course, that the West will weaken. Well, I have to tell you, in London, in Paris, in Berlin, the Europeans are not prepared to let this go. They have no hostility towards Russia. NATO is a defensive alliance, but Russia has already invaded Georgia, has now invaded Ukraine twice. And we have to be very clear that if our friends in Europe call on us for help, then yes, we will continue to supply them with the weapons they need to defend themselves and to stop this appalling loss of life.
Now, unfortunately, we are going to lose the Deputy Ambassador in a couple of minutes. But before we let you go, I just want to ask you one quick final question. The US says that some of Russia's demands are unreasonable. They want Russia to come back to the table with a more flexible attitude. We're talking about threats of sanctions. We're talking about tariffs. Do you think that these threats from the US could potentially prolong this war rather than cutting it short?
Well, I think that there is a lot of pressure on President Trump. President Trump was very sincere from the beginning to put an end to this conflict. And I think that he has all the chances to do it. But of course, if he listens to the globalists, if he listens to people who don't want this war to stop, but on the contrary, want them to continue, there will be these ups and downs in his rhetoric. So we'll see how serious U.S. administration is at this point. In any case, we count on ourselves. We are peaceful people. We want peace, and we reiterate this once again. But when we have Russophobia in the European capitals, specifically in the ones that were enumerated right now, we don't have other choice but to defend ourselves, and we will do it, no matter what measures are being taken or...
Brandon, a quick reaction from you before we say goodbye to the ambassador.
Those who take these measures. This is absolutely clear.
Brandon, do you want to weigh in on any of that before we lose the ambassador's time here?
I would just say that the United States is needlessly, in my opinion, prolonging this thing. I'm not going to get into the emotional side of this war. It's very emotional. But ultimately, the United States is running low on critical arms, and we are going to need to back away from one of these conflicts. And I'm very concerned that Europe is trying to ensnare the United States with an Article 5 declaration, which would be very devastating for our country as well as the president's domestic agenda.
Okay. Brendan Weichert and Sir Michael Fallon, stay with us. We will say goodbye to Russia's Deputy Ambassador to the United Nations, Dmitry Polyansky. We know we have to leave it there with you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here on Counterpoints. Okay, thank you very much to the Russian Deputy Ambassador to the United Nations, Dmitry Polyansky. We appreciate your time here on Counterpoints. Staying with us, we have our two remaining panellists. We are joined by Brandon Weichert, a geopolitical consultant who has advised the Department of Defence and is also the author of the book How the West Lost Ukraine, and Sir Michael Fallon, the former British Defence Secretary from 2014 to 2017. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us on our panel. Let's round out our conversation by looking at where this could go in the very near future. President Trump began his term with an America First isolationist agenda that deprioritized Ukraine and put into question NATO's commitments. Yet mounting pressure from European countries, from the UK to rearm Kyiv, led by Germany and the United Kingdom, has triggered somewhat of a U-turn from the US president and renewed his focus on military backing for Ukraine, albeit via NATO. So, first of all, Sir Michael, let me start with you. Are the Europeans attempting to keep the US on board to continue the fight because they know they can't do it without the US?
I don't think it's quite as straightforward as that. I think the Europeans are quite rightly listening to Trump. I was Defence Secretary during Trump's first year of his first term. And, I can imagine when he came back into office, he saw that the Europeans had still not raised the spending to the right levels, and they hadn't. And he's, already now you see a fresh commitment in Europe to increase their defence spending, to look after their own continent, and to reduce some of their dependencies on some of the American enablers that we don't do very well in Europe. Heavy lift, air-to-air refueling, missile defence, and so on. So you're seeing Europe now responding to President Trump and saying, yes, it's our responsibility here on our continent. We quite accept that America has to look to Indo-Pacific, has to look to restore its own military. We quite understand that. But we want America and Trump to understand that these conflicts actually are interconnected, that Russia and China and North Korea and Iran, these are all now engaged against our Western values. And you see North Korean troops now involved in Ukraine. You've seen Chinese weaponry being used in Ukraine. You see Hamas leaders being received in Moscow. All these conflicts now, Indo-Pacific and European theatre, they're all now interconnected. And therefore, what we can do by holding the line in Europe, continuing to help Ukraine resist Russian aggression, in the end, that is helping America concentrate its efforts in turn over in the Indo-Pacific.
Brandon, do you agree with that?
Not really. The problem right now, with all due respect, is Europe's capacity and capabilities is going to take more than a decade to really be able to do anything. Everything they're talking about doing, from heavy lift capacity down the line, we're talking the 2030s, the earliest, is when these things are going to be indigenously really able to be used. This whole thing is just sort of, again, respectfully, it's sort of a fantastical argument. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's all going to fall back on the American shoulders. The idea that somehow Europe, which again is tethered to the United States via Article 5 of NATO, somehow they're going to be able to potentially escalate in Ukraine without somehow ensnaring the Americans. I think even if that's the intention, it's going to be impossible to avoid that outcome. I also want to just kind of quibble one thing. In your initial question, you said that the United States, Trump had run as an isolationist candidate. To be clear, Trump is not an isolationist candidate, and I would argue the United States has actually never been isolationist, not truly, which is fine by me, but we're not isolationist. What Trump has talked about is prioritizing. What his America First people have talked about is prioritizing. We cannot prioritize either the Indo-Pacific, which is a far greater concern for us than Europe will ever be, again, respectfully, and we have to prioritize also our own Western hemispheric defense. We have allowed the Western hemisphere to be penetrated by every single rival that this country, the United States, has, and we've done almost nothing to stop that from happening. And so, in my opinion, what we should be doing is completely ending the Ukraine war and removing ourselves entirely from the European equation. I recognize that there is connectivity between Iran and Russia and China and North Korea. But I would argue that our continued insistence on doubling down and expanding the war in places like Ukraine is actually forcing these countries closer together. And I would remind everybody who keeps saying that, well, China and Russia, you have to fight China in Ukraine through Russia. Well, the problem is, we saw in Iran, neither the Russians nor the Chinese ultimately did much of anything to stop the Trump administration from bombing the Iranian regime. So at some level, these countries are not as closely knit together naturally as is being presented here. In fact, our constant dinging them with military and other forms of aggression is actually forcing them to come together. I want to divorce those powers together, and the one way you can do that is by stepping back a bit and letting diplomacy take shape.
Well, that's giving Ukraine away, essentially.
It's giving Eastern Ukraine away. It's giving the side that the Russians have always basically held, which is the Russian-speaking portion, which is where I think the Russians were willing to go. But now, of course, sir, we've continued to fight, and now the Russians are looking at annexing now Odessa. Whereas I know for a fact in January, when they were talking about negotiated settlements, they were willing to negotiate on Odessa as well, which is a key linchpin for the West. But now that opportunity is probably gone, and I do not believe the Ukrainians will be able to stop the Russians from taking Odessa at this point. Sorry.
So, Michael, go ahead.
Well, no, I don't think that's right. the position at the moment is that if you allow Russia to win this war in Ukraine, then none of the former territories of the Soviet Union are safe. They've already invaded Georgia. They're perfectly capable of invading more of Georgia, protecting the Russian-speaking population there. They're perfectly capable of invading one of the Baltic states. There are plenty of Russian speakers there who they will claim are being abused by the government of Estonia or Latvia or Lithuania. They're perfectly capable, if they're allowed to win in Ukraine, of going again. And that is why, in the end, we have to halt this kind of aggression. Appeasing dictators like Putin
it very
is
difficult
never
to
work.
believe
We've learned that twice in Europe.
I find it very difficult to believe that the Russians would even try to take Poland, for instance. I find that very
maybe not Poland, but the point is, twice we've had to call on American help to stop a dictator in Europe, and we've learnt, and so have the Americans, a very grim lesson. The later you leave it, the more difficult and costly and expensive in lives it turns out to be. And we've got to make it clear to Russia, you either live by international law or we will sanction you and we will keep resisting what you're doing.
So, Michael, let me ask you this. I'm curious. Do you think Ukraine really can win this war?
It can win it with help, with sustained help from the international community. Now, I totally understand that, we were late in providing that help. I wish we'd provided the weapons they wanted back in 2014. I fought for that. I lost the argument. Nobody else wanted to do it. Obama didn't want to do it. Merkel didn't want to do it. And we, in the end, didn't want to do it. So we set up training programs instead of giving them the very weapons they needed, the anti-tank weapons, to stop what was happening down in the Donbass. We should have helped them earlier with weapons, and we can still help them with weapons. We can still help them shoot down some of these incoming missiles, and we can still help them recharge their military and give them the equipment they need. Now, that's going to need a lot more effort from the Germans, from the French, from the Brits, from other countries in Europe, but it's our responsibility. And I'm perfectly content with America to tell us, that we've been slow on it. We need to get going on it. But if we just let this run and Russia takes half of Ukraine, 2/3 of Ukraine, Georgia will be next. And slowly but surely there'll be pressure on the 3 Baltic states after that. NATO is a defensive alliance and, has a responsibility to defend its own borders.
But neither Ukraine nor Georgia are NATO members, nor should they be.
Exactly.
So this, so this whole conversation is sort of moot. We should not be pouring all these resources into Ukraine. And with all due respect to the Georgians, we shouldn't be worrying about what happens to Georgia. It's not our problem. What we should be doing, both the United States as well as the Europeans, is focusing like a laser on reconstituting our defense industrial bases. We have not done that. Mark Rutte said 2 months ago in a panel discussion, he said that the Russians are producing every 3 months that which it takes an entire year for the whole NATO defense industrial base to produce. That has not changed. And if anything, and the ambassador was correct before he left, he mentioned the fact that, look, we've sanctioned Russia. We've gone after their defense industrial capacity, and they're getting stronger and they're getting better. So why do we want to keep pressing this particular fight when the Russians are?
I don't want to interrupt you, but I've already conceded that argument. I fully understand that argument. I've heard it from Bridge Colby when he's been through London. I had lunch with him. I understand that you want to reinforce the American military, rebuild the American defense industrial establishment, and better protect yourselves, particularly in the Indo-Pacific. I accept all of that. But if you're therefore saying that any other democracy can be invaded and America will not respond in the way that it has responded down the years to that call for freedom, if you're saying America is not going to respond ever again to a democracy that's invaded, then we really are looking at a new type of world order where might is right. And I couldn't accept that.
That's an interesting point, Brandon.
That's the reality. I think that is the reality, though, of where we are. And I would just say, in my belief, and I include my own country in this, no country has an inherent right to exist. It's only the ability to defend that right to exist that matters. And right now, the Ukrainians are nearing depletion, and as are we. And like I said at the beginning of the conversation, it is a known fact that we have depleted our war reserves. We are below war reserve status.
So, Brandon, let me ask you this then.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a valid point, what Michael is saying. What kind of message do you think it sends to US allies that after all the long history they've had, when the US decides it's no longer in their interest, they're out and they're going to abandon you? What message does that send about the United States leading from the front?
To Taiwan.
It doesn't really matter, because we've done this many times before. Ask the Kurds. We abandon allies all the time. That's just the way it goes. And unfortunately, right now, the United States is not in a position to make good on all of these commitments, these legacy commitments that we were handed, from previous generations. What we need to be doing is telling our partners, guys, you're going to have to stand up on your own, because Uncle Sam has bigger problems closer to home and elsewhere. And so far, the Trump administration came in like they were going to say that, but for whatever reason, they've changed their mind. But the fundamentals haven't changed here. And this is why I said, not only do we need to be negotiating a new grand bargain with Ukraine and Russia, we need to be negotiating a new grand bargain on the world order itself. It is a tripolar system, and it's going to take a miracle to prevent it from breaking down into World War III. But we've got to turn into this thing and stop trying to cling on to yesterday's world. It's a new world now.
Is it?
What do you mean by a tripolar system? Is any of the big countries, Russia and China particularly, can invade any of their neighbors they like? That's what you mean by a tripolar system.
I'm not saying morally I'm okay with this. What I'm saying is this is the reality we're presented with. And I believe we can create a new understanding that might curb some of those aggressive appetites. The ambassador was not incorrect, and I know you didn't agree with him, but again, we have to acknowledge this. This war did not happen in a vacuum, okay? It goes back to many, many years in which NATO was provoking at different times the Russians over Ukraine. We were needling them because we thought, hey, the Russians were too weak to really do anything. And now the Russians are saying we're not so weak anymore, and we're going to stand up for what we perceive to be our interests in our near abroad. I think that is the way the world is going to work.
But
we're almost out of time, so Michael, your response?
Let me ask you a quick question on that. You say if your tripolar arrangement might curb aggression. How does it curb China's aggression towards Taiwan if you're giving Russia essentially a free pass in Ukraine?
We're not giving them.
We haven't
given them a free pass. We have resisted. In my summation, the Russians are not trying to take all of Ukraine. They're trying to take the part that they've basically held on to this entire time. Now, I think if we can create a new understanding that is predicated on reality, not this fantastical notion of what once was, we can probably create a new method of understanding with the Chinese as well, where we can reinforce the second island chain and we can do things. But we can't even talk about doing that because we've blown through so many stockpiles of weapons in Ukraine and in the Middle East. So this whole conversation is sort of ridiculous because the Chinese are looking at us right now in the current order and saying, we can maybe take Taiwan now because the Americans have depleted themselves fighting the Russians and fighting in the Middle East for 20 years. What I'm saying to do is we create a new understanding that acknowledges the reality that there are two other very great powers now in the world, and we make adjustments accordingly. That needs to be the way forward.
Okay, we're almost out of time. So, Michael, wrap it up for us. Your take on that? Is this a whole new world? We just got to get used to it.
Well, it's an extraordinary world if this is going to be the case, that we have some kind of understanding that Russia and China, will somehow become nicer players in the world. If they're allowed to do what they want. No, if you're a Democrat in Taiwan, you're certainly not going to be encouraged by that. Look, I completely buy the argument, and I've said this endlessly tonight, that America is entitled to put itself first, entitled to rebuild, entitled to reduce its international commitments if it needs to do that. I get that. Entitled also to ask the allies, wherever they are, Australia or in Europe, to do far more for themselves. I buy all of that, but it doesn't follow from that by simply allowing might to be right, armies to trample over borders, that you're actually going to end up with a safer world. You're not. All these democracies. Georgia is still just a democracy. Taiwan is a democracy. All these democracies will be at risk if you allow Russia to win any part of Ukraine.
Gentlemen, we are out of time. I'm going to have to leave it there, but this has been incredibly interesting. We appreciate your insights, of course. Thank you to all of our panellists for those really interesting arguments on both sides of the equation, which is what we love to bring here in Counterpoints. Thank you very much for joining us. Brandon Weichert, Senior National Security Editor at The National Interest, and Sir Michael Fallon, a former British Defence Secretary during 2014 to 17. Thank you very much. Earlier, we also had on the panel Dmitry Polyansky, Russia's Deputy United Nations Ambassador. Thanks to all of you. And thank you to everyone at home for joining us on Counterpoints. To watch all the latest debates and interviews, subscribe to Al Arabiya on YouTube and follow us on social media and TikTok. Thanks for your company.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The World Health Organization has condemned a series of attacks on its staff and facilities in Gaza, calling the situation appalling and demanding protection for humanitarian workers. This comes as the UK warns of further sanctions on Israel after airstrikes in Deir al-Balah killed dozens of Palestinians seeking food. 28 countries have now jointly urged Israel to lift the aid restrictions, but Israel's foreign ministry dismissed the joint statement as disconnected from reality, and the US ambassador, Mike Huckabee, has called it disgusting. Earlier, I spoke to NRC Middle East spokesperson Ahmed Bayram, who told me just how dangerous things are now for the aid workers on the ground in Gaza.
We have seen different faces of these kind of attacks against aid workers and aid organizations. Don't forget, Israel has killed the largest number of aid workers anywhere in conflict in the world, and it continues to systematically dismantle the aid system. The attack on WHO, before that the attack on WFP convoys, and before that the many incidents, including attacks on food convoys. They all speak to the same problem here, is that Israel's free reign over Gaza has, I would say, has blurred any lines that exist in conflict, have basically thrown against the wall the values of humanitarian work, the values of humanity.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, we're joined by Freddie Gray, Deputy Editor of Spectator, who joins us from the Isle of Wight, and also joined by broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who's in Surrey in the UK. Thank you both for joining us. First of all, Freddie, let's turn to you. The WHO is weighing in. It says its facilities are now under attack, and this is confirmed. We have heard Hamas echo this before, but it seems to have fallen on deaf ears previously. But a statement like this coming from the WHO, is that likely to make people pay attention, do you think?
Well, one might hope so, but perhaps not, because the WHO have made quite a few statements that have been pretty critical of Israel in the last 20 or so months. And they haven't really moved the dial so much. I do think it's changing a little bit now, because it seems like the WHO, which is a UN-backed agency, a UN agency, I should say, are claiming to be directly attacked themselves. And I think if these attacks become more severe in the coming days, there's a sort of bubbling climate of international condemnation. We're seeing various countries doing it. We saw 25 countries do it yesterday, just saying that a ceasefire needs to happen now and that Israel's behavior is unacceptable. The real country that will make a difference is Donald Trump's America, and we are yet to see whether they will unequivocally intervene or condemn Israel. It sounds as though Donald Trump is unhappy with Netanyahu, but that doesn't necessarily mean the US will intervene. But without a US intervention, a substantial one, I don't see how Israel is stopped from doing what it wants to do.
And it does seem the US has been silent so far on this, but we're seeing the videos today that are heart-wrenching. Isabel, the levels of malnutrition, they've been critical for weeks now, if not months, but people are not really paying attention at an international level. Do people need to do more to enforce Israel to actually open up these aid channels?
I don't know what you mean by people. I mean, everybody I know is desperately sad and frustrated about what they are hearing and seeing coming out of Gaza, but they feel very, very helpless about what they as individuals can do. And it goes back to what Freddie was saying, even the British government here pretty much impotent when it comes to changing the situation there, very much in the court of Donald Trump and the United States and their relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu. But you were talking about those levels of malnutrition, and it certainly seems as though this is stepping up an even more serious level now. I think around 600,000 people in the region considered malnourished. But those reports today from the Gazan Hamas-run health ministry, I have to add, but there is obviously no other administration in that area, that 33 people had died from starvation today, among them 15 children. And when you think about the location of Gaza, right there on the Mediterranean, not far from British and many European holiday makers there in Cyprus or wherever it might be, enjoying a lovely time, and then children in 2025 dying of starvation, not because there is a shortage of food, but because of a man-made situation. It is absolutely devastating and abhorrent, but I really don't know what we as individuals can really do.
Freddie, Isabel said it there as well when she mentioned about the UK and their response. David Lammy said today, it's grotesque. Amnesty International are saying that that's empty words. And without any actual action, you can say as much as you want, but are you actually doing anything to help on the ground? And I think the answer seems to be from the UK government, no.
No, I think that is. I mean, it's almost been a sort of tacit understanding between the Israeli government and various Western governments that will say out loud that we don't approve and that we will tut-tut and wag our fingers because our electorates are very concerned about this issue. But we won't do anything substantial or strategic to imperil your manoeuvres. That seems to be, I think, in the last few days, there seems to be a growing amount of momentum behind people saying enough is enough. Netanyahu needs to be brought under control because he's essentially waging a multi-fronted war. And I think generally politicians in the West are realizing how angry their populations are about it. But again, even if without America coming in and saying we're going to stop giving you billions of dollars of weapons, we're going to stop unless you address the humanitarian situation, I don't think Israel is going to feel compelled to change its actions.
Isabel,
I should add at this point, sorry, Johnny, I was just going to say that the IDF are still resolutely denying that they are blocking that aid. They're saying it is on the Gaza side and that it is actually a Hamas failure, and they don't accept any responsibility for the situation. So whilst there is that impasse on that viewpoint as well, and obviously that's not borne out by the evidence from the aid agencies, but, you know, it's a very difficult political situation to navigate.
And I think, and that's exactly it, and as you've said, and you mentioned it, Isabel, it is a Hamas-led images that we've seen coming out in the stories that have come out. When it's the WHO who've said it, and the WHO are saying our staff are at risk right now, now we finally have something that's not just from Hamas, and that brings me on to this. The journalism and the lack of journalism that's been allowed in Gaza at the moment is surely up there with the atrocities as well. We are not getting a picture on the ground. If Israel really has nothing to hide and says, well, we're getting the aid into the country, surely there should be journalists on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Well, absolutely. I mean, transparency is absolutely the best way to prove that you're not doing anything wrong. Internationally reputed news agencies should be there, bearing witness, showing the world what is really happening and not getting it through the prism of whoever is trying to gain in terms of their own agenda. That is the role of journalism. It's an absolute pillar to freedom. And of course, as journalists, all of us would absolutely, I'm sure, agree that the French foreign minister is absolutely right to call for international press access. I think it's a scandal, one of the many scandals of the region that we haven't been able to so far.
I mean, we're hearing that it's not safe at the moment on the ground, but it is a war zone. And many times journalists take their lives into their hands to go into these war zones and report on the story that the world needs to see. And I think something like the WHO and this may give us some onus on that. Before we move on, just very quickly, I wanted to pass to you, not to put all of the blame on the UK, but EU also have remained fairly quiet on this, Freddie. We've seen a few sanctions here and there, but no real hard and fast movements.
No, again, I mean, it's all about statements and finger wagging. And it's a strange kind of hypocrisy, I think, from the European governments and the British government and the Biden administration before Donald Trump came in. And it's a different dynamic, Donald Trump, but it was very much, we will publicly condemn you, but we will do nothing to actually stop you or threaten you. And that is the dynamic of this conflict at the moment, and it's not changing.
The Department of Justice is expected to meet Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, in jail today. She's currently serving a 20-year sentence for grooming and for sexually abusing underage girls. The meeting between the Deputy Attorney General and Maxwell comes as the White House pushes back against a report which suggests that President Trump is named in documents that are related to Jeffrey Epstein. Elena, this is the story that really, for the administration, does not seem to want to go away. Reportedly briefed on this months ago, Trump, apparently, that he was in the Epstein files. Should the White House maybe have gone public with it way back then, or was it right to keep stump until now?
I mean, personally, I think this is telling, the fact that he hasn't said anything, right? I mean, this was a large part of his presidential campaign, that he was going to give these files, you know, let us see them, and he hasn't. I mean, anyone who gives you their word, who gives you a promise that they're going to deliver something so significant, and especially the president of one of the most, you know, powerful countries in the world, the fact that he's keeping this from us when he said he's going to give them, it's just, for me, it is screaming deceit, and it is screaming, he's just making himself look guilty, but that's just my personal opinion.
Shane, what if his name is in there? Does it really mean anything? Is it going to resonate with the MAGA supporters who have been the real voice behind release the files, and Pam Bondi's saying now that those files are ready to be released after they meet Ghislaine?
I'm kind of in two minds. One, I think his part of me goes, his name definitely has to be in there because, you know, he's a reality TV star. He was like a socialite. He was, you know, a real estate mogul. So if he wasn't sort of chasing, you know, the new guy on the block who was throwing money around, I'd be surprised. But even if his name is in there, that doesn't mean he was up to anything sort of
nefarious. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So, but then if you think about it, he has always called for other presidents. Do you remember the whole Obama birth certificate row? And he was the one that was advocating that. So, and that was kind of seen as slightly ridiculous. He was pushing for, you know, Hillary Clinton's emails to come out. So I think it's a little bit sort of double standards now that he's kind of saying this. But remember when we were talking earlier, like, is this a diversion tactic? It just occurred to me that maybe is this the diversion tactic to keep us away from something else that's going on that we're not avoiding?
Conspiracies within conspiracies.
Exactly.
I don't know how many stories the Trump administration can have. How many plates can you spin at one time? Because, and we'll get into this in a second, but we currently have the MLK files, against his family's wishes, might we add, have been released. The JFK files are still hanging around a bit as well. Now we've got the Columbia University issue, which we'll talk about in just a second. There's many, many different things that are there. There's a lot, I guess. The DOJ, Elena, is going to meet Ghislaine Maxwell today. Could anything come of that? Now, her brother's been speaking to the press in the UK, and I should point out he's concerned for her safety, and probably with good reason as well.
Absolutely. I am shocked that she is still alive. I really am. I mean, the fact that so many people surrounding this case, surrounding Epstein, are no longer with us, and if they're missing as well. You know, a lot of people have died and gone missing within this case, and she was one of the most closest people to Epstein. So the fact that she's still here, I can't believe she is. Of course, like you just said, Jono, her brother isn't good, you know.
You would be worried.
You would be absolutely terrified.
And we've seen the videos. I'm sure you've seen the videos from Jeffrey Epstein's cell, and there's all this time that's missing. So you have to worry and be like, as a family member for Ghislaine Maxwell, yes, she's a convicted criminal, but you still have to be concerned. Why is this meeting happening now? What do you think they'll talk about?
I mean, perhaps, again, with the conspiracies, there's so many things you could say here, but perhaps, you know, Trump is concerned that his name is in the files. You know, he is on that list. His name is. So maybe they're doing some kind of deal where he's saying, do you know what, I will keep you safe if you keep my name out of your mouth, perhaps.
But yeah, don't you think that there's been so many documentaries made about Epstein, and I've watched all of them. His name is not confirmed one way or the other. Like, there's been other high-profile names, you know, who I won't go into now because I don't want to get sued. But, you know, it's become established that they were there. But I think the problem with this is that the longer he holds out, it's going to be a bit like the sort of Clinton-Lewinsky affair, where it's not really the incident, it's sort of the cover-up and the aftermath of it. So I think if his name is on it, just release it, and then we can all move on. But which now is making me think that this is a diversion tactic for something that we need to start digging around in the White House that's going on at the moment.
Or his name is not in there, and and you'd mentioned this earlier on, in true Trump fashion,
FOMO.
Maybe he's annoyed that he's not mentioned in there as somebody who travelled back and forth to the island for whatever reason it may have been, on business or otherwise. He might be thinking, well,
yeah, maybe he just doesn't want to be embarrassed to go, like, of all of these famous people that were there and he didn't get invited, and he's just still bitter about that.
I'm sure he was top of the invite list.
But also, I think even if his name is there, I don't think it'll damage him. Like, I did find a survey that was from Reuters a week ago saying that 2/3 of Americans were saying that the White House is hiding something. But at the same time, even if it comes out, there has been so many things. How many times has he been impeached? I think twice. It hasn't damaged him. He got re-elected. So I actually genuinely think this will be sort of old news.
He's invincible.
Yeah.
Again, a good question, though, Elena. Is he the Teflon president? We've seen in the last couple of days he's now taking Wall Street Journal to court over the birthday message to Jeffrey Epstein. We've seen so many other things come to light. And the go-to is, I'm going to take you to court for it. Barack Obama taking him to court for treason charges, and that obviously is still in the pipeline. Is he the Teflon president? Nothing manages to stick to him, in a bad way at least.
I mean, I think he's the kind of king of magicians here, isn't he? And he's a showman. He's always really good at distracting, you know, his audience, which is the general public, you know, the world. And I think this is just another distraction ploy, another tactic of his, I think, you know?
Well, time will tell. He's promised to release all the Epstein-related files. Pam Bondi, the DOJ, saying that the files are ready to be released. There are some concerns that perhaps there'll be redacted names in there to protect victims' identities, and time will tell when we get a final update on that, I'm sure. Thank you both so much for your thoughts on that. The boss of budget airline Ryanair, Michael O'Leary, has said it may increase workers' bonuses for pointing out passengers with oversized luggage. Ryanair already rewards its staff with €1.50 to intercept large bags on board, but now they're looking to increase this. Speaking earlier this morning, Michael O'Leary said that most passengers do abide by the current rules, but those who don't delay the boarding. Freddie, what do you make of this? Is it a big enough incentive? Currently, it's at €1.50 for pointing out an oversized baggage. No idea what the new figure is going to be, but will that be enough to make staff go, hold on a second, let's get this bag down and check the weight?
It's sort of awful and brilliant at the same time, isn't it? Michael O'Leary he's a sort of demon PR man who through campaigning almost negatively, he manages to draw attention to his brand and his company. I mean, obviously, there's nothing more annoying than having your luggage taken away from you because it doesn't fit into some ridiculously small grid. And I can. There's nothing more annoying than the idea of staff being financially incentivized to catch you out. So it'll annoy a lot of people. But I think if you sign up to fly with Ryanair, you know what you're getting. And that's why it's so cheap.
Michael, Ryanair's profits are gone through the roof. And we've seen this. It's after-tax profits, €820 million for that period, which is incredible. Do you think they should maybe be passing on some of that goodwill to their loyal customers who are using them week in, week out?
I don't think if you're a loyal customer, you would expect that. That's not the way that airline operates. And you know that going in. I think there is, as Freddie said, there's a beauty and a horror in the way that this is presented. And also, the group CEO himself said that 99.9% of the passengers abide by the rules correctly. So he has a business that is only having to deal with 0.1% of his passengers. Now, that's not a big deal. I think this is, I'm going to be cynical, but I think I'm also going to be truthful. I think this is just a great PR move on his part to get the airline talking, or to get people talking, as we're doing, about his airline. And it's an opportunity to also talk about all the other wonderful things. And I think if you are, I looked it up, their longest flight is only 6 hours from Eastern Europe to the Canary Islands. So if I'm going somewhere for 6 hours and I'm getting from A to B safely, that's pretty much all I care about. And maybe I'll even go for the standing room that may become a reality at some point.
So apparently approved, pending EU approvals, and Ryanair, I'm sure, will be the first airline to introduce something similar to that, because Michael O'Leary and Freddie, Michael O'Leary has said previously, if he could make them stand on board, he could. Now we're seeing a prototype which has been introduced and pending EU approval could be something we see in cabin in the next 12 to even 24 months. He said before previously he would happily charge people to use the bathroom on board if he was given the opportunity, but EU rules and regulations don't allow that. Now the EU is saying you have to allow somebody to bring on board a small bag with them. So is Michael O'Leary simply looking to try and make sure that Ryanair are hitting the headlines once again with a story like this?
I mean, probably, yes. He's been doing it for a very long time. He's extremely good at attracting attention for his company. And you have to acknowledge that his company is very, very good at what it does, which is an efficient, low-cost airline where you know as a passenger you're going to be treated like cattle. I love the idea of having to stand up for a flight. I think that's insane. I'd almost do it just to see what it's like. But I think, no, he has a company that is very effective at what it does. And it has beaten off a lot of its rivals.
Michael, if Ryanair do this, which of course I've no doubt that they will, they run the risk of maybe other competitors coming in and saying, right, we like this idea, let's do the same as well. Are they either saving themselves or are they putting themselves and pitting themselves against other low-cost airlines like EasyJet when they do a rule introduction like this?
So I'm a big sports fan, and one of the great things about the sporting community, you take Major League Baseball or you take the National Hockey League, and what happens is there are trends. And whoever gets on top of that trend first is the one that's probably going to be successful quickly. But the others have an opportunity to assess, see what worked, what didn't work, what's going to work in the future, and then they're able to pick and choose. So they can, the smart competitors will look at Ryanair as a bit of a guinea pig. Let them try it, and then we can stand back and we can pick and choose the things that we like without having to go through some of the circus maneuvers that Michael O'Leary likes to go through.
Freddie, this is putting the onus on the staff to do this. And as we said, it's a financial incentive on the staff to say, right, you are overweight on your baggage and we're going to charge you extra as a result, and they'll be paid directly for that as a bonus incentive. What if Michael O'Leary, and I don't rule this out, and again, this is just speculation, what if he gave incentives to other passengers in order to report people who've got oversized baggage? Do you think that would potentially work, and would you be a rat and rat people out on a situation like that, Freddie?
I would not rat. I'd like to think that I would not rat, even if there was a good financial incentive. I'd like to think that I'd not rat, because I think that's very bad form. I think it's just sort of crazy thing they might try and do. I don't see why customers should have to join in on the kind of airline's drive to make the plane lighter. I think I would if I were in a position where I could dob someone in for, let's say, 50% off my next Ryanair flight, I suppose I would be tempted, but I'd like to think I wouldn't.
Michael, similarly, I have to ask you, if it was a free meal on board or extra legroom seat, would Michael Jabbery Pickett be willing to rat somebody out?
No, like Freddie, I'd like to think that I wouldn't. But I have an idea for Michael O'Leary. If he really wants to generate a bit of publicity, good and bad, is start charging not for extra baggage, but start charging people for how much they weigh.
A whole other conversation to take it into, but we have briefly mentioned there is obviously no difference in that, because if your bag is 20 kilos or it's under 20 kilos and the passenger is 110, you're 70, should you be allowed the difference in weight on that? And I think risky territory, Freddie, if you were to mention that to Michael O'Leary, I've no doubt that he would implement something similar if he was legally allowed to do that.
Well, in the age of Ozempic and Manjaro, it might be increasingly irrelevant.
A new Elvis experience in London has been criticised by fans who say it's the most misleading show that they've ever seen. It's called Elvis Evolution. It's an immersive concert that promised an AI experience and holographic projections of the music star. The tickets ranged from around £75 up as far as £300 for the pleasure. However, those attending have been left feeling conned and missold after the experience didn't quite meet their expectations. That may be an understatement. Isabel, we're seeing something here where the customer is always right, but is it acceptable when a show basically changed its concept? It said it was one thing. They announced this hologram and said it's going to be amazing, it's going to be immersive, you'll feel like Elvis is in the building. And now, instead, the end product did not match the hype at all. Do they deserve a refund?
Wouldn't you want one? I mean, it's false advertising, quite frankly. And, you know, it's just like somebody's done some sloppy homework and handed it in. It's not good enough. I think if you promise something, you have to deliver. And we've talked a lot this evening about technology and how far along it is in 2025. You can pretty much magic up anything through AI. And this idea of a hologram doesn't sound incredibly difficult, but the accounts of people visiting the Excel Centre here in the UK have been saying that it looked like a GCSE, which is a sort of exam, a school exam piece of homework. It was so basic, and that you could have just watched the video on YouTube. But for some people, those tickets were £300. I mean, we're laughing about it, but it is actually a bit cheeky. I think it was organised by the estate of Elvis Presley. It sounds like they were just trying to make a fast buck for as little expense as possible.
I think there's a way to do this as well. Like Freddie, as Isabel rightly said, AI can upscale footage quality and make that genuine immersive experience. This effectively was clever marketing for a glorified documentary. So the reality versus the expectation were two wildly different things here.
Well, I saw someone on social media saying that it is actually quite authentic, because it's what a hologram done in the time of Elvis Presley would have looked like, because the technology is so bad. But I think, I mean, yes, AI should be able, you should be able to magic up all sorts of entertainment now. But I just think it's sad that so much of our idea of entertainment, and I haven't seen this ABBA show that everybody says is apparently great, but so much of our entertainment is backward looking and retrospective and sort of imaginary or immersive or fake, really. I just, you know, I wish we had a few more shows that were just actual real performances.
Well, called nostalgia, Freddie. People love to remember the good old days, and who can blame them when you look at the craziness going on around us? But don't forget.
Well, I feel nostalgic for a time when nostalgia wasn't the only thing in our cultural commentary.
No, but you say that. I mean, we had Taylor Swift visiting our shores here. She did her global tour. I mean, that was like the most successful tour of all time. It was huge. Pretty much everybody feels like went to see Taylor Swift. She's current. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, don't talk to me about Taylor Swift. It's traumatizing. My daughter went to that concert, and I didn't hear about anything else for a year and a half. So I'll give you Taylor Swift.
She was brainwashed, didn't you?
She's brainwashed, totally brainwashed.
I went to that concert, and I can say that as a theatrical piece, the stage show and everything that went on behind it is unlike anything else. From what I've seen from Elvis shows and any documentaries we've seen of them, it was quite literally just a man, a rather elderly, unhealthy man, standing on stage, holding a microphone, doing a rather lackluster performance in Circus in Las Vegas. So we've seen shows that claim to be similar to what is the real life experience. For instance, and I know, Isabel, like fans' expectations can be unrealistic sometimes, but the Willy Wonka experience that happened in the UK is another example of something that people signed up for one thing and got something that was totally different. Are creators genuinely trying to mislead people with this, with what they're selling? Or do you think mistakes happen and they have best interests at heart?
I don't think the Willy Wonka situation was a mistake. I think it was just, massively under budget and just overhyped. And, I think it sounds like the same situations happen with Elvis. I mean, Elvis fans are entitled to what they've been promised, surely, like we all are. I don't know why people can't be honest about what they're offering. Then there wouldn't be any problems.
Freddie, the only thing I can liken it to is ABBA-esque, the ABBA Voyage show that's on in the UK right now, which is sold out again and again, and it keeps getting extended as well. And people are paying big money for this as well, up to $500. It is an AI-powered concert. There is no live performance there at all. Would you pay it to go and see it?
I wouldn't, but that's because I'm an old curmudgeon. But my wife has gone to see it and said it was brilliant. And I know lots of people who've absolutely loved it. And I think with ABBA, you sort of can't really go wrong because the people who like it just love it. And the songs are replicable. And I don't know about the hologram technology, but I can see why people who like it want to go, but not for me.
Isabel, I guess the thing that we can take away from this is we can have holograms of artists who are alive, but what's the point? You can go and see them. But you can have holograms of artists who are no longer with us. We've just seen Ozzy Osbourne sadly passed away just as we began the show this evening. So someone like him, who has just finished up a show, which I am sure if they've had their head screwed on properly, as it was his last show, they'll have done all of the groundwork to make sure that they can create an AI version of Ozzy Osbourne to come back as a hologram in the future. We can see artists who are sadly no longer with us on the stage. It's a good idea or it's a bad idea?
Well, firstly, can I say heartfelt, condolences to the Osbournes. Sharon Osbourne and Ozzy are sort of like institutions. Love them or loathe them. They're so well known. And, there's a family there grieving for someone. And 76, by the way, which is how old Ozzy Osbourne was, is no age in this day and age. But I know, obviously, he'd had a good time along the way. So perhaps it's a miracle he got to 76. But, it's sad at its heart. And, if AI, if holograms or whatever can help people continue to feel whatever it was that star brought them, then, why not with Ozzy Osbourne? But I feel like it would be a bit more of a haunting than a feel good. And I'm, look, it's probably not the right day to be discussing that, but hey, I'm sure it might bring people comfort in due course if that is what you're into, Black Sabbath or whatever.
Yeah, I think so. Someone like Prince or that, if I could go and see a hologram of Prince, 100% I'd get behind something like that, I think.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News. where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Pasadena. Discover Pasadena and its unique charm. There's definitely something about the city in San Gabriel Valley that makes it attractive. The city has just got enough to offer, whether you want a packed schedule trying everything or just chill, relax, and enjoy the city. You can walk around the city and appreciate its traditional charm. Old Pasadena, also known as Old Town, is a classic downtown district popular in South California. You can go shopping along Colorado Boulevard. Shops, restaurants, and bars are lined in its turn-of-the-century brick buildings. Whether you're in for a drink or a heavy meal like pizza, you'll find a place to fit in. For a dose of the city's architectural history, there's the Pasadena City Hall. You'll be amazed at its overwhelmingly tall structure, with its series of arches and domes. It's great to view from a distance, but even better up close. Walk through the rose-filled courtyard and see the Renaissance-inspired details. Most popular are the John Bakewell and Arthur Brown's 1927 constructions. Now, get a glimpse into the city's culture and entertainment. The Pasadena Playhouse is definitely a tourist's favorite. It was built back in the 1920s, but revived in the 80s. It boasts of a 672-seat venue where new plays and musicals are staged. It also has a Spanish colonial courtyard dedicated to neighborhood events. Don't miss the action while in Pasadena. Its popular Rose Bowl Stadium has been the venue for many iconic entertainment events. For one, the stadium is home to the UCLA Bruins football team. Sports tournaments, auditions for reality TV shows, and concert tours of mainstream pop stars have been held here. For a nature trip, there's the Eaton Canyon Falls. It's one of the most popular spots as it is accessible and has easy-going trails. This is definitely for those looking for adventure. Or maybe you would prefer the more laid-back Brookside Park. It's got a scenic garden that locals love and attracts tourists too. The park is located with a stunning view of San Gabriel Mountains as backdrop. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Well, for more on this, we can cross now to Rosalia Bollen, who is a spokesperson for UNICEF. Rosalia, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. The death toll in Gaza, we're told, has now passed the 58,000 mark. Just tell us what the latest is that you're hearing about the situation on the ground and where the worst of the violence is concentrated.
I mean, to start off, I think it's important to remember that this number is very, very overwhelming. It's a very large number, but we're talking about real people here. There's at least 17,000 children reported killed within that toll. Those aren't numbers. Those are boys and girls. They're toddlers and babies. That's what we're talking about. In reality, what we've seen over the past couple of weeks is mass casualty events, really on a daily basis. On Thursday, there were 9 children killed. With 4 women. They were queuing with their mothers, waiting to get nutrition support, UNICEF nutrition support in Deir al-Balah. Yesterday morning, 7 children were killed, waiting for water in Al-Nusayrat. And I just saw another report, a breaking news report of several people killed, including possibly children, in a strike on tents in the Al-Mawasi area in southern Gaza, where families have been told to go to. So 21 months into this war, there is no safe place in Gaza. At times, violence has been concentrated in specific areas, especially the eastern side of the Gaza Strip, the northern part of Gaza, Rafah, eastern Khan Yunis. But the reality is that people aren't safe anywhere.
Yeah, and you're right to point out that we're not talking about numbers, we're talking about human beings. And it even helps sometimes to give them an identity. I was reading about a 17-year-old boy. His name is Taysir Mansour, living in constant pain. He's been in pain for a year. He suffered severe burns when an Israeli missile struck his home. That destroyed his home, killed his mother, injured his siblings. His situation is now getting worse every day, we're told, because he hasn't got adequate access to medical care. Both his hands might now need to be amputated, and at the same time, he's got limited access to food and medicine. I mean, it's a horrific series of events. How common is that kind of a story, do you think?
You know, sadly, this story isn't just heart-wrenching by itself. The sad reality is that this is not a unique case. It is not an exception. I have interviewed dozens of children myself inside Gaza, children who are severely ill, children who've been severely injured in bombardments, who have been lucky enough to survive the airstrike, but then are unable to access the medical care that they need because of the stress that the health system is under. Hospitals themselves have been turned into battle zones. They face very severe shortages of medicines, and there's just this constant flow of severely injured people day in, day out. I also want to point out that we're talking about injured children, injured civilians, but the reality is that injured doesn't really cover the extent of the injuries that people have very often. I've seen children who've had their limbs amputated. I've seen children who've been burned on very large parts of their bodies. We're not just talking about a couple of scratches. We're talking about children who will likely have to cope for the rest of their lives with their injuries. So sadly, this is a common reality for children and their parents in Gaza. It's the daily struggle of the doctors and the nurses who try to save people's lives without having the means to do so, really. This is also why it's important that more countries in the world take in severely injured patients from Gaza and severely ill patients with pre-existing medical conditions. The hospital system needs to be rehabilitated, but until that's the case, people risk dying right now. They're dying in waiting. They can't afford to wait. So it's important that more people from the Gaza Strip, especially child patients, can get medically evacuated.
Sure, and I just wanted to ask you, I mean, obviously UNICEF is focused on children, and there was one story of a little boy who didn't die, although his parents and 3 brothers all did. He only survived because he was outside getting water. I mean, this is a heartbreaking story, and as we've been saying, these sorts of stories are not isolated. But what's going to happen to that little boy and little boys like that and little girls like that who are now orphans? What's in place to protect them, because they're extremely vulnerable, aren't they?
Well, what we do see in Gaza is really fantastic solidarity of the community. So for children who've become separated from their parents because the parents have been detained, the parents have been injured, parents have been killed, or simply they're in another part of Gaza and unable to get back to their children, we do see that within the community, within the extended family in the first place, but also in the larger community, people care for these type of children. That doesn't mean that their situation is easy, because there isn't enough food to eat in Gaza. Families really struggle to feed their children, to have enough to eat themselves, and it means that they have an extra mouth to feed. So that is a very important challenge. But these children are certainly exposed to even more risks, protection risks, than other children. When they are on their own, they're at heightened risk of exploitation, of abuse. So their situation is extremely difficult.
I just want to pick up on one thing you were saying at the beginning. We were talking about how, according to UNICEF, 50,000 Palestinian children have been killed or injured in Gaza since October 2023. And yet Israel says these are merely Hamas numbers. They dispute them and say that people that use these numbers are constructing some kind of an anti-Israel narrative. I mean, how do you respond to that?
Well, my colleagues and I have been present on the ground inside Gaza. I happen to be outside of Gaza at the moment, but I've been there for the past 6 months. And UNICEF has had a continuous operational presence inside the Gaza Strip throughout this war. We visit children, we visit families, we interview caregivers, we interview health staff, teachers, and we see the harm that is being done to children and to their families. We see the child injuries. We come across children who have been separated from their parents, or even worse, whose parents have been killed. So this is a daily occurrence that we simply come across and that we document.
Okay, and just one, I just wanted to talk to you about a couple of the other points that have been raised by UNICEF in the last few days. UNICEF says that more than 1 million children are in need of mental health and psychosocial support. I mean, they're perhaps the ones we don't see on our television screens because, of course, there's very limited access to medical care as it is, but when it comes to mental health issues, I can imagine there's even less support. But when we think about those 1 million children, we're talking about an issue that's going to have consequences, aren't we, for many decades to come?
Just to clarify for the viewers, so there's over 2 million people inside the Gaza Strip, and around half of the population is below 18. So there's around 1 million children inside Gaza, and we indeed believe that all all of them, the entire child population, and frankly, the rest of the population too, is in very urgent need of mental health and psychosocial support. And that is because of these relentless bombardments. When you are in Gaza, you constantly hear the buzzing and the rumbling of drones and planes. You hear explosions. You hear planes approaching. You know a bomb is going to drop somewhere. You just don't know where. You wonder if it'll drop close to you. You're just constantly on edge. And so children are trapped in a very dangerous and toxic state of permanent stress. With the exception of the ceasefire earlier this year, there hasn't been any respite for children. Children whom I've interviewed talk about death. They're afraid, they're terrified of dying, but something they're even more afraid of is that their parents will die and that they will be left on their own. It's very widespread among the child population inside Gaza. So I'm very glad that you raised this, because the suffering isn't just physical, but it's also mental.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're going to have to leave it there. Rosalia Bolland, spokesperson for UNICEF, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now we're going to turn our eye to an economic news story now, and specifically the situation in Syria. That's a country that has undergone a major political shift ever since the ouster of President Bashar al-Assad, which happened in December of last year. Well, after 13 years of conflict, Syria may now be on the road to economic reform to rebuild and recover. Well, the World Bank expects Syria's GDP to grow 1% in 2025. Meanwhile, Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia and Qatar, announced in April that they will settle the country's debt to the World Bank, which total around $15 million. Well, for more on this, we're joined here in the studio by Dr. Osama Kadi, who's a senior advisor to the Minister of Economy and Industry in Syria. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Dr. Kadi. You're from Aleppo. You worked as an economics consultant in Syria, in Canada, the United States. At one stage, it looked like you were going to be involved in Syria's governance. You're now going to be, obviously, in that role that I just mentioned, sort of behind the scenes. You published, whilst you were engaged with the opposition, a paper entitled The Economic Map of the New Syria. It was a plan for the post-war economic recovery. That day has now come. Just tell us how involved you are in Syria's future.
Actually, from day first of the revolution, I joined the opposition and joined Syrian people, basically. We established what we call Syrian friend, Syrian people friend for economic development and reconstruction in 2012, headed by Germany and United Arab Emirates. We had the first meeting in May 2012 in Abu Dhabi. I believe 45 countries attended, and then we had another one in October 2012 titled the investment in New Syria. 200 business people attended, most of them Syrians, and they pledged at that time to invest $5 billion the minute that toppled down the Syrian regime. And then we have in Berlin, Germany, another conference. And then we had in South Korea the last conference in 2013. So what we had with the Syrian Economic Task Force, the Syrian economic roadmap in 14 sectors, what we should do the first 6 months, the first 2 years, the first 5 years. And that was in 2012, so advanced, like 13 years before we're done with that Syrian regime. So right now we're trying to do, things are, so different than 2013, 2014 for sure, because Bashar al-Assad destroyed the whole country, 13 million people, refugee and displaced, so it will be different calculations, I guess.
Okay, so the plan is there. Are the right people in the right jobs to steer Syria's economy, do you think?
Most of the time, yes, because like we have very good technocrat governments. We had people graduated from the United States, from UK, from France, from Germany. All those are ministers right now. So they are really doing a great job in networking with the international community. I just want to remind you, since 1979, Hafiz al-Assad, the dad of Bashar, he actually let us listed as a country that support terrorists since 1979. So we are isolated from the whole globe since then. So now, just imagine, after 50, 60 years, right now you're going to be a normal member of the global community, international community, and even the SWIFT and correspondent banks just worked 10 days ago. So you're able to establish account in Syria with any bank and transfer like $100 or $100 million. That happened just 10 days ago. We are done with this isolation and with that, like all sanctions. That's really, really very advanced success.
Right. I mean, things are really changing fast, aren't they? When you consider the World Bank says that Syria's GDP is going to grow 1% in 2025. I mean, that is a remarkable turnaround from a contraction last year, and given the fact that the country has been totally cut off from the rest of the world economy.
I might even disagree with the World Bank. This estimate of 1% is, I don't think it's accurate and can't be accurate, because if we were minus 4%, if right now we are at 1%, then we improve 5% economic growth, not 1%. And even the ministers right now, they don't have the data to show how much we grow so far. So I think that was just an estimate and at very early stage. Usually you have to have the first quarter economic growth, second quarter economic growth. We're done with Syrian regime 6 months ago. So that's just an estimate. And I believe we won't really know the economic growth accurately till the end of the year, and that's what we're working on.
Would you agree with the plus sign in front of the number?
Plus for sure, but not one for sure. I'm sure more than 1%.
Okay, well, so it's heading in the right direction.
Absolutely.
Tell us, you were last in Syria a couple of days ago, I gather. Mm-hmm. What is the country like now? I mean, what's the mood there? What's life like for ordinary Syrians?
For ordinary Syrians, they were, especially employees in the public sector, so happy because they will increase their salaries 200%. So I met, for example, the driver of the mayor of Aleppo, who drove me to Damascus. He said, my salary right now, 320,000 Syrian pounds, which is like $32. And right now it will be 800,000. I'm the happiest person on earth. Since I work here since 27 years, never had this raise in my life. Besides, they had a gift at Eid time, like a couple of weeks ago, of £500,000 Syrian pound. This is as a gift for all employees. So they are happy in this turn. It's a lot of investors are interested in investing in Syria in a way that I couldn't believe that the amount of people who are really interested, just one number, like 6,200 new projects, new companies registered in Syria since 6 months.
Sure.
So 2,000 already executed their projects, and the rest are in their way. So, and a lot of international companies, you know that, like CMA, they got the Latakia port, DP from Dubai, the Tartus port. We have $7 billion energy contract with the 4 countries, including the United States. We had $1.5 billion just entertainment and for arts and cinema and like studios. It's a huge for Syria. $1 billion for studios is just beyond belief. If in 2024, our general budget, $2 billion for the whole Syria. So the guy is coming, the investor, to invest $1.5 billion only in studios. Besides, for tourism, just signed MOU for $8 billion in tourism. And a lot of companies, we can't keep a track with this.
Okay, I mean, we'll talk a bit more about investment in just a moment, but just going back to life for ordinary Syrians, I mean, I'm assuming a large section of the population is still living in poverty-like conditions, aren't they?
With this increase of minimum wage, our recommendation was don't just raise the income, because that will go only for public sector. But how about the private sector, which is 2/3 of the labor force? So the recommendation was to raise the whole minimum wage. So it used to be 200,000 minimum wage, which is like $20. Right now they increase it to 750,000. And that like a huge increase for anyone in Syria for the average. For the electricity is getting better, but I saw many cities like Hama, for example, the solar system in all Hama. So everybody's relying on the sunshine, not really relying on the
individually, or is that provided
individually?
By, okay,
like privately. So people get used to this, because if I can remind everybody, 6 months ago we were 3 areas of influence: Russian one, American one, Turkish one, and we used to have 540 military base 6 months ago. So imagine this shift from having all those huge international military and militias from Iraq and sects of militias. Right now you are like in very much like, relatively speaking, safe areas. Some small areas they are still dealing with, but the rest is very safe. Like I used to come back to hotel at 2 a.m. every day. Everybody's in the street. Everybody's like having fun in cafes. Sometimes you can't find even place in the cafes at 1 a.m.
Okay, I was going to ask you actually, because I mean, one of the sectors that Syria used to thrive in was, of course, tourism, and tourists used to visit Syria, including me, in large numbers. And yet we've had, there is still some evidence that things are not quite stable. A Shia cleric was assassinated, I believe, yesterday, yes, I think it was yesterday, in Homs. There was that attack on the Orthodox Church in Damascus, a deadly attack in June. Then there were the attacks on the Alawites in the coastal areas. Is it safe for tourists to come back to Syria, or are we not quite there yet?
I think for tourists, many cities are very safe, like Damascus, Aleppo, Homs, Hama, I mean, anywhere. There's some cities, many cities in like small cities in Latakia or Jabla might not be very safe. In Damascus, that incident when happened, within less than 24 hours, the whole gangs get captured immediately. And so they know them, and right now they are like really putting all their efforts to make it safer and safer. I mean, remember, even in UK, for 20 years, the Sinn Féin, every 1 week they have bombs somewhere in London. And still UK is UK. I mean, I told you 6 months ago, we used to have 540 militia base and military base. So it's not easy to have 100% like safe in everywhere. But I can assure you that if you want to right now try to have a ticket to Syria, you're not going to find from now to 2 months. Okay. Just to have one ticket. Like, there's no place, no seats. All of them filled. Most of them Syrians. Some of them are companies who are interested in Syria from everywhere, from UK, from United States, from China, from South Korea. You're going to find there a lot of those everywhere from all over the world. But I want to just shed lights that on even the number of tourists in 2010 were only 8 million people as tourists, where like Cyprus has 4 million. So we're not really doing that much even in tourism. That's even before the revolution. We are aiming to have at least till 2035, at least 30 to 40 million tourists in Syria.
Okay, well, so clearly a lot is going to happen on that front. The US president has dismantled sanctions against Syria. That's something that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Assad Hassan al-Shaibani, has welcomed, saying it's going to open the door for reconstruction and development. I mean, what difference is that making so far? Are we seeing evidence that's making a difference already?
I just spoke to 3 banks that they have transfer inflow, outflow, and they say, like, we are back to life again after all these years, decades. So right now, without removing that sanctions, we won't be able to have a life in our SWIFT. No correspondent banks will work with us, and we'll be isolated forever. So right now, just a couple of weeks ago, or maybe less than 10 business days, now we are back live. I want to shed light on one small thing too. 4 days ago, the Turkish coordinators who used to manage the Turkish area of influence gave all the data to Aleppo mayor and his staff just 4 days ago. We were in very, very complicated phase before. 6 months ago. It's not 6 years ago. No. So it's a really, really big shift. So yes, they are cooperating, but they want to feel that the mayor, the city is ready to have everything in their hands. So just 4 days ago.
You mentioned that 6-month time frame. I mean, just really for the benefit of our viewers, because we broke the news in this studio of Bashar al-Assad being ousted, which felt surreal. He's been around for years. His father was around from long before we were born. Well, certainly in my case. I mean, a new leader is installed. He's been brought in from the cold. He was there in Riyadh, flanked by President Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman on the other side. We had President Trump describing him as tough and attractive. I mean, very flattering terminology. What does it feel like to you as a Syrian when you look back on these 6 months? I mean, doesn't it all feel quite surreal?
Actually, it's a dream. I will tell you, I was crying when they removed the sanctions, when Mohammed bin Salman make like this and this gesture and stand up and stood up and clap, and the whole Saudis attendance step. It was one of its kind of historical incident for all Syrians. It's like the same weight of the victory date, because we are back from the coma, economic coma, after 50 years. Hafiz Assad and Bashar Assad, they put us in very isolated place, so they will do whatever they want to do with this population for 5 decades. So I think it's really a huge move within 6 months, a huge move. Sudan, by the way, took a year and a half with big government in Sudan before the last coup to remove some of the sanctions. Within 6 months, you remove the sanctions and the SWIFT is working. And we have a lot of companies, including American companies, Qatari companies, French companies, United Arab Emirates. And by the way, the president was 2 days ago in United Arab Emirates, the Syrian president. That means the great relationship between Syria and its neighbors. That never happened, by the way. Bashar al-Assad used to swear at all those Arab leaders. They say, like, there's a half men. They are not really, those are like Bedouins. We don't deal with it. He used to speak trash on the Arab leaders, where now we are welcoming our Arab neighbors. So he was trying always to make some fight with the Arab neighbors to favor whom? The Iranians.
Going back to Saudi Arabia and its contribution, the foreign minister, His Highness Prince Faisal bin Harun al Saud, went to Damascus in May, I believe it was, with an economic delegation. How important has Saudi's sponsorship, Saudi's support for Syria been these last few months?
It's a huge, and we are expecting to have a big team of business people, and we're not talking tens. We might talk like three figures of businessmen, of Saudi businessmen, to come to Syria to invest in all sectors, and that will surprise not Syrians, will surprise the world of the amount of money they will invest in Syria, and I will leave it to people to see that surprise when they come to Syria, because the reason actually they were late because of less conflict, in flying between Iran and Israel or whatever. Say were not able to fly in. So by right now they are preparing very, very well to come to Syria and invest in all sectors. And
which sectors are you most excited about?
To be honest, every sector, like agriculture, industry, tourism, medical. I met with a businessman who will invest in a medical city for $1 billion. And he has the plans. Even before that, investment law 114 that announced yesterday. He said, I'm ready. And people are ready in a way that surprised me. So like within 6 months, I expect once a week you have somebody who's interested, but not on a daily basis. That's a surprise.
Yeah, and that surprised you, and you're surprised, as you mentioned, by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman when he made that gesture at that conference in Riyadh. We heard as well, of course, Saudi Arabia paying off $15 million of Syria's debt to the World Bank. I mean, put that into perspective for us. What message did that send out to the rest of the world?
Very political, correct political message they sent. That we are, those our brothers, we not going to leave them any time in the hole for forever, and we will support their economy. We will support any step toward making this place economically booming in Syria.
Okay, so clearly lots has happened. Bashar al-Assad is out. Hezbollah has been weakened. Iran is distracted. I mean, that means a lot less interference, doesn't it, in Syria's affairs. Does that leave the government then a clear path to do all the things that need to be done? Are you optimistic?
Very optimistic, very, very optimistic. I mean, the whole project of Iranian project to have be like in Yemen and Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, the whole project was a failed project. Their goals never achieved. In Lebanon, they lost. In Syria, they lost. Right now, in Iraq, they will be losing. In Yemen, I think they gave up on this. In Iran itself, being attacked. How come you're going to have nuclear weapon while you don't have even plane or anything, even like air defense? You don't have 300 airplane are just bombing Tehran, and you're watching, and you need to have nuclear weapon. It's just I don't know how the way they think. But besides this, for us, we feel much safer. We know it's challenging. Right now, there's more than 100,000 new soldiers being well trained. Most of them, I'll say more than 20%, they were really experienced fighter over 14 years. The rest are very well trained. Right now, we are ready to challenge anybody will work on unstable this country, and we are really. Put our hands together to make it very safe, because we need to focus on our economic development.
Okay, we've heard the US Special Envoy for Syria, Tom Barrack, talking about a new Middle East. I mean, what do you think a stable Syria means for the region?
Without stable country like Syria, if there's no stability in Syria, I don't think there will be any stability in all region. And you see, what happened in Lebanon, in Iraq, and all over the world. Even like Turkey, when we have some militias trying to attack Turkey from there, and we have Hezbollah's talking unstable the whole country. He want to fight whenever he want to fight, ignoring the government itself, that he will take the decision of war whatever he wants. So this is instability in this region is no longer accepted, and I think everybody is betting on very stable economy, very stable country in Syria, and it will be really part of the 2030 vision of Saudis, where we have really new Middle East, and we will be one of the within 5 to 10 years, the top economic development growth in the whole region. Rwanda, with all massacres happened, they used to have 7% economic growth, then 9%, then 13%. We're the fastest growing economy in Africa. And I don't think we are far away from 10% economic growth very soon.
Okay, and just lastly, sanctions against Bashar al-Assad are still in place. He's, we think, in Russia. What do you think is going to happen to him? Do you think he'll disappear into obscurity, or do you think he'll come back to Syria and face justice?
I think Russia will have some deals to sell the guy. So I think he's so scared right now, because they put him on table to see who will pay the price of this guy. The wealth is in Russia anyway, between Belarus and Russia. So they don't really mind the wealth because the wealth is there in Russia. For him, they might make a deal with Americans or with Syrians very soon where, like, you know, we will have great relationship and here's the guy who killed all your people, so we'll give it to you. You never know what will happen very soon.
All right, Dr. Osama Khadi, thank you very much indeed for coming to see us here at Al Arabiya English.
Thank you so much.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Barcelona. Oh, Barcelona, there's nothing like this city. This sun-drenched place in Spain is teeming with attractions and activity you will surely want to take part in. What to do? First, find the food. Along Las Ramblas, you'll see rows of bars and traditional Catalan restaurants. The famous Plaça Real also has the best nightclubs in the city. Live bands, indie rock music, and the like keep the scene alive. You can also chance upon hip-hop and dance classics if that's what you prefer. Walk further into Barcelona's older streets. Quirky little cafes, tapas bars, and boutique shops line the old windy streets. It's great for strolling around in the afternoon or early evening. El Gótico and El Born are some of the popular ones known for its rustic charm. You'll also be amazed at the graffiti art that decorate these streets. The beaches in Barcelona are amazing as well. There's a certain type of beach for everyone, depending on the kind of vibe you're looking for. Barceloneta is the most popular one. However, it is overcrowded, but the perfect place if you want to be part of all the action. Beach bars will blare loud reggae music, definitely enough to get you excited. Then there's a vermouth ritual, which you should definitely try. The tradition is simple. You just meet up with your friends and family before lunch and have a couple of vermouths and a little tapas. Of course, there are the famous tapas. Do as the locals and eat tapas by hopping from bar to bar. Sip on a drink as you sample the different tapas along the way. The goal is to visit as many as possible and try as much tapas as you can. Barcelona also boasts its craft beer scene. We all know how beer flows like water in Spain, but just imagine craft beer. Local Catalan brewers set up shop on a weekly basis, and there are just tons to try. After all the food and good times, don't forget the historical spots. There's the famous Gothic church called Gaudi's Sagrada Familia. Most notable are its dramatic spires, which will definitely inspire your creative side. The architecture is amazing, and it feels like a different universe. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
My favorite quality about Mr. Fantastic is how dedicated he is to his family. He has an intelligence, I think, that occupies, you know, that is always exploring like the intricacies of the entire universe, but is ultimately grounded by the love that he has for his family, and the responsibility that he feels towards them, and his responsibility towards humankind and doing good for all people.
Such a big universe, and so much of it is in post in a way, so like having trust with the people around is so important, especially for something like this.
I think just like everybody in this cast, whether it's Joe or Eben, Pedro, Vanessa, they're all such incredible actors, and they have such range and deep soul. They can do anything.
I think he's like a really tragic character. I don't know, we had such a nice time. Sometimes it was hard maintaining his tragedy because he's inherently in a bit of a war with himself. And I don't know, it wasn't too much hard. It was a really fun job.
What was the most challenging part about playing the role? Being blonde, trying to get under the surface, get under the skin of a blonde, felt quite difficult. With blue eyes, I can't relate. So that was the most challenging part.
The size and weight of the suit. You know, it's a lot of suit to wear. A lot of lights to the way they shot me highlighting. So yeah, but it was good. All worth it.
I've got everybody telling me, your collar's up, your collar's up. I've left it there. It's how I like it.
وهلا السيت داون انترفيو 1-on-1 مع ايبن موس باكارا وايضا مع جوزيف كوين للكلام عن هالفيلم.
I was at the fan event there, and it was so crazy to see how much they know, how much they're anticipating, how now that you're touring for this, how much is the experience also different because you have all the fans excited about it.
It's quite surprising. I mean, when we were in Berlin the other night, like we pulled up to this event and I thought there was going to be a few hundred people there, and there was like thousands and thousands. I find it very encouraging. It's really inspiring. Obviously, we know how much the Fantastic Four mean to people, but when you get out there and actually see the eyes and the smiles and the faces, there's nothing like it.
What's the feeling watching the thing put together? Because the world is so beautiful and the 60s look great on screen and there's a futuristic and all the gadgets.
It was just immense fun. It's like a playground, really, and I think kind of when you're working on a film set like that where there's so much detail and scale at the same time, that was what was fascinating to me, the fact that they were able to invest in creating these enormous sets, but also the intricacies and the details there was so much attention and care put into that. It's wonderful and doesn't happen all the time.
Wow, folks, we all know the story. 4 brave astronauts head up into space and come back forever changed.
This car?
I think you played him with emotion and care. I really loved how, his emotions from the inside resonate, although you in that, I assume, hours-long fitting of costume. How much of a challenge was that, and how important was it for you that he feels so emotional?
That was my job. That was like my marching orders, was to bring as much of my own, the most ebon, sort of tender part of my inside as I could bring to this guy. And it was like a nice objective, and to sort of, be as much as present with my scene partners as I could be. It was a pleasure, absolute pleasure. It wasn't very hard.
Our city, our planet, owe a debt to these intrepid souls. And while we can never repay them, we can certainly celebrate them.
Thank you, Fantastic Four.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fantastic Four.
Please welcome the Fantastic Four.
Johnny also feels very emotional in this one, but also with a lot of humor and, the rapport with the Silver Surfer is fun. So how much can you tell us about it?
It was an enormous treat working with Julia Garner, who plays the Silver Surfer brilliantly. She's such a talent.
Girl.
Yeah, and she's such a talent and lovely to be around. So kind of negotiating that relationship was interesting. She's a wicked talent.
Okay. That is fantastic.
You're late.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? You're late for dinner.
Yes, we are.
You're late?
I just said that.
Are you pregnant?
What?
There's an obvious sense of family on the set. I mean, obviously it's the theme of the Fantastic Four, but every time I meet some of you, it feels like everybody got so close. Is it the right impression?
We did. We got very close. You know, there's long shooting days. It's the Fantastic Four, so we were in every day. Sometimes you have quite kind of transient filmmaking experiences where you're not all together at the same time and you can spend quite a lot of time alone, but we spent a lot of time with each other. And so that kind of informed the film and added to the film and added to our lives.
Your planet is now marked for death.
It's my fault. I stretched the bounds of space.
Did you watch or read comic books at a younger age?
Yeah, I'm like a big fantasy, sci-fi kind of genre nerd from, since I could read. Yeah, I read a lot of comics as a kid, but they were not Marvel. They were my favorite comic was ElfQuest.
Mine was Asterix. Do you know Asterix?
I love Asterix. I love Asterix. Yeah.
Love Asterix.
Love that.
What about you, Joseph?
That was pretty much the only comic I read, yeah. My dad used to read it to me in French.
Good facial hair in that comic. Good mustaches.
Bring them back.
Yeah.
But it was Obelix and his love for... But, that's a different subject to open. But,
Tintin, did you like Tintin?
I love Tintin.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
We will face this together. We will fight it together. As a family.
What do you feel it is about those comics? Is it making your imagination work when you're younger that gets you so attached to them? I mean, you could see it from the fans at Fantastic Four. They're attached.
Yeah, the cool thing about comics, it's like, you just draw a scenario and you're there. It's much harder to make a movie where you take you to outer space or take you to the North Pole or take you wherever it is or take you back in time. Making the comic, obviously these artists are very gifted, but you just draw it there. And if the writing is compelling, then you as a reader are deeply involved and you're right there with them.
What time is it, Ben?
No, Johnny.
Say it!
I don't wanna!
Say
it! Please welcome the Fantastic Four. Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, Human Torch.
I love you, Johnny!
And the Thing.
Hey, what time is it? Say the thing!
That's not really something I say.
It's very important to this roles because they spend so much time together and it's kind of like a pressure cooker of filming. So how was the atmosphere on set for you, for them? Did it really become a Fantastic Four family?
It did, and we started with 3 weeks of rehearsal. I'm a theater director as well. I really believe in that. I believe in getting people together and helping to build those relationships and talk about history and work through the script together. And so we had a lot of time to kind of build a groundwork and a foundation so that when we got to set, they already felt like a family, they already had a shorthand with each other, and we could just kind of have fun making the movie.
The art department must have felt like a family in this one because the choice of each prop, the car that we saw yesterday, every single detail in this film is important to the story, isn't it?
Yeah, we were building a world, an entire world from the ground up. A whole new technology. Everything had to be created, from their watches to the cars to the Herbie robot to their amazing, fantastic kitchen. Everything was its own new invention.
I herald his beginning. I herald your end. I herald Galactus.
When did you have the idea of bringing the 60s to the future in that sense? I love that retro-futuristic idea because it brings the best of all worlds.
From the beginning, we knew that we didn't want to set it in our 60s, but we wanted to set it in the 60s. So we set it in the 60s because that's when they were created. It felt like the right time, the space race, the sense of optimism. It's so a part of their DNA. The fashion is really cool. But we knew they hadn't been around in our 60s or else we would have heard about them. So we put them on a different universe and a different Earth.
You don't want to just crush him.
Hide that.
The 4 of us will face the danger. We will protect you.
Well, I think that Julia enjoyed most being up in the air all the time, especially you spoke yesterday about her first day. So, you take an actress like her who's done a very big range of stuff and you put it in here. And how much do you feel like she's trying everything with something like that?
She's an incredibly courageous actor, very, very brave, fearless, she's awesome. And it was, her first day was just getting up 30 feet up in the air and telling everybody in Times Square that they were all going to die. And she did it with such confidence and also a lot of nuance. You can see the complexity in the clips that have been released so far. She's really remarkable.
Family. It's about connecting to something bigger than yourself. We'll face it together. As a family.
Every Marvel comic has a theme to it, something that the audience relates to. What do you feel it is about the Fantastic Four that's made it endure, since the 60s?
Family, it's relatability. We all understand family. We all understand because we come from one. We know what that's about. And they're unusual. They're the first family of Marvel. We have a lot of found families in Marvel. You have the Avengers and the X-Men, but it's the Fantastic Four, the one true family.
Yeah, it's that the family is expanding without too
yes,
without giving too much away about the film. But what are you most looking forward for fans of the Fantastic Four to see in First Steps?
Well, I hope that they feel the passion that was put into making it. All of us love this material so much. Me, most of all, baby, but certainly all of the actors. Everyone has they've fallen in love with these characters in this world. We've done everything we can to sort of do right by them.
What time is it, Ben?
No, Johnny.
Say it!
I don't wanna!
Say it!
Are you the protectors of this world?
Yes, we are.
Your planet is now marked for death.
It was very exciting for me seeing you guys because the fans were in the room at this fan event and you could feel the energy that they have and the enthusiasm towards the project. Did you feel it from the start or you're starting to feel it now that you're touring with it?
I've always felt the passion that, the fans had for the Marvel universe, but experiencing it in person is like a whole different thing. Then it becomes like a reality more than like a thought. In a way. It was amazing. It was really special.
Similarly, do you have a sense of excitement when you watch it for the first time? I mean, I had such excitement watching your version of the Silver Surfer, obviously not the full one, but it's difficult when it's motion captured to give it that tone, basically. So what would you say you enjoyed the most and was the biggest challenge for it?
I think what I enjoyed the most is just, again, going to work every day, working with amazing people, an amazing director, being in this universe, working at Pinewood, was so spectacular. But the thing that was not the most difficult, but was challenging was I've never worked with motion cap before. And
it's
a different type
I always like to try new things.
But it was, there's pros and cons with motion cap. And
of course.
You never get a break because you're always on camera. So it's relaxed in one sense where you don't have to go have hours of hair and makeup or costumes, what you were dealing with, but it's not relaxed in another sense because you're always you're always on camera. So you always have to just be prepared for anything, really, because you might be captured.
That's true.
Yeah.
How were those sets, although a lot of motion capture, as you mentioned, but how was it stepping into the sets all the time? Like, that retro-futuristic feel that...
So cool. It was really cool. And the car, every single time I saw the car, I was like...
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. It was
It's so spectacular. And the robot and, also just the spaceship and even seeing their costumes, wearing the suits, the astronaut suits. It was really, really cool. See.
There was a huge room next to the costume department where they had all the artwork of all the different worlds in it, and I could spend a day just walking around. just all the different costume designs and sketches for all the supporting artists, as well as all the main characters and different outfits. Yeah, when you go into a room like that, you see the amount of work that goes in, and every single sketch is a work of art in this room, and there's over 50,000 of them all on the walls. It's just the design and being able to step into that world, like you say, on the sets, they just look immaculate, the costumes.
Finally, what makes the villains and the heroes equally popular, in the Fantastic Four universe and enduring?
I don't know I suppose what makes these two enduring is that they're pretty much immortal. So that gives you a certain amount of endurance. Immortality. Yeah, but I think they've been, some of the top villains to Marvel's first family forever. So yeah, that gives them their durability.
I would say the same. It's a good answer.
We will face this together. We will fight it together. As a family.
We will protect you. Please welcome the Fantastic Four.
It's a pleasure to talk about this because I was at the fan event yesterday, and it was so nice to see the enthusiasm of the fans. So, as you said, you have to put your soul as an actor to a character, even if it's famous to the audience. So, was that the challenge and the pleasure?
I think it was exactly that. It was the challenge, the beautiful challenge, and the ultimate pleasure to step into something that is scary because it exists long before you ever came to it, and is loved long before you ever became a part of it. And so you just want to kind of meet that love, I think, and the only way to do that is to put your heart into it. I found myself very, very lucky to, start with our director, Matt Shackman, who's been in my life for about 26 years.
Yeah, you said yes.
A kind of a colleague, and we've been sort of like, playing testimony to each other's adult lives and careers for the last 26 years. And then, through Matt's invitation, meeting Vanessa, whom I've always referred to as like an assassin, a black belt of
acting.
Of acting, truly.
It's good. Just go rummage around the skeletons.
Truly,
my acting work.
I would say that I was really intimidated at the thought of meeting her and working with her because of how powerful I think her work is. And she just cut straight to it, started communicating. She's always talking about that I show myself right away. I make people feel safe because I'm vulnerable. She just, like a direct shot into my heart, like said, "Hey, we're doing this." And I was like, and she led the way. She opened all the doors, and I just had to step into them. And so that was just, yes, as you say, like an incredible pleasure.
Did you know that you wanted to play her with that, quiet confidence that she has in this one? I really love that. I mean, she knows where she's headed.
I think it was oddly challenging to try and imagine that, yes, this woman has convinced every country on our their
version of Earth.
Yeah, 818, to get rid of their armies.
818, that's Burbank.
Oh. Matt Shackman said 818.
828.
Yeah. You should alert him of that quick. So yeah, I was like, what kind of person does that?
Yes.
It can't be someone that like tries to be really bossy, because that's annoying. It can't be someone who's too acquiescing or whatever. It has to be someone that meets people where they're at. And that, to me, is like a quiet confidence. Because if you're too confident and you just... You would be abrasive and you wouldn't want to do it. Or if it was too not, you know... And so, to me, it was this kind of... how can she meet people where they are? And that is emotional intelligence, really. Because it's like coming to a room and going, OK, this president is this person, and how do I understand who he is and convince that? Or she is, you know, like this, and how do I... So it was that, really.
You're late for dinner.
Oh, yes, we are. Really.
By a single minute.
Yes, we were just...
I had to put some aloe iodine on my shoulder.
I do his shoulder. And...
Why is that breakfast cereal on the dinner table?
Why are you being weird?
How do you feel the sense of family in those stories have made them enduring with audiences? It started with the comics, but they still love them because there's this sense of good family to them. Is that the secret of the fantastic success?
I think it's exactly that. I think it's you know, the first Marvel family, and family is everything to all of us, whether it's family you didn't choose or the family you do choose. And a family of friends, more than anything, the idea of that being a kind of whole identity.
Why laughing? Was my stomach gurgling? What was it? I did just drift into another thought, actually, as you were saying that, too bad. I did just drift.
Family. Family.
Family, family, family.
Family, family, family. Family, 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 family. Family, 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 family. It's all about family. It is all about family. It truly is. And the idea of, like, you know, the only way to save the world
is to work together. As a family.
As a family. And also for the world to work with you as well. I mean, it's really like the only real way to get something done is together.
My arrow, Galactus.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, it's been more than a week since President Trump brokered a ceasefire, drawing a line under the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Well, Washington has suggested that nuclear negotiations with Tehran could resume as early as this week. But the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi seems to be suggesting that talks are unlikely to restart quite so soon. So, what's next for diplomacy? What might Iran's next moves be? And just how much damage has been inflicted on Iran's nuclear program? Well, we're joined now by General David Petraeus, who is the former director of the CIA, a position he held during a pivotal period. During his 37-year-long military career, he led key missions, including the Iraq Surge, US Central Command and coalition forces in Afghanistan. He's also the co-author of the best-selling book, Conflict, The Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you for joining us, General Petraeus.
Good to be with you, Tom.
You have described the damage inflicted by the United States and Israel on Iran's nuclear program as being very, very substantial. Would you go as far as to say it's been obliterated?
Well, I think there are some unknowns still that would lead me to stick with what I originally assessed as very, very substantial. That's a lot, obviously. We don't know, though, how much was done inside the mountain of Fordo. I think, again, very significant, but that'll require some time to determine. And we're not sure also whether there might be some of the highly enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium that may have been stored elsewhere outside of Natanz, Fordo, and possibly Esfahan, as well as some centrifuges that could enrich it further, of course, to weapons grade being over 90%. So I think that's the reason for hedging a bit on this. The bomb damage assessment process takes time. It takes all sources of intelligence, everything that you can bring together and synthesize, integrate, to reach a conclusion about how significant the damage actually has been and whether there still is some enrichment capacity and some highly enriched uranium to enrich.
Okay, so we still don't have all the evidence. We haven't got the full damage reports. Doesn't sound to me like you think we've seen the last of Iran's nuclear ambitions. What are your thoughts?
I think that's probably correct. In fact, what I would love to see now, the best case of all would be that Iran would agree to a nuclear accord that would essentially ban any enrichment of uranium in Iran. It would also allow the International Atomic Energy Agency to verify that, to oversee the process of the dismantling of all of their nuclear enrichment architecture, and allow them to go anywhere they want at any time in the process of so doing. I'm not sure that Iran will do that. I would suspect that that's probably not the case. But then I think Iran needs to do a little bit of reflection and recognize that it is in an exceedingly weak position, given that all of its air and ballistic missile defenses those have been obliterated, I think it's fair to say, given that not a single Israeli aircraft nor American aircraft was even hit, much less shot down during the 12 days of this campaign.
Do you think there's an element of risk here that perhaps these events might have accelerated Iran towards trying to create a nuclear deterrent? I mean, they could argue they need one more than ever, given what's happened in Iran in the last 2 weeks.
One can make that argument. Sure, there's risk in everything, but there's also enormous risk to them if they were to be revealed as doing that. And once again, you'd see another devastating air campaign unleashed on them. And keep in mind that when you put together Mossad, CIA, NSA, other intelligence organizations, there are quite good, as they say, insights into what's going on in Iran. After all, look at what Israel did to reportedly 14 nuclear scientists, all pinpointed and identified and taken out. The same with a number of the leaders of the military and then the Revolutionary Guards Corps and so forth. So that should give them considerable pause, I think, and probably they should conclude that it would be a very bad idea were they to try to enrich to weapons-grade uranium.
Yeah, I mean, just picking up on that, I mean, I'd like to ask you, I mean, clearly very close coordination between Israel and the United States on intel, on military matters. How would you describe the overall mission and this joint force when it comes to collective intelligence?
Well, the intelligence and military relationships have always been very strong between the U.S. and Israel, and they were made even stronger when Israel was included as part of the U.S. Central Command as opposed to the European Command, which was really sort of a hangover from the past. In a sense, I guess that they thought that the individual who's commanding Central Command should be focused, if you will, on the Arabs and others in the Middle East, and that European Command could look after the Israelis. That was changed a number of years ago. That relationship has improved ever since dramatically, literally operating hand in glove when it comes to this kind of endeavor. And that's been very, very good, as it turns out, in operational terms, as we have seen with this very, very impressive 12-day campaign by Israel and also the very impressive strikes by the United States.
And there was talk of a rift between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump in the weeks preceding the first Israel strikes. Do you think that rift was somehow manufactured to add a little bit more sort of a surprise element?
Not necessarily. There have been rifts between presidents of the U.S. and prime ministers of Israel as long as I can remember. There were rifts when I was the commander of Central Command, and we still had a relationship at that time, although they were not formally part of our area of responsibility. There was a rift when I was the director of the CIA, and it didn't affect the relationship with Mossad at all, nor did the rift previous to that affect the military relationship. Those have always been very, very strong, and they have clearly stayed very strong. One other point I might make about Iran sprinting to a bomb if they have some HEU left and some centrifuges that can enrich it. I don't believe that they have the capability anymore to metallize it. Esfahan, that facility, which was hit, it was one of the 3 sites the U.S. hit. In this case, it was hit with cruise missiles launched from a submarine after Israel had already hit it very hard. That's the site where some critical parts of the enrichment process take place. They turn the uranium into something that can be actually enriched in the beginning, and then at the end of the process, if it's at weapons grade, they turn it into the kind of metal that can actually be shaped into a nuclear device. I don't think that they have that capability anymore as a result of the strikes on Esfahan, but again, that's another of the unknowns that is out there.
Sure. I mean, events move very quickly during the course of the last couple of weeks. I mean, within hours of an Iranian attack on a U.S. military base here in the Middle East, President Trump was brokering a ceasefire with Iran. I mean, were you surprised by the pace of events? And did you think perhaps things were perhaps a little on the hasty side as far as President Trump's handling of all this?
I was a bit, to be candid, although there are, as always, elements of the decision-making process and factors that led to that aren't always clearly apparent to all the rest of us. One of those undoubtedly had to do with the opportunity for Israel to refurbish, to replenish its interceptor stocks for intercepting the Iranian missiles. Iran's missiles are dramatically reduced as a result of both their use and then a number of those that have been struck in warehouses and on launch pads, as have been their numbers of launchers. Nonetheless, that gets a bit concerning over time. You know, how many missiles and launchers does Iran have relative to how many interceptors does Israel have? And I'm sure that Israel is making the very most of this opportunity to manufacture more and more and more of those interceptors to be sure, absolutely certain, that they never run out before Iran does.
Do you ever offer any advice to the Trump administration? I mean, have you ever been asked for it? And is it at all common for a former CIA director to be asked for advice by an administration?
Well, yeah, in fact, the director of the CIA called me in a month or two ago, supposed to be 30 minutes, and I left after an hour and 20 minutes. So, sure, those who served in positions before you did often will reach out. That's customary, and it takes place. Depends, obviously, on the relationship between the incumbent and the alumnus of that position.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I mean, just sort of before we move on from the 12-day war, as it's been dubbed, some people, and we spoke to John Bolton yesterday, former US National Security Advisor, seem to suggest perhaps they could have gone further. The Israelis and the Americans could have gone further and perhaps, quote, finished the job. Do you tend to agree with John Bolton?
I was just with him yesterday, as a matter of fact. In fact, we were on stage together at Aspen Ideas. I have generally been a bit more cautious about that than he has, the possibilities for that. Certainly, there are elements within Iran that might want to break off That's something different than regime change, but that's something we should keep an eye on. There are obviously Kurds, there are Turkmen, there are Azeris, there are Arabs, there are Baluchis, and at least 4 of those 5 are contiguous to countries or regions, in the case of Kurdish regional government, that with which they might feel more affinity than the government in Tehran. When it comes to overall regime change, however, I think that's pretty tough to envision other than from within the regime. Typically, when these situations occur, when a regime is weakened to the point that it might be overthrown, the individual or group that's on top at the end of it when the dust settles is the one that has the most effective and charismatic leader and the most guys with the most guns. And in this case, there's no real opposition leader who has emerged. If he had, he'd be in prison or dead. Although we should note that Israel did bomb the entrance of the prison that holds most of the political prisoners of Iran. But again, there's not that figure out there. There's not the kind of robust organization, weapons, and so forth that could materialize. So I'm a bit cautious about the prospects for outside overthrow of this regime. But you could always envision someone inside the regime at a reasonably high position who could say, you know, this 86 or 87-year-old guy is about to die anyway. Why don't we influence the succession process a bit here, or something along those lines. But I think we should be cautious about hopes that this might usher in an opportunity for a Jeffersonian Democrat to ride in on a white horse and take over and recognize that all of this support for proxies and nuclear enrichment and so forth has been incredibly damaging to their country.
Sure, and President Trump himself seemed hesitant and possibly anti-regime change, a bit like what you're saying. I mean, do you think, though, at the end of the 12-day war, Iran poses less of a threat to the region and to U.S. interests than it did before the war started?
Oh, absolutely, sure. And you have to remember that over the course since 7 October, you've seen Hezbollah dramatically degraded. Its leadership not just decapitated at the very top, but decimated. Thousands of leaders had those pagers that blew up in their faces when they tried to decrypt that message that caused the explosion. And the next day, of course, their only remaining means of communication, the walkie-talkies, blew up as well. It is much, much reduced from what it was before. And because of the overthrow of the Bashar al-Assad regime, the murderous Iran ally, because he is gone to Moscow, presumably, now you have leadership in Syria, still very much an incomplete task to consolidate the control. But Syria is not an Iranian ally at this point in time and will not allow Iran, as Iran used to be able to do, to transit Syrian soil with weapons, ammunition, missiles, rockets, and the implements for making more in manufacturing facilities and bases that Iran controlled in Syria. So that's a very significant change also.
Sure.
Beyond that, Hamas obviously is dramatically degraded. That is by no means over. There's still a lot of work to do, and the 3 objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu set out to achieve still have not been achieved, nor has a 4th one that I believe should be achieved, and that is to provide a better life for the Palestinian people in Gaza without Hamas in their lives. And the strategy they're employing will not achieve the first 3, much less the final 4th one. And then the Shia militia in Iraq seem to be taking a knee to a degree, perhaps trying to avoid some kind of upset in the months leading up to the election there. And the Houthis seem to be a bit degraded as well. And I doubt that Iran has much to share with any of them at this point, having been so substantially degraded itself. And keep in mind, again, that Iran's air and ballistic missile defense, for all intents and purposes, has been obliterated. And that means that Israel, if it needs to, can fly at will once again above Iran, as long as it stays out of the range of the heavy machine gun air defense weapons, and inflict further damage on Iran as is necessary.
And just mentioning Syria there, as you did, I just wonder what you thought of reports that Israel could normalize ties with Syria and Lebanon. I mean, is that something you would expect to see perhaps during the months ahead?
It would be a wonderful development, I think. Lebanon clearly is still a relatively new government. The degradation of Hezbollah and reduction of its influence allowed the selection of a president after a year of wrangling, allowed the parliament to move forward, allowed the Lebanese armed forces to move into that area between the northern border of Israel and the Litani River, the area from which Hezbollah was raining down rockets on Israeli citizens, some 70 or 80,000 of whom were not able to stay in their homes for well over a year. But let's see how the political situation develops there. Likewise in Syria, I've been impressed that the leader who overthrew Bashar al-Assad, who I should acknowledge was in our detention facility in Iraq during the surge, then to be sure was with ISIS, then broke off from them, Al-Qaeda, and then broke off from them. He is saying the right things, and I think we should give him every opportunity to actually implement what it is that he has been saying, which in essence is to say that this should be a government that represents all the peoples of Syria, a country through which, as you know, many of the ethnic and sectarian and tribal fault lines of the Middle East run, and that there should indeed be majority rule, but also minority rights very clearly guarded. And I'd love to see that come about in Syria after many decades of the Assads running it as their own little fiefdom in a very, very brutal and murderous fashion.
One of the things that emerged in the run-up to the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites was a lot of debate about whether or not the United States should get involved in what was perceived as being potentially another forever war in a faraway land. I mean, this aversion in the United States amongst the public and amongst people in President Trump's own party seems to be a legacy, doesn't it, of what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Sure it does. Yeah. No, those are long wars. They were tough. We, by the way, didn't need to leave Afghanistan when we did. That was very sustainable. That was a big mistake. And I said so publicly at the time that we would come to regret it. And I hope that we have. We've plunged the country back into the kind of 7th or 8th century interpretation of ultra-conservative Islam, to the regret, I am sure, of at least 50% of the population, if not much more than that. But be that as it may, those are tough, long, hard wars. We did have Iraq in a very good position when our final combat forces left in late 2011. And tragically, the government of Iraq then pursued highly sectarian actions that undid a good bit of what it is that we all had fought together and sacrificed together to achieve. Regardless, those were tough. And I think you have lessons of the most visceral experiences that one has seen during one's lifetime. And this is a case where that is true. In fact, I wrote my PhD dissertation at Princeton on the American military and the lessons of Vietnam, another very tough war, which actually overshadowed some of what we did early on in Iraq, to its detriment, I would add as well.
Yeah, but do you think the fact that the US public is a bit war-weary and they're fed up with these forever wars is the right driver to shape US foreign policy? Isn't it the wrong way round?
Well, it depends on what it is you're contemplating. I mean, Syria is not a long war for the United States. We have no boots on the ground. There's no intent to overthrow the regime, as was the explicit case in both Afghanistan, because the Taliban refused to turn over al-Qaeda. They were sheltering, and because, of course, the murderous regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. This is a totally different war. People should recognize that. I think President Trump has gone to some lengths to explain that, because there is a part of each party in the United States that is, again, absolutely averse to anything that would look like in Iraq or in Afghanistan again. But this is all part of understanding the domestic sources, the domestic factors that play into the determination of foreign policy, not just in the United States, but in any country.
And do you think President Trump should try to engage with Iran? Do you think the Trump administration will engage with Iran? I mean, there's talk about perhaps an Iranian delegation visiting the White House. Do you see that as likely?
Well, I think there should be some preliminaries before that happens, to be sure. But no, I think there should be engagement with Iran. It would be wonderful. Again, if the Iranian leadership could recognize how ruinous their policies have been for the people of Iran, 80% of whom presumably oppose what the regime has done and how it has gone about it. This is a country with extraordinary potential that has repeatedly failed to live up to that potential because they're too busy trying to cause mischief and problems and mayhem in other parts of the region. We should recognize, by the way, as well, that Israel has truly changed because of 10/7 in its strategic outlook. It will never again allow a threat to materialize, not just in neighboring countries, but also in the region if it has the capabilities that Iran has demonstrated. So I think absolutely they should sit down. They should absolutely give up their nuclear effort. If they want to do civilian nuclear power, we or others can provide the uranium to fuel that. But otherwise, they should have no nuclear enrichment, and the IAEA should have full rights to go anywhere at any time to verify that that establishment has been completely dismantled.
Aren't you concerned, though, that Israel has slightly overreached when you consider all of the campaigns that Israel's been involved in across the region, Yemen, Iran, Lebanon, Syria, the Palestinian territories? I mean, does that sound to you like overreach?
It sounds to me like the response of a country that has experienced the most horrible day in its entire history, the worst day for Jews since the Holocaust, the worst intelligence mistake in their entire history, and there were others, of course, the Yom Kippur War among them, the worst military readiness failure, the response was wholly inadequate, and the worst political miscalculation. And that's why I mentioned they have changed their strategic outlook, and I think that that is appropriate. Think about what took place on that day, what they experienced, the losses. Keep in mind that we lost not quite 3,000 on 9/11. The equivalent losses for us of what they sustained for their population would be over 40,000 killed and 7,000 taken hostage. So no, I don't think that that is necessarily overreach. Iran has long been at the root of all of these problems as well, with its murderous proxies. I should note that hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers were killed in Iraq by the explosively formed penetrators that the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guards Corps provided to Iraqi Shia militia who were funded, trained, and guided by those in Tehran.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, just to wrap up this conversation, overall, how would you rate the Trump administration on foreign policy? Does the world feel like a safer place with President Trump in the White House?
Well, I think it's still very much a work in progress. We saw an astonishing gathering of NATO leaders, for example, just last week. I don't think anyone ever could have imagined that a U.S. president could get NATO leaders to do what they did, which was to commit to not just 2% of GDP on defense, but to 3.5%. Yes, it's over a period of time, to be sure, but that is very, very encouraging. And for me in particular, having been a NATO guy, if you will, having a NATO hat position as a 1-star, 3-star, 4-star, while also having a U.S. hat, and having watched repeatedly presidents of either party in the U.S. rail at the insufficient spending on defense by Europeans, and all of a sudden you see them make that commitment. And it'll be 5% if you add in other ancillary actions and tasks that help support the movement of combat power to the Eastern Front, if you will, in Europe and so on. So I think that's very, very significant. The tariffs very much still out there waiting to be resolved. The sooner, of course, that they can be resolved, the better. The smaller that they are in general, also very much the better. That's still quite disruptive, and it creates enormous uncertainty among consumers in the United States as well as countries overseas that are dependent on trade with the United States. In the Middle East, I think, again, still very much a work in progress, but a very encouraging set of results from that particular work.
Okay, well, we've covered a number of topics. We could have covered a number more, but thank you very much in the meantime to General David Petraeus, former director of the CIA. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Till then, bye-bye.
Welcome back to the dressing room with our Arabiya News. I thought we'd go on to a bit of our experiences at youth tournaments.
Yeah.
The only memory I really have...
Go on.
Was it under 18s or under 21s?
Which one?
Was it in Spain?
It's under 18s.
Under 18s. I just remember playing Spain.
Yeah.
Xavi.
Yeah, I remember.
I just remember him running the show, mate.
He was brilliant, wasn't he?
Didn't even know really who he was at that point either.
Did we win the game or draw? I can't remember.
I don't know if we draw or lost.
Yeah, no, we definitely didn't win. It was either draw or got.
Yeah, I think we lost.
They were a lot better than us.
They were a lot better. Yeah.
Yeah, we was. You played left wing that game, didn't you?
Yeah. I was a left winger at the beginning.
Left winger. Yeah.
And he went left back a few years later.
Yeah. Do you know? Yeah. I remember.
What age group was that?
Under 18s.
Under 18s, yeah.
Do you know what I remember? I could about under 18s tournaments and the structure, because I went to see the FA about 5 years ago, and they showed me how they work with all of the different age groups. Like 15s have got like loads of coaches. They've got a fitness coach, sports scientist, psychologist, multiple coaches. There's like a whole, it's really structured. And so they go there, they've got the tracksuits, and they go and play for England. They get loads of experiences all over Europe, sometimes South America. So they're exposed to all different problems. It's like an education. When I went to the under 15s, right, it was a separate entity with it was the England Schools FA. So just before you go into the FA, right, and honestly, mate, it was brilliant. We had a great time. We played at Wembley against Germany as a 15-year-old, like 60,000 people. It was like amazing, right? But we played the World Cup tournament in France, right? And I don't know what happened to the budget, but we ended up we was in a hostel. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, honestly. So they dropped us off on a coach, like, what, backpackers, right? They're like bunk beds, like it was like a cell, they're like free, right? And then worse, right? And then you go, and it was like soup and rolls for lunch. And I remember like the
soup and rolls for lunch.
Yeah, like there was not enough like dry pasta.
Was there any butter?
I can't remember. It was about 30 years ago. But like and my mum and dad they come and watched us play. Made a little bit of a holiday of it. They'd never been to France. I took the kids, drove down there, and
they were living better than you,
mate. They come to see us at the hotel. Mum's like, "Where they put you?" And another thing with the dignitaries, they were at another hotel,
is
like
it?
5-star around the corner.
Oh my gosh!
And so like you still think it's great as a kid because you're there to play football. We ended up, I think we got to the quarterfinals, and we lost to Holland. But that was my one and only experience of a tournament. Until I got to that one at 18. So I think these lads now are winning the 21s. I reckon if you ask them, how many tournaments have you played if they've been through the system? It'd be like 20, 30 tournaments. And everyone would have got better and they'd have had video. We were just like turning up off, like it was like proper, like it was just different back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like a team, was it? I don't think.
No.
The only tournaments we used to have was probably club football, really, innit? Like,
yeah.
We used to go and have those like 7-a-sides, maybe 10-a-sides, 8-a-sides.
Yeah.
But that's the only experience that I probably had with the club when I was about 13, 14, going to play.
Where did you go?
I can't remember. I remember we went to Jersey.
Yeah.
We went to Jersey. That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was really good. Yeah, and the football was great too. But
Buffalo in Jersey.
Yeah, I was only like 15 at the time.
Yeah.
And it was really eye opening for me, being away with the lads, seeing how, and it was with the older lot as well. So just seeing how they functioned in that capacity, and it was a big learning curve for me.
Do you reckon it's harder now for a younger player to come through?
No.
For the amount of kids I feel like there's more, like the youth setup at clubs is a lot bigger than what it used to be.
Yeah.
So there's more players.
Define harder. What is it harder to get to become a footballer?
To get to pro. Yeah.
I think it is for these young lads, and the reason I think it is not because they don't have all the tools. They have more information, good information, more exposure to the things that they need to become.
That makes it easier.
That makes it easier. But what makes it harder is the world's a smaller place. So you're competing with not just, there's European kids coming in, kids from all over the world coming in.
Honestly,
I feel like a certain club's taking more foreign players in, because I remember it being stamped. It was mostly just English.
I'm not having it. I'm not having it.
You don't think so?
No, I think it's easier.
Really?
I think it's easier because you're exposed to more.
Mm.
We were winging it.
People though.
We were winging it. We didn't know our identity until we got into the first team.
Yeah.
Now these boys have seen loads of different players, an array of players, seeing them week in, week out, comes to their phone like that. And most of these boys are sponges, girls. They're sponges. They'll see a player, I think, I want to play like that. That I can identify. We had to look maybe on the TV a match of the day to see a player, see how he scored, or something. I just think you got more devices around you, information to help you become a footballer, and it's up to you in yourself to be dedicated to that on learning. And we had to learn, and we had to trust our manager. Yeah, our manager might get it wrong.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, he probably got it wrong.
Yeah.
I remember there was a few times when we'd played, say, in a tournament, and we played an FA Cup, and we didn't see a team how they set up before a game. We just thought we kind of knew how they kind of played just because how we set up in training. Yeah. And say, if he does this, then do that. The manager saw all of that. We didn't get that information. We just had to be the players to go out and perform to the best of our ability and problem solve straight away. Yeah. We do a lot of problem solving. We done a lot of problem solving back then than they have to do now.
Yeah.
And that's why I think the game's gone the way it has. It's a little bit robotic because they know to avoid this situation, all they got to do is this. When we would make the mistake first and then learn from it, some of these boys come in. It's a bit like when Jermaine Jenis was on the show, on our show the other day, when he was saying that to learn something, he might have had to feel something first. So the first tackle, remember we used to have the first tackle. You don't get that now. These boys, most of them are protected nowadays. Do you know what I mean? Because they don't have to worry about that because the referee's got their back. We had to problem solve on the pitch and learn the hard way. And I think
the game's a lot different, isn't it?
The game's a lot different. So there's a lot of technology out there to help us.
I agree. There's more information. If you're susceptible to learning and you've got a good you can, like you said, be a sponge. There's more chance of you becoming better, but the competition's got higher because you might have been a lad that's been able to think outside the box, and the coach is telling you that this centre half's not quick, and you can do this, but you're running against him. He is quick, and then you're thinking, then your process is right. He's quicker than me.
What do I do?
What do I do now? Maybe I'm gonna have to do this and just hold it up, play and get in the box. You know, whereas you'd have to work that on the fly, and that makes you become better at learning, becomes a better player. But what I'm saying is, the kids that couldn't learn, couldn't take on information, they was always going to go. Like, and I've coached a little bit, and one thing I look for, I think I heard Alex Ferguson say this. He said, "I would only tell a player 3 times." He said, because if they ain't listened after the 3rd time, you know what I mean. You've only got a finite amount of energy.
It should be once.
It should be once, but sometimes, listen, we're all not perfect. Sometimes we make a mistake.
That's a great point there, Colin.
And I was like, do you know what? That's a good bit of advice because you've got all this information and wisdom you're trying to give,
and you're not taking it on, and you're getting frustrated.
But sometimes it's the teacher as well. Sometimes you're saying it, but it's not landing. Then you might have to go. Well, maybe why don't you do it like this? This might be this. What do you think about this? You ask. You know what it's like coaching. There's different ways.
You know as well. Like there's what probably, and this is why I say it was harder for us. Yeah. Now there's this thing where people are more educated on how to teach. So now they understand not one way is the right way for everybody else.
Yeah.
So I might be a learner that has to see it first. So I have to vision, or I might have to vision it first, or see it on camera. Then I can repeat it straight away.
Yeah.
And that's a thing. Then there might be someone that just needs to be told once. That's a thing. But you can't treat that person the same as the other person that needs to see it. And I think they used to do that and just cover the whole team with the same learning skill, learning capacity when someone actually needs a little bit more help. But it'll be brilliant when he gets there. And I think that's where a lot of people have to see now there's different techniques and styles of playing the game and learning.
Yeah.
And I think that comes from the schools as well. So I always say to kids nowadays, whenever I'm talking to them, I say, listen, make sure you're tip-top in school.
Yeah.
Because it makes you better. Because now the way the game's gone, it's not about your personality. It's how much information you can take on board and quick.
Yeah.
So and how you treat people as well. So you just got to educate yourself at school, and it's giving you practice to take on information later on down the line when you're in the football pitch.
That's one. See, you could have told me that till I was blue in the face as a kid. And people say, you need to listen to school. I remember people saying to me, oh, yeah, you want to be a footballer, do you? Yeah, but make sure you listen at school. And I'm going, yeah, of course I will. But I never did.
Like, you're a maverick.
But I know, but like now,
not everyone had your talent.
Now I love. Now I quite like learning. I listen to all mad stuff, and you know, I like information. But as a kid, I had no interest. I just wanted to play football.
I look back now, and I think, how lucky was I that I actually made it? Because do you know what I'm saying? Because I weren't great in school. I weren't doing all these things that the other kids were brilliant at. Like, I was just your average guy in school, just like jokes.
Yeah.
And I brought that, and I think that probably my attitude, because I was happy-go-Larry guy. I think the coaches
Happy-go-lucky.
Happy-go-Larry.
Larry.
You know, listen, I do it every week, innit? I just make up my own stuff. Happy-go-Larry. I thought that was a thing.
I've got to write that down.
Happy-go-Larry.
Happy-go-Larry.
Huh?
Happy-go-Larry.
I'm a happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, that's
lucky?
it.
Is that lucky? Yeah. I'm a happy-go-lucky guy, and I think that's probably and my talent as well. But you take a shine from your coaches, and they'll be, I want to push him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I want him to go on and do, because he'll appreciate it. Do you know what I mean? That probably helped me on my way, just my attitude towards learning. And it's a good thing, because when it's just like what you said, when you're trying to teach someone, it's just like, this guy's not learning.
Yeah. It's parenting.
It's hard. It's hard. And you just say, only 3 times I can tell you.
Yeah. How do you learn, Bridgie? What's your
learning?
I just got told and I did it.
Don't lie. I told you to go to bed in Glastonbury.
Yeah, that's different. That wasn't playing football. As in football, I always feel like I took information on where if they told me something, I did it.
You're a soldier, aren't you?
Yeah.
But I remember my mum said to me, because it was YTS when you're trying to get your pro contracts, and near the end of my the YTS, I wasn't playing at all, so I started to get worried.
Really?
Yeah, and then
why? Why weren't you playing?
Because I just wasn't playing. And then they said to my mum, we've made a decision on him. He's the only one out of this group. If you tell him something, he just does it.
Really?
Whereas the others...
So the coach said that?
Yeah.
So you weren't playing, but...
No, I was playing, and then near the end they stopped playing me.
Because they already made the decision, though.
They'd already made a decision.
And they weren't sure about the others.
They said every time you just told him something, he just did it.
Yeah.
He took the information on well.
Good advice.
And do you think...
But I found that easy in sport. I felt like if you told me something, I just do it. But educational-wise, I just...
But do you think as well, Bridgie, they were testing you to see how you'd react if you weren't picked?
No, I don't know, really. It was only my mum that come up to me and said after a while, just like, they've already spoke to us, so they made their mind up.
Is it?
Yeah, that's
and
a
just
real...
said, like, you listen
was you buzzing?
And just do it. Yeah, of course I was.
Because you was obviously worried.
For me, that's sad times as well, because you spend 2 years with people and then you get let go. I found that sad. In fact, it's horrible seeing someone at the age of 18 getting told, no, sorry, this ain't for you. It's horrible.
That's what sport does.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've had to do that. You've had to tell kids...
Well, not tell them, but you go in a room and you're with other coaches and the decision makers, and they want your opinion. And you really like this kid. You want him to make it. You think he's got all the attributes, but there's just something missing. And you got to say, you got to call it.
Yeah.
And look, one thing that comforts people like in our position now is that we can actually... know that they're going to be okay, because there's so many scouts out there now. Like, someone's going to take them, whether it be Colchester, whether it be somewhere. Like, someone's going to take some of these kids. Do you know what I mean? Because they're going to give them a chance. And I think that's what was missing in our days. We didn't really get... Once you got released, even if it was Chelsea, It'd be hard to get in somewhere else because they've already made those decisions on other people.
I'm sure there used to be at the end of when you got let go, there used to be like a thing you go to.
Exit trials.
And all the...
There is still one.
How long does that go on for? A day? 2 days?
3 days.
No.
3 days, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about 3 days.
It's hard to get noticed, isn't it? Really, if you think
that's
about
a wild
it.
thing. You know, you go in there and you're like, you're playing football and you're peacocking and
You're
you're trying to
under
impress,
pressure,
but that's not
yeah.
football.
Yeah.
Football,
No.
like you said, you might not see the
It's exhibition, isn't it?
Yeah. I was completely the opposite.
You never listened.
I never listened. No, but you can see the
That's
way
why
I
we're
played
different
football.
players.
That's why I played football. I was like, I said, I'm going to go. I've wrote when I've done my book, isn't it? It's coming out in September. We'll talk about it later on, but that was one of the main things. Like, because when you're writing your book and you're going through, you start seeing patterns and understanding. Do you know what I mean? Why I played like I did was because of my environment and where I lived, and I was like, no matter who you was in charge, you could have been, and if you'd have told me something, my brain would be going, yeah, but in my head I'm going, nah, I just feel that
I don't feel comfortable with
I
that.
want to do it differently.
Yeah.
And then I just do what I want, sort of thing.
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
it
that's
sort of,
why
and it sort of managed to work for me. Like, obviously, if they said something and I agreed with it, I'd do it.
Okay, so now, see that?
Yeah.
See your time under Mourinho.
Yeah.
Was that a scenario where that could have cropped up a little bit?
Well, it did crop up. It was cropping up
Because
regularly.
he wanted something, and then you go and do something that you felt at the time on the pitch, and then you'll not agree with that. Was that a scenario?
All the time. All the time it cropped up. And not just with Jose, with lots of managers. And I just got to, as you get more mature, I get to the point you're like, I want to win trophies. And then also you have to be humble and go, I was wrong on certain things. You have to be able to go, right, and accept that. I need to do more of this.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So then you get the balance, you get older, you get more mature, and you start listening to the right people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
But no, that was interesting. I want to quickly bring it back to the tournament here, because there's a few players I want to talk about, England under-21s. We talked about Lee Carsey and Ashley Cole. As a fullback, Bridget, I'm going to ask you about Tino Livramento, because he was absolutely brilliant. Like, you looked at him and he played left back and he played right back. You wouldn't know he was. Could you have done that? Did you do that? Did you ever play right back?
I've never played right back. I played left mid. I played in the hole. Played centre mid.
Yeah.
Played centre forward.
Would it have been different?
I'm mad, innit? I played centre forward.
I reckon.
I started up there. I went left wing, centre forward, in the hole, left back.
I can imagine this guy up there just tearing people up. You'll be like David James up front. Do you remember David James up front for Man City?
He was funny.
Stuart Pearce put him up there, isn't it?
Piercy.
I don't know.
What was he thinking? I'd like to see you up front as well.
we might get Stuart Pearce on here one day.
Yeah, we'd love to.
He's a great. Listen, and we can ask him that, because you remember that. I remember who was the centre forward. You weren't there at Man City with J-Mo, was you?
No.
Who was the centre forward? Was on the bench.
Is it John Macken?
John Macken. Great shout. It was him. Centre forward by trade. And there's 4 other players, and Piercy's looked round and gone, J-Mo.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Oh, mate.
How did he actually do up there?
Mate, he come on and smashed someone. I remember that.
I remember that.
And
It wasn't in his box, it was in their box. But it was weird. Like, I was like, J-Mo up front. I'm surprised he didn't still have his goalkeeper gloves on.
I'd love to get Piercy on and ask him about that. So go on. But I want to ask you specifically, right, because about Tino Livramento.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant that he's done it. I really don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know how I would have done. I like to think I'd be all right, but I don't know. The fact that he's done it, you've got to take your hat off to it.
Is it just opposite way of thinking? Or is it something different?
It's opposite way of thinking, but it might be different in terms of, a fullback might be kind of just pass it out there.
Yeah.
Same
I would still pass it
thinking.
out there, but I might tuck inside and run inside a bit.
Yeah.
So it might be something else for the winger to think about.
Do you know what?
Make a little run inside. Like, you just never know.
And you're playing him really because you're like, I'm trying to figure you out.
Yeah.
So it's right.
So imagine this, right? So but think about it now. The way the game's changed, and people mainly play inverted, like wingers on the other side. So why not play fullbacks inverted, left back, right back, left back? Because if I'm coming up against you,
yeah, I'd rather you go that way.
Yeah,
I'd rather
Chelsea do that.
Yeah.
So the boy, well, he's not a right back at trade, but he was a playing right back, but he's a centre midfielder by trade.
Casado. Yeah, but that's
so he tucks in.
Yeah.
He tucks in from the right back and plays an extra midfielder. Then on defending, he goes back into right back.
That's movement. But I'm thinking just actually how much I'd like to look into that. Actually, if you switch the fullbacks, right? If you've got a left-sided centre half and a right-sided centre half are really good on the ball. So when you build up, they split. The midfielder, this is getting a bit serious.
Yeah, go on.
So they split. The holding midfielder goes back in, so you get the three players with a build. And then the fullbacks become like sort of high and wide. Like they would be if there was wingers where they're inverted, so they're dribblers like Livramento.
So they'll cut inside.
And then, so if you're going to dominate possession, that's a good thing to do. Then in the limited times when you haven't got possession, all they've got to do is drop back into like a 4 and defend against their opposition wing back, and their natural foot is coming into their natural foot.
That comes from your scouting. So if that's what you want to deploy, then you've got to make sure that you've got the right players that can do it.
Yeah, but Tino Livramento is the right player.
He's one of those players that can do it.
I watched him throughout the tournament, and I coached him a few times at Chelsea. He was coming through when I was there. Lovely lad, great ability. I remember doing a session with him on crossing, and it was like I was just trying to break down the 3 different crosses you would do because he had everything. Like he was big, powerful, great skill, great attitude. And I was like, well, once you get to the byline, you've only got 3 options. You've got the dink to the far post, which is your high tariff cross. Like that's the hardest one, isn't it? Where you've got to stand it up, or you whip it across. If there's space in that, what's it? They call corridor of uncertainty. You just fizz it across
corridor
there.
of maximum opportunity.
Or you cut it back. So there's 3 things. So I was like, when you're practicing crosses, there's only 3 crosses you can do. It's like A, B, or C.
Yeah,
and you just become better.
That whip into the space.
Yeah, so you just narrow it down to 3 options.
Yeah,
and then you just get the best at it.
Yeah,
be the best at it.
And he done it on both sides, left back and right.
Yeah,
and he come on, and I look at him, and I'm
very good with both feet.
Very good with both feet. But I'm going to say,
was he at Chelsea?
He was at Chelsea, mate. Yeah. That's what I mean when we talk about the new model and we praise them and they did, blah, blah, blah. You still lost Tino Livramento.
Yeah.
Who's the other winger, the other lad? My mind's gone blank.
There's a Brighton boy. The Brighton boy, the right back.
Yeah, Lewis Hall. Sorry, Lewis Hall, another top player. Like so, I don't know how much money they've gone out. Are the ones coming in? Tino Livramento will get in Chelsea's team now. I think. He was absolutely brilliant, and if it weren't for Harvey Elliott getting player of the tournament, he could have been in the running.
Yeah. Are more players both-footed these days?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they get encouraged at an early age, don't they? To use both feet rather than just use your good foot and make sure it's the best.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Paul Merson was the best at that.
What a player. Another thing you don't see, remember the old-fashioned fullbacks? Think of the fullbacks you would have seen growing up at Southampton.
Francis Benali.
Like, they would just stay in that little zone, good at one-on-ones, get the ball in that little clip. Into the fullback
or in clip all the time.
It was like these sort of there's none
regiment.
Of them.
It was regiment.
Yeah, mate.
No flair. No flair.
No flair at all.
No Rick.
I bet their houses were all neat.
Yeah,
and tidy.
everything just normal.
Was there, the sugar and everything in the right place.
They're psychopaths, though.
Yeah. They was fullbacks always mad.
Fullbacks are always crazy. Like there's something
I started off as a winger though.
But there's something in that,
Yeah.
Different positions are have different personalities.
Yeah.
Del Horno was crazy.
Del Horno was a nutter, wasn't he?
Oh my gosh. Mate, I've got a story about him, but I'm not going to say it.
He's actually
funny. Worse than me.
He's actually
I saw him walking home from central London after a night out one time, and he walked from central, like Mayfair, and he'd left before us, and he was in Chiswick. I had to stop. You want to lift? No, just thinking, Collie. He didn't really speak English.
Yeah.
So I said, do you want to lift? No, I'm okay.
Did you?
Where was he walking to?
Did you come to the Arctic Monkeys concert with
No, I didn't.
Del Horno?
No.
Me and Wright.
Sean. That was Sean. That was strange that Sean went.
Yeah.
Sean
me and Wrighty went to an Arctic Monkeys concert with Del Horno. You know, like he was such a great lad. I was like, does Wrighty fancy it? I was like, yeah, me and my pals Wrighty and Shorty.
He doesn't speak a word of English.
Was like the geezer from 40 Towers, Manuel. Okay, see? And he didn't know a word of English. And it was like, yeah, band. I'm like, that guy. Yeah. He's like, how long? 1 hour. I come. right? He's come to this. We went to watch the Arctic Monkeys. We've gone into the band, and he left. He must not have liked him. But I just see him at the bar. Chelsea fans got hold of him. He was at a bar with these Chelsea fans. Like, we better find him. Like, and he's chatting away. And I know he speaks about 5 words.
What's he talking about?
I don't know.
Chatting away. Yeah. He hasn't got a word of English in sight.
He was. That was a good night. Blast for the past that day.
Yeah, but he's a great guy.
All fullbacks are bonkers.
Yeah.
Another lad who I think deserves a lot of credit, and they all do, but we can't talk about all. Elliot Anderson, the midfielder from Nottingham Forest. What do you make of him, Coley?
Yeah, listen, I've seen bits of him. I've seen bits of him. I think he's listen, he's got potential, but is he gonna get into that zone where you think he's gonna be a regular for his club and country eventually? That's the hard part, transferring that what you've done at this tournament into first team regularly.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I was very impressed with him here, and it's built the stage for him. Nah, let's kick on again, innit? That's my ploy to all of these boys. This is my challenge. Let's kick on, because when you even look at somebody else like Harvey Elliott, who's gone from Fulham to to Liverpool, and he's actually done well there.
Yeah.
He's been an important part of like Klopp's team. He was anyway. Now, Harvey, I'd look at and think, what's next for him?
Yeah.
Can he go and play regular football, not just be a bit part player in a brilliant team?
There's rumours that he wanted out, wasn't there?
Well, he talked about he hasn't played enough football. Like, he's gone there. He's 22 now.
But remember, he had a massive injury.
Yeah.
And kudos to him. He had a bad knee injury.
Yeah.
Kudos to him how he got back and got back into the team, playing. Not obviously, albeit not like regularly starting games, but making an influence in the team with those top players that gone on to win the league as well. He's a really good, talented player. And he's a good kid as well, by the way. He's a bit leery, but it depends how you take it. I like him.
He's got personality on the pitch. Jurgen Klopp, when he left, he actually said, imagine that Jurgen, he said something like, one of the regrets he has at Liverpool was he didn't play this kid enough. Do you know what I mean? So he's in this situation, Bridgie, where he's one player of the tournament at the European Championships. He scored 5 goals from midfield. Like, imagine, I think the player of the tournament was previous, that some of the best players in the world have won that. And he looked like at home in himself. He looked like a leader. He scored some great goals. And he's got a decision to make. Like, he's not broke into the Liverpool team regularly. He's 22. Like, I'm just thinking,
does he go to Liverpool and chat to him before he makes the decision?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But I think you can see it, and he was getting emotional after one of the games.
Yeah.
And when he done an interview for us on the telly, and what I took from that interview was that he was so happy that he's playing and being the man. I mean, I sort of saw it in his mind, like he's made his mind. Even if Liverpool say we want you to stay, unless he's saying I need to start every single game, which they can't offer him because of how they've been champions.
Get it, Coley.
He has to leave.
Yeah. I get it. You see my scenario at Chelsea.
Yeah.
When I was there, I got obviously I wanted to leave because we'd just won the league. But I knew that I was going to be a bit part player for the next season again.
Yeah.
And I just wanted some more juice, man.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because I'm seeing all my peers in the under-21s.
Yeah.
They're playing regularly in the first team in the Premier League.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to be overtaken. So I was, at under-21s, I was starting games.
Yeah.
I was like a starter. But it was really difficult because when you see in your other players starting games in the Premier League and then you're not starting, you're thinking, I'm not kicking on here, I might get stagnant. He might look at the same thing and think, I'm just going to be a bit part player, I want to get into the England first team. And that's how I was feeling.
Yeah.
When Abramovich said that, go to Russia.
Yeah.
Go to Russia on loan, come back and I'll give you a new deal.
Yeah.
Although, like, it would have been good, like, for my future, money-wise.
Yeah.
I wanted to play football.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I wanted to go and be the main man somewhere, like, because I knew I was good enough. I'd had 2 loans that
he said to you to go to Russia. Yeah.
He said to go to Abramovich told me to go to Russia to his other team, then come back and they'll give me a new deal.
Do you know what?
To be fair, I think if Roman told me, I probably would have gone.
Yeah, but I had ambitions. Like, it's either you want to do that and be a bit part player all your life, or be an ambitious person. I think if I'd have done that, I wouldn't have been sitting here with you lot. Right now.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, I wouldn't have had a Carlton Cole flag in Glastonbury.
No, that's true. That's true.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I wouldn't have done a load of
stuff. Do you know what we would have? Do you know what we would have, though? Because I would have chipped in with Roman with this. I'd have paid a few quid, because I'd have just paid to see you out in that cold in Russia. Imagine the pictures warming up.
At least he goes snowboarding then.
Oh, mate, that would have been... Yeah, I would have learned how to ski and snowboard and all that.
Cold in Russia. You just see...
Nah, mate, that wasn't me. It just wasn't me, innit? It wasn't me. But that's why I understand why Harvey Elliott is probably looking at thinking, do you know what? I've had it with the champions. I get it. Now I want to go and make my own name.
Yeah.
And he deserves that, man.
Yeah, just quickly before we move on, because we're
running out
blazing
of time.
through this. Where would you like to see him, Coley? Where do you think he's... Remember, he's...
I wouldn't mind him back at Fulham.
Yeah?
Imagine, because he started.
I think there would be bigger clubs.
I think there would be bigger clubs for him now.
I first saw him playing
that tournament.
I first saw him playing under 16s.
Yeah.
At Fulham.
Yeah.
Years back, and he actually wasn't that impressive.
Really?
No, because I think he found it. So you know when you're above that level, you just not walk around, but you're just not trying hard. And I think he was under 15s, but he was playing up.
Yeah.
And he knew he was the boy, but I was expecting a little bit more.
Yeah.
But when I look at him now, and then I saw him make that transition into first team, I was like, this guy's unbelievable. What a player. So now I know what the fuss was about, and he's proving everybody right now.
Yeah, top player. Well, I can see him. If I'm him,
I don't know where I can see him.
Napoli, Inter Milan.
Abroad? You want
Atletico Madrid. He needs to go abroad, because he's one of them. He's too good to drop down into mid-range Premier League.
Imagine that Coley, that we had them options back in the day. Like when we left the country, England was over for you.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
I remember saying that's why it was one of the reasons I didn't want to go Russia, because I knew that if you leave the country, you got no aspirations of playing for your national team. Now it's a common thing. Everyone's loving it. Like, I'd love to be in this era.
Yeah, I'd like to. I would have.
Imagine going to get some sun in Italy.
I did my year in France and I absolutely loved it. If I'd had my time again, I'd probably go earlier.
These are options for these kids now.
Brilliant. We quickly have a talk about the transfer windows. Big news going round. Paul Pogba and Eric Dyer going to Monaco. What do you make of
Eric Dyer?
Yeah. First of all, Eric Dyer, fair play to him. He's gone to Bayern Munich and done a job.
Yeah.
Go and play for Monaco. What a beautiful place. And
not a bad place to live, is it?
Yeah. How would you?
Just won the league with Bayern
Munich.
So now
we lost the semi-final, didn't we?
Lost to them,
Yeah. Yes, but as a place, Monaco.
Oh yeah, it's lovely.
And a club. What a place for him. He's in his 30s now.
Place. I've been in Monaco once.
Have you?
Oh my God.
I love it there.
I love it there too. I went for the Formula E.
Formula E?
Yeah, when it was F1's usually there, but Formula E is electric.
Okay.
I'm on the electric thing at the moment.
Yeah.
Saving the world and all that. And so obviously I got invited down, and it's just a beautiful place, isn't it? Imagine plying your trade over there. It's lovely, isn't it?
Pogba's the interesting one for me. 2 years out of the game, the drugs ban.
Yeah. He was crying the other day.
Was he?
Yeah, I watched the interview. I felt so bad, because you could see. Imagine how many people just calling him a drug cheat every day.
Yeah, I know.
And no one would take the gamble on him to sign him. We all know he's a terrific player.
Yeah.
When he's going.
I know. Do you know what?
And it's quite weird that no one wanted to take the plunge on him. Like more of the bigger teams, I would say. But the way he was so grateful to the club, Monaco, for taking the chance with him.
Take the lad.
He was crying.
Yeah, let's take all the stuff you hear about Pogba and the clothes and everything. First of all, he's a World Cup winner, and multiple titles in Juventus, and he's been a top player. I thought he got the back. Look at all the great players that have gone to Man United. and it's been like it's been terrible for them. You know, he had moments at United where you looked at him, what a player. You know, we don't know what's happened with the drugs. I from my world, I feel for these kids because we've talked about this off air. Like, I don't think I've never seen any performance enhancing in drugs. Nothing.
I think it's just crazy you'd even do it to jeopardise it.
Think about the logic for people, right? How stupid can these lads be? Like the stuff with Mudryk, right? Like the stuff with Mudryk, right? You've got a 7-year contract. You know how hard it is to become a footballer wherever you are in the world. You've secured your life, your family's life, and you're doing something you love. Would you take something from somebody on purpose?
No, not a chance.
No. So I always look at these, and I always think you never know. You never know. There has to be something in place which is like a test, because it needs to be a deterrent for people not to do it. Because, but
it's like the other day, Coley. My son is up at Hull City. Yeah, he was suffering from the flu,
right?
Chest infection.
Yeah.
Whilst off.
Yeah.
And he was going back in the next week.
Yeah.
To start training, pre-season training.
Yeah.
Now imagine, I'm there saying, yeah, got some antibiotics in the in the fridge. Have that. Yeah. And then I'm forgetting that he's a footballer.
Yeah.
So imagine I'm his dad, and he's saying to me, Dad, I need to understand. I need to ask my doctor.
You have to.
But if he's feeling that bad, imagine someone throws something at you and said, this is going to make you feel way better.
You always got to check with club doctor. Always.
But we didn't actually get schooled like that back in the day.
I always used to check.
Did you?
Used to.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't. And I don't know. I might have taken some performance enhancing. I don't know.
What statement that is?
No. But because we didn't get educated properly back then.
Yeah.
Like now, it's all
you
there
weren't listening,
for you.
were you? You weren't listening.
See, Bridgie listens.
I listen, see?
Well, yeah, that's why I say, what did I say at the start? I don't know how I made it. I winged it all the way. Like, I just happened to be sitting here next to you. But I'm just saying that's like, but these boys now, they have all the education and they shouldn't be getting into that type of trouble. They should know that by previous mistakes, that can't happen. You've got to check what you're taking.
Before we wrap up, we'll finish on Pogba because it's great to see him back, and you don't want anyone not playing, because you all finish your career at some point and you can't play anymore, and it's horrible. So we're glad to see him back. I bumped into him at a Formula One thing the other day, and I thought he looked a bit. And I actually went up to him and I was like, "You're right, how are you?" And I said, "Your son player, you are," because I genuinely think he's a top
brilliant player.
And he was like, "Yeah." And he looked really appreciative of it, and but genuinely, I'm glad to see him back. Yeah. And I'm glad that we got back.
As well.
I'm glad we got back from Glastonbury. That's good. Bridgie's just saying, there's another big thing. We just quickly go into it. Ronaldo. New signing.
Big Ronnie.
Benjamin Button. Benjamin Button.
Hey,
Big Ronnie.
How is he still going
this guy,
like this?
He's something else.
He's like you in Glastonbury.
He wouldn't have been hobbling like me. He would have been running.
To the lights go off.
He would have been doing that 5K in the morning that people were doing. I was walking back and people running back doing 5K.
Were people doing that?
5Ks?
Yeah, 5K runs and stuff.
Mate, that's
bizarre.
Yeah, bizarre. But we're going it. Listen, fair play to him. He's a genius, a legend. 488k a day, new deal. 15%.
Wait. Can you go back to that?
£488,000 a day, new deal. He's 40. He signed a 2-year with a 1-year option.
Wow.
And 15% ownership of the club. Like, he's really embraced this project in Saudi, isn't he? He's like over there, and he's like, he could be forgiven.
Well, he's a perfect choice to help it grow.
Yeah.
And get other people over.
He seems very enthusiastic about it as well.
Yeah.
Remember that time we saw him? Obviously, we've just got to look at Ronaldo and say he's a mentality monster.
Yeah.
Like, he's been at the peak of his game for so long. He's still up there with one of the best in the world. You've got to say that.
Yeah.
And he's still so relentless with his dedication to the sport and building the sport across the world. Now, he's gone to Saudi. Forget about the money. It's not about the money, because he would have had money anyway.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about that. He cares about the branding. So his own brand aligned with a country now. It's not Pepsi.
Yeah.
It's not Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
It's not McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's a whole country.
Yeah.
So you got to look at what he's doing and just say this is groundbreaking. It's like when Pele went to America to try and grow the game over there. Do you know what I mean? This is the same thing that Ronaldo's doing.
That's a good shout, Cole. That's exactly what it is. And like he's an example to kids, not just in football, in anything. And if you want something in life, how to dedicate yourself and keep going. So good luck to him.
Good luck to him.
Yeah, we might get him on the pod one day.
Oh, we'd love to have him on the pod.
Oh, come on.
Come on, Ronnie. You know you want to.
Glasgow.
Imagine Ronnie in Glasgow.
Do you know what? I'd love to see it. Bouncing into the tent.
Mate, he'll just be on the other stage.
He won't be in the tent, mate. He'll be in a Winnebago.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, it lends
he's got to go on the tent. He has to go on the tent.
It lends you a few quid for your wheels from Quick Fit. You'll be all right.
We'll buy Quick Fit for
you. Mate. Right, that's all for today. Thank you for listening to The Dressing Room with our Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Jerusalem, an ancient city going back to more than 3,000 years. Jerusalem. It is one of the rare places that is layered with hundreds of years of history, while also being a bustling modern city. A visit to Jerusalem offers you world-class cuisine, plenty of religious and historical landmarks, and yes, archaeological relics. Also known as the Western Wall or Kotel, the Wailing Wall is the holiest place in Judaism. Millions of tourists arrive here each year to pray. The ancient wall is believed to be the last remnant of the second temple built by Solomon. Another religious site is the Golden Dome at the center of the Temple Mount, which can be seen from around the city. It is the third holiest site in Sunni Islam. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is considered the most important pilgrimage site for Christians for centuries. But it will also be appreciated by art lovers and history buffs. Its interiors are designed with amazing mosaics. Israel Museum is the country's largest cultural institution. The place is most famous for housing the original Dead Sea Scrolls. Jerusalem's Yad Vashem is the world's largest Holocaust museum. It was built in honor of the millions of Jews who perished during World War II. The expansive 45-acre complex is Israel's second most visited site after the Western Wall. The Eucalyptus restaurant is great for a culinary escape. It combines Middle Eastern food in a fusion of nationalities and wonderful local ingredients. The Jaffa Road is ideal for a place to relax, hang out, and enjoy a good time. It runs through the heart of the new city. Both picturesque and arty, it is great to stroll down and cut off into the shopping and dining areas hidden behind it. In the streets around Zion Square are a buzz of bars and local hangouts, where you can sip on local Gold Star beer and people watch for hours. The Shuk, or Jerusalem's large open-air market, is a great place to find produce, meat products, and the like at great deals. A great deal of cafes and boutiques can be found here, making it a great place to wander. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.